reluctant to report their loved ones, which she said is a major challenge.
Act. Because when I say that FGM is a crime, and FGM is a gender-based violence crime. And this gender-based violence crime is actually brought under the VAP law. And this VAP law, just like other states, is being domesticated in Ebony State. And this Child Rights Act is also being domesticated in Ebony State. But just like what I earlier said, because we have not seen a case study that was followed into a logical conclusion, because most times these perpetrators, the people that go on to carry this out, are family members.
More awareness needs to be created. In fact, I want to laud Signature TV for taking it upon you to create this wonderful awareness via your platform. It's a laudable venture, and I commend you for that. Okay, but I think, being a media person as well, I think that there should be much conversation around female genital mutilations. Being someone from Africa, and especially Nigeria, and most especially from the Southeast, where female genital mutilation is very, very prevalent, I think we need more creation of awareness.
The year's theme, Step Up the Pace, emphasizes the imperative of strengthening alliance, building movements, and mobilizing collective actions to end FGM. It is a clarion call for governments, civil societies, organizations, community leaders, healthcare workers, and individuals to unite and wage all-out war against FGM. Chinemerem Ikebunam, Signature TV News.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
I've heard about female genital mutilation, that is FGM. I have heard that some communities, in the bid to circumcise their female daughters, go a long way to mutilate the female genitals. And to some extent, it makes the female genital become insensitive. It's a very, very ugly thing to do, but many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently, and a young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this, so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe, I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios, to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice. Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay, for me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from down south, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a the fact that there is no lecture based on this kind of incidents, stop people based on dangers or having female genders. Through advertisements, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3. Public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, you can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. Like, it infects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. I don't think people are well informed about it, actually, because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. Government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation for us. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them some are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children. And just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot nowadays. Like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society, and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
You're still watching from the correspondent and Signature TV, and so far so good. We have brought to you reports concerning cancer, female genital mutilation, and the need to maintain healthy lifestyle for longevity and length of days, if you may wish. Away from health-related issues, the Ninth Mile Chamber of Commerce has urged the Enugu State government to be very strategic in its implementation of the urban status granted to some towns and local governments in the state. The president of the chamber, Louis Ugo, made the call when he led a team of the team from the chamber on a visit to the Raymond Dokpesi Broadcasting House of Signature TV, Tinker's Corner, Enugu. Let's look at how the visit went down.
Governor of Enugu State, Peter Mba, recently signed an Executive Order 1/2025 creating new urban areas within strategic locations in the state. Under the order, the entire Enugu East, Enugu North, Enugu South, Udi, Nkanu West, Nkanu East, and Nsukka local government are now designated as urban areas. Additionally, specific parts of Anunri, Ogo, Eziago, Igbo Etiti, Igbo Eze North, Igbo Eze South, Isiuzo, Oji River, Udenu, and Ozowani local government have been designated as urban areas. Governor Mba said residents in newly designated urban areas can now apply for certificates of occupancy to enhance their property rights, saying the administration remains committed to creating an environment that fosters ease of doing business and promotes economic development. While some Enugu citizens have welcomed the declaration of their areas as urban, which they say will enhance development, others see it as a way of depriving them of their ancestral land and property and imposing higher taxes and levies associated with major cities on them. But the president of Ninth Mile Chamber of Commerce, Louis Ugu, during a Georgia session with the management of Signature Television, welcomed the creation of the new urban areas, which he said will enhance the development of the state. Ugu, however, called for a comprehensive development plan of the newly designated urban centers for a wholesome development of the entire state.
We've been clamoring for that Ninth Mile should be made an urban area. But His Excellency has gone forward to make the entire local government an urban area. I'm just here to submit my memo now. That not just creating it should be planned. There should be sectorial planning. There should be agri-industrial setup. There should be ICT. There should be motor mechanic. There should be abattoir. This thing should be sectorial and not just coming in as one, which Ninth Mile looks like. They have a lot of things there, but they are not planned. That starts correcting the menace of the natives. The whole places are well laid out, but not well executed. That's why you are seeing a lot of slums there. Even the motor transport hub, His Excellency wants to put there. There are some resistances. But these resistances will not be overcome. To give it a facelift.
President of Signature TV, V. Martin Obiora Ilu, commended the chamber for reaching out to the station, which he said was primarily established to tell the untold story of the Southeast, which has largely been neglected by the existing mainstream media. Ilo promised that the station will collaborate with the chamber to promote business and investments in the state and Southeast region.
Look at the media landscape. Between Benin and Bayelsa and Akwa Ibom, there's no media house located in this, what is even bigger than the old Eastern region, that you can call a TV station of repute that can compete with the big four or the big five in Abuja. Even when you go to newspapers, we go to magazines. So we want to tell our stories, we're going outside to tell it, and the people tell it the way they want to tell it. And we're not just telling the stories, we're making our people to tell the stories themselves. We want to work with you. I mean, you can't tell me the story of Ninth Mile I don't think there's anybody in the south, the southern part of Nigeria, that will tell the story of Ninth Mile. Ninth Mile for many years was the gateway for you to go to anywhere. And that is why it may not be an urban city. But for me, I think it's a cosmopolitan area.
The Ninth Mile Chamber of Commerce was created in 2001, bringing the chambers in Enugu State to 3 after the Enugu and Nsukka Chambers of Commerce, with the plans to create more in future. These chambers, along with the 3 trade zones in the state, namely the Enugu, Ninth Mile, and the Akanibiam International Airport, are expected to boost the economy of the state and the region. Precious Chagoro, Signature TV News.
Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Nigeria's extractive industry holds potentials to improve the lives of ordinary citizens and provide vast job opportunities for the youth. The Executive Secretary of the Nigerian Extractive Industry Transparency Initiative, NAITI, Dr. Ojio Ogbonna Oji, made this observation when a team of Signature Executive paid the organization a courtesy visit at the Abuja corporate headquarters. Over to Josephine Beatrice for that report.
Dr. Ogbonnaya Oji explained that the work of NAITI was to track the activities of operatives in the extractive industry, including oil and gas, to ensure that revenues due to government are remitted and revenues derived from the sector are deployed in the interests of the people.
Our mission is to ensure, like the Nigerian extractive industry, oil, gas, and mining works for all Nigerians, not just the few. Currently, we are not sure all Nigerians are getting the full benefit of the revenues from oil, gas, and mining, and we want it to go around. How does it go around? Provide good roads, provide water. When you build road, you don't know the rich and the poor, all drive on good road. Provide safety of lives and property, security, provide jobs for our teeming youths. When we manage these revenues with integrity, with professionalism, it benefits all the citizens. As NAITI, we recognize that the media is not just a messenger, but a strategic partner, and that partnership is what we're trying to forge very closely with Signature TV.
He said that the interaction of NAITI and the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate was to provide highlights of the 2023 report of NAITI and arm the legislators with statistics and recommendations to assist in their legislative functions.
You check the media online today, we dominate most of their decisions that are going on. Discussions will first the panel of over 15 senators and the Public Accounts Committee of the Senate yesterday on the highlights of our recent reports and what we need to do based on the information we have provided on the background.
Dr. Ogbonnaya Oji requested for the collaboration of Signature TV, especially in making information in NAITI work available at the subnational level. In his response, the chief executive of Signature TV, Vin Martins Obiora Ilo, observed that the work of NAITI has increased accountability in Nigeria's extractive industry. He pledged that Signature TV will partner with NAITI to deepen transparency and accountability in Nigeria's extractive industry.
The coming of NAITI to Nigeria is full of evidence of the necessity of this organization. Because until NAITI came along with its establishment a couple of years back, things just happened anyhow in the extractive industry. But when NAITI came, we've seen a continued growth in some kind of accountability in that industry.
Mr. Ilu explained that as an independent and professionally run television station, Signature TV is in position to drive anti-corruption, accountability, and other activities of NATI to the grassroots where such critical information was needed.
We want to focus on the underreported and the unreported. There's so many areas in our country where things are not reported. We want to see whether we can do a kind of journalism where Naiti went there yesterday, he broke today. Next week, we're still talking about it and looking at all aspects of what had happened.
The visit of the Signature TV team to Naiti is one in many of such visits to create a collaborative relationship with critical institutions in the country. In Abuja, I am Josephine Bitrus for Signature TV News.
You're watching from the correspondent on Signature TV. This is where we bring to you a collection of reports done by a team of correspondents within the week, and also go beyond to tell you the stories behind the headlines of the stories that we'll bring to you. And so far for this week, we've lined up stories around the International Day for Cancer, which was done from ENUGU studios. Then we also brought to you a story still on cancer from ENUGU, then a story from Kebbi State on the dangers and how to manage cancer and what to do to prevent cancer. Then we also brought to you a report on Naiti, which is from our Abuja studios. And that's the much we can take on this edition. Thank you so much for staying with us on From the Correspondent. And until next time, I am Emmanuel Tewasi. Stay informed and see you next week.
Well, hello to you and welcome to Inside Health on Signature Television, a health show where we have conversations around topical health issues. Well, today we're going to be talking about dietary and lifestyle changes for cancer prevention and management. Of course, I'm your host, Chigichi Agoram. Well, we're going to go on a short break, and when we come back, I'm going to introduce my guest on the show today. To stay with us. Well, thank you so much for staying with us. This is still Inside Health, and today we are talking dietary and lifestyle changes for cancer prevention and management. Now, our guest is a dietitian. In fact, she's a dietitian in oncology department. Her name is dietitian Chioma Nwachukwu. She's an assistant director, nutrition and dietetics, UNTH Itukwuozala, ENUGU. Hello, dietitian Chioma. I got that right.
Yeah.
Great. You're welcome to the show.
Thank you. It was my pleasure.
Great. You light up the room. I must give you that compliment.
Thank you.
All right. So, people are wondering, food, diet, and cancer. Some of us can't actually make the connection. However, it is something that is being done, being practiced. Dietary ways of preventing and managing cancer. Now, as a dietitian, tell me exactly where your work is important in managing a patient who has cancer.
Thank you. Before I proceed, first of all, I want to do some clarification.
Okay.
Food, like we all know, food is something edible.
Yes.
Yes, food is an edible substance which, when eaten, nourishes the body. The diet is that portion. Is that portion of food, that portion that you take, food or drink that you take on daily basis. It is personalized to you. It could be a restrictive diet, wherever we try to, remove one or two, ask you not to take one or two different types of nutrients in a particular food just to handle a disease condition. It could be therapeutic in nature. Being therapeutic in nature means that maybe, we are using it to cure a particular disease condition.
Yeah.
Maybe diabetes, ulcer, hypertension, and then of course cancer. So looking at the relationship between all of them, you find out that since we know that we can do, food is something we cannot do without. And at the same time, there is no how that we can effectively manage cancer without bringing in diet. Because diet play a very, very crucial role in the management of cancer. Diet. Your diet helps to, once it is optimal diet.
1 minute. There's something I want to bring out so that we try to break down these complex issues to tiny bits that people can, take and run with. Now, you say not all food constitutes diet. Okay. You're saying diet is a personalized,
that food you eat is
that is personal to you.
That is personal.
Can you now say that there are some people who are not on diet, though they eat food, but they are not on diet?
That is what I said, that diet is that portion of food, that portion that you have, that you eat. It
Okay.
can be food, drink that you take, that portion that you take on daily basis.
Good.
That is personalized to you. What I mean by being personalized to you, it could be that maybe you've seen a dietitian and she placed you on a particular diet, maybe a maintenance diet. Or it could be that you have one disease condition.
There are some of us that have never been on a diet before or never seen a dietitian
And
before.
that food,
Yes.
that was why I said that food you eat, the food or the drink that you take, that makes up your diet. That plate that you are watching is what makes up your diet. It is not left for us to say that it is after the assessment, looking at what you take, it's not left for us to say whether the food is good or a bad nutrition, whether it's a good nutrition or a bad nutrition that is constituted in that particular plate that you are taking. You understand what I'm trying to?
Absolutely.
So if you have a plate of maybe rice now, a dietitian can look at it and tell you that this is just majorly carbohydrate foods. Yeah. But if you have something like meat there, she can say, okay, that there is protein there, in as much as the rice also has protein, right? Little portion of protein. Then meat is also there, making or bringing the protein aspect of it. Then if you have vegetable by the side, then you find out that the vegetables are there, something that can supply the vitamins and minerals are also there. Depending on how you prepare it again, you understand? You can also say that there is fiber in that plate, because the vegetable has what? It has fiber. In as much as the cereals that you are taking, like rice that you are taking, also has fiber in it. But vegetable give you more of the fiber content of that food. Then you can look at it again and say, oh, it's not just white rice and vegetables, that you have oil there. So the fats are there, right? Fats and oil is also there. So you find out that aspect of the nutrient is also there. And of course, you prepare the food with water. So you can now, I'm trying to bring in the different classes of nutrients that we have carbohydrate, protein, fats and oil, vitamins and minerals and water. You find out that they are all in that plate. So we can now say that it is what you are taking is balance.
We're taught balanced diet in school.
But then I may not really say it is adequate, because what is adequate for you may not be adequate for me. It depends on your age, depends on your sex, it depends on your activity pattern. If you are a sedentary worker like we are sedentary now, we are just sitting down working, in as much as the brain is at work. You find out that someone that is doing this kind of work will not be the same with someone that pushes barrow out there. The diet of that person will not be the same with those of us that are sitting here. It differs. You understand? So you see the difference there. But whereby we look at the adequate, is it adequate? When we consider all the previous points I just mentioned, you can now say, okay, this is adequate for this person. That is talking about the constituents of that plate we are looking at. And at the same time, we can now look at it again and say, okay, is there moderation in what you are taking? Which is another characteristics you look at again in the plate of food. Is there moderation in what you are taking? Moderation in the sense that, assuming you are taking that bowl of rice that you are taking, you have large quantity of rice and just add little vegetable by the side. You understand? One is not even balanced, considering the amount of vegetable or the quantity of vegetable that is there. And then we can look at it, how often you take it. You can now look at it and say, okay, there is moderation there. But whereby you don't try to bring in all these factors into play in what you're eating, you find out that you may be eating more of a particular nutrient while you are deficient, the body is deficient in some other.
Now, are they proportions, are they percentages assigned to different types of food nutrients, for example, starch, and then this proportion to protein, this proportion, before we get into how it affects oncology patients? We're talking to mothers, we're talking to women, men who cook, of course. How would you look at a plate and say, okay, maybe 50% to carbohydrate, maybe 20%? I'm just speaking hypothetically. Is there a way you can mentally get the right proportion that should it should be assigned to different nutrients?
Yeah, ideally we have different proportions that we assign to different nutrients. We have for protein, we have for carbohydrate, but it entails calculation, right? So but we try to do it in a pictorial form that even a lay person, when you look at it, you can understand it. We advocate you take more of vegetables, more of fruits in what you are taking. Take more of vegetables, take more of fruits. Then carbohydrate, take moderate portion of carbohydrate.
All right.
Take little quantity of fat.
Okay, we'll get neck deep into that. But right now we'll have to call for our special report so that we can have an understanding, our viewer can also have an understanding of what we're talking about before we get neck deep into it. So please take a listen to our special report.
Cancer. It is a word that carries heavy significance, striking fear into the hearts of millions around the world. Over 18 million people are diagnosed with cancer annually, and despite remarkable advances in research and treatment,
Every second, every minute, every day, news is breaking. Events occur and there are new developments. At Signature TV, we follow these stories objectively, bringing all sides without bias, explaining the complex issues, breaking down the numbers, and investigating the issues behind the news. Anywhere and everywhere, near or far, wherever the news is, we will be there. Signature TV. News in your pocket.
Every year, millions of people around the world are diagnosed with cancer, a disease that remains one of the leading causes of death globally. Yet, a growing body of evidence suggests that the power to prevent and manage cancer lies not only in medical treatments, but also in the way we live and the food we eat. Dietary choices play a pivotal role in reducing the risk of developing cancer and in helping manage its progression for those already diagnosed. What we consume can influence cellular health, reduce inflammation, and protect our DNA from damage that might lead to cancer. Fruits and vegetables are at the heart of cancer preventive diet. They are rich in antioxidants, vitamins and fiber nutrients that help fight oxidative stress and inflammation, both of which can contribute to cancer development. The more colorful the plate, the better. Brightly colored vegetables like spinach, kale, and carrots contain a variety of phytonutrient-powerful compounds that support immune function and protect against cancer. But diet is only one piece of the puzzle. Regular physical activity is just as important. Studies have shown that exercise can lower the risk of various cancers, including breast, colon, and endometrial cancer. It not only helps maintain a healthy weight, but also improves immune function, reduces inflammation, and supports overall health. Aim for at least 30 minutes of moderate exercise most days of the week. This doesn't mean you need to run marathons. Even a brisk walk, a dance class, or yoga can have significant benefits for your health. Hydration is another essential part of cancer prevention. Drinking plenty of water helps flush toxins from the body, aids digestion, and supports the detoxification process. Opting for whole unprocessed foods, Grains, legumes, and seeds add valuable fiber to the diet, which promotes digestive health and may reduce the risk of colorectal cancer. Healthy fats also play a role in cancer prevention. Olive oil, nuts, and seeds are rich in monosaturated fats that promote heart health and fight inflammation. Additionally, turmeric, with its active ingredient curcumin, is known for its anti-inflammatory properties and has shown promise in fighting cancer cells in various studies. It's important to limit refined sugars and processed foods. Research has shown that excessive sugar consumption can fuel the growth of cancer cells, while processed foods can introduce harmful chemicals into the body. Instead, opt for nutrient-dense snacks like nuts, berries, or even a small piece of dark chocolate. These are not only satisfying but also offer health benefits. Equally crucial to our health are the ways in which we manage stress. Chronic stress has been linked to an increased risk of cancer, as it can weaken the immune system and increase inflammation. Mindfulness meditation and deep breathing exercises can help reduce stress levels, fostering a calmer, more balanced mind and body. Strong social connections and emotional well-being are vital components of overall health. Research suggests that people who maintain close relationships and engage in positive social interactions are better equipped to manage stress and improve their resilience against illness. This connection with others can also provide essential emotional support, which is crucial for individuals managing cancer. Sleep, often overlooked, is another cornerstone of cancer prevention. During sleep, the body repairs itself, regenerates cells, and strengthens the immune system. Chronic sleep deprivation can increase the risk of cancer by disrupting hormone levels, impairing immune function, and raising stress. Aim for 7 to 9 hours of quality sleep each night to help maintain your body's natural defenses. Incorporating these lifestyle changes doesn't require drastic measures or extreme diets. It's about making small, sustainable choices every day. By focusing on whole plant-based foods, regular physical activity, stress management, and adequate sleep, you can create a foundation of health that can reduce your cancer risk and improve your quality of life. Whether you're looking to prevent cancer or supporting the healing process after a diagnosis. Cancer prevention and management is not just about one specific action, but rather about a holistic approach, a lifestyle that nurtures the body, mind, and the spirit. Every positive choice you make, from the food on your plate to the way you care for yourself, plays a role in fostering a healthier, stronger life. And while we cannot always control every factor, we have the power to choose how we respond, how we live, and ultimately, how we thrive. A healthier tomorrow begins with the choices you make today. Choose wisely.
Welcome back. Don't forget, we're still discussing dietary and lifestyle changes for the prevention and management of cancer. And dietitian Chioma Nwachukwu is still in the studio doing justice to this topic. So tell us, let us create a hypothetical scenario where a cancer patient is referred to you. Tell us what is the protocol like? What do you assess and how do you begin to help this patient?
Okay. Thank you. When a cancer patient is referred to us, first of all, he or she comes to the referrer. And with the referrer, we'll be able to assess the folder. Look at the patient's folder, look at the family history, the social history, the drug history, all this history, then you ask your questions. For us dietitians, we also check, we use the NCP, Nutrition Care Plan.
Nutrition Care Plan.
Yeah. So we try to look at, first of all, you get a physical assessment of the patient. You take the anthropometric measurements of the patient, you can take weight and height measurement, get a BMI of the patient. You can take a waist-hip ratio of the patient. Then you can check, the biochemical assessments done so far. You can check the PSA level of the patient.
You know, you're speaking medicinese.
Oh.
So you might have to break it down by chemical analysis. So break it down so that you can understand.
Biochemical analysis or assessment of the patient. That's, you look at the lab results.
Good.
Check the lab results of the patient. So when you check the lab results, you know you are checking the blood volume of the patient, because one of the complications of cancer management or treatment is they have, some of them, at one point in time, you see them having anemia. Okay, so you see them at times being transfused. But at the same time, you come in with a diet to assist. Okay, so you check the blood test, let me say in such a way that the blood test of the patient. You also check, you can check the serum electrolyte, urea creatinine level of the patient. You check for tumor markers. You check, after checking all the necessary biochemical assessments so far. Then you engage the patient, you do your dietary assessment. Dietary assessment, you can use 24-hour dietary recall. Ask the patient questions. The patient should be able to recall what he or she ate in the past 24 hours. At times you do 48-hour dietary recall. But at times, the patient might not really be able to recall, depending on the treatment. If the patient is having chemo brain, when they have chemo brain, they find it very difficult to, to recall certain things, confusion, they forget, and all that. So, at times, you need the caregiver around, more especially the caregiver that is staying with the patient, the one that is taking care of the patient, so that you can also ask him or her questions. When you ask him or her questions, the person will tell you, he or she ate so this and that, and then you'll be noting down. You note down with the quantities. You know down the quantities, then you calculate at the end of the day. But 24-hour dietary recall might not be enough to give you what you are looking for. It might give you the immediate intake of the patient at that point in time. So what you will do, you also take, you can take the diet history. Now you want to look at the feeding pattern of the patient over a protracted period of time. You also want to look at the dietary habits of the patient. It's when you look at all these things, you find out what...
It seems as though there's a long, follow-up.
No, even when you are doing the assessment.
Okay.
So you are asking those questions. You may ask him or her, how often do you take maybe rice or beans or yam? The patient will tell you, I take it maybe once a day or twice a day or 3 times in a week. And as you are doing the assessment, you also ask the beverage intake, alcohol intake of the patient. Ask about everything that the patient takes in. So when you take this in, we have a way of calculating them. It's when you calculate, you'll now be able to arrive at a particular kilocalorie. You can now say that this patient takes maybe 2,000 kilocalories per day, or 2,500, or 3,000, or 3,500, at times 4,000, or 1,000 kilocalories, at times 1,500, depending. And based on the assessment, you now have your diagnosis. From your diagnosis, you can now come into, you intervene, you do dietary intervention. You now come in and say, okay, this patient will be on maybe low-fat diet, high-calorie diet, or high-protein diet, depending on the assessment. But in as much as you are paying attention to maybe the low-fat diet, or the high-calorie diet, or high-protein diet that you are placing the patient on, you're also looking at the nitty-gritties. There are some, some foods like, in cancer management, when you are managing the patient, assuming it's a breast cancer, you know that from research, it has been discovered or found out that alcohol is traceable to breast cancer, amidst other things, right? Also, dietary intake. You may find out that the person takes foods that contain maybe little dietary fiber, or maybe devoid of dietary fiber. You understand? So you can come in and tell the patient why counseling. Now that's a dietary intervention. Why counseling the patient? You can, increase the dietary intake. You also, while taking the history, you also take into cognizance the dietary, the likes and the dislikes of the patient. But while taking the likes and the dislikes of the patient, you also find out the likes of the patient. At times, you find that some people just don't like taking a particular food for no reason. If there's no reason for the patient not to take that food, and you know that he or she needs that particular diet at that point in time, or that particular food at that point in time, you go ahead and you encourage the patient to take it and see if there will be any reaction. For example, some people will tell you that they don't like taking watermelon. No reason. You ask them why. It is good though. It's rich in beta carotene. It is a diuretic. It's rich in the water content. Some will tell you we don't like taking cucumber. Why? They tell you that the crunchy nature of what they take, when they are taking it, to be as if they are taking foam. You understand?
Interesting.
So what you now do as a dietitian is your work, because you know that at that point in time that the patient needs that. You can now say, okay, can we do it this way? Can we blend it? What if we blend it? Can you be able to take it? Say, blend it. If you now blend, the caregiver may blend, and then you give the patient. And the patient takes it. It's still the same food that he or she says that he doesn't like taking, right?
We're discussing prevention and management, but let's go back to prevention a little bit. Tell us, what are carcinogenic food? Because you hear that all the time. Oh, don't take this, it's carcinogenic. Oh, don't take that. So what exactly are carcinogenic food? And tell us, so that when we go to the market the next time we know what we're buying and what we're living.
Foods, the foods are the foods that have the ability, to predispose one to cancer. That's carcinogenic in nature. The foods that are carcinogenic, they have this have the ability to predispose one to cancer. But then, first of all, we look at fried foods. Fried foods. Because from research, so many foods are linked to that. High fat intake. High fat intake. When you fry foods, depending on the type of oil you are using, because we have oil that are heart friendly, we have oil that are also not heart friendly at the same time.
You're going to give us examples.
Yeah,
so
I'll give
that's
examples.
good.
Yeah. So when you look at it, we have saturated, we have unsaturated fat. The saturated ones are the ones like, let me describe it.
The types that you go to the market to buy on a very cold day and they're all congealed.
Exactly. If you're sleeping, that type of oil that sleeps when you are sleeping.
Run from it, yeah.
When you are feeling cold, that's oil feels cold. Run from it. These are the saturated ones. But the unsaturated ones, they are liquid or fluid in nature. Even at times when you even put them in the fridge, you find out that it doesn't congeal, right? So you can go for, should I mention? Because
yes, please. Don't mention the brand, but just sunflower oil, vegetable oil, groundnut oil.
Soy base now. Let me use soy base. Let me not call a particular brand. Soy base oil. They contain polyunsaturated fat. Olive oil has monounsaturated fat. They are heart friendly. They are good. But any other type of oil, because these ones I may be calling brand. Any type of oil that
don't
that
call
once
the brand.
once you sleep,
it sleeps with you.
Yes, so you run away from those type of oil. And then another thing about oil is this: when you fry.
So you're saying oil is carcinogenic, or the food that is fried with the oil becomes carcinogenic?
It's the process now. Okay. The process. Now, when you now fry the food, you denature the bond of the oil. I'm talking about how it gets to that being carcinogenic. You denature the bond. Once you denature the bond, you still refry again. You see where they are frying akara or even buns. They keep using the oil. You fry it, you refry, converting it from the cis form to trans form, which is harmful to the heart. And at the same time, it's harmful to the heart. It affects the arteries. It can deposit in the arteries and the veins once it deposits there. So the tendency of doing what? Leading to a particular disease condition is already there. Okay, that is for fat. Then you also look at foods like the fruits now, the vegetables.
What about processed food?
I'm coming out. Okay. You look at the vegetables and the fruits that we take. Are they carcinogenic? They are not. But can they also be carcinogenic? They can.
In what ways?
Yeah, depending on the condition we meet them in the market. If you go to market now, you see what is happening. They first ripe the fruits. You look at what's they called? You look at banana. Look at the banana. They add chemicals to first ripe the banana. Same thing applies to what to the citrus. That's the oranges you see in the market.
They fast track the ripening process.
And these are the process. Yeah, sorry. These are the what? These are the chemicals that are not supposed to find their way into food. So these are the cancer forming. That's cancer things that have the ability to do what? To predispose one to cancer if one continues taking them.
Now, there's a practice that has been making the rounds, of course, on social media. I don't know how much of research that has gone into it. Aluminum foil. People keep saying run away from aluminum foil, that each time you use it and it passes through fire, it deposits some aluminum inside what you're eating. Tell us about that. How, is it true, or is just an old wives' tale?
It's still let me say, it's still speculations that are going around, you know. But I know that people emphasize more on nylon, use of white nylon, because of the volatile chemicals that are used in producing them.
All sorts of nylon?
White nylons and other nylons. If once you cook with them, that the tendency to do what? For those volatile materials that are used in producing them to infiltrate into the food is there. So for us to be safe, there's no harm in trying to do what? In trying to play safe. You can always go back to the olden days where they do it. They use plantain leaves. They use all different leaves. We found out that the leaves, they also impart the phytonutrients in those foods, in the food, instead of going for the ones that are, you know, chemically, that has chemicals in them. But you go for the natural ones, you know, that will impart something good, also more nutrients to the food. So that is what we are advocating anyway. But the aluminium one, I haven't seen, but research is still going on. You understand? So, but that of nylon, we are asking people to do what? You can cut down and abstain from using those ones. Use the leaves themselves.
Now, what about? I'm trying to remember the name. These packs that are being used to sell food, roadside food.
The plastic ones.
Stylophone or stylo something.
That they use. The packaged
There's
foods.
also this word that it's also carcinogenic, and it's the same process.
Yes. And of course, we found out that there was a time now that came online to talk about it, that people should stop using it. Well, we found out that our people, I don't know, maybe because we want to make profits or maybe go for things that are cheaper, we still see them using it, right? The plastic phone, still see them using it. So, but if people can abstain, and then let us rechannel to something that is more healthier.
Yes.
We find out that what we will be able to run away from some of these degenerative diseases, like this cancer that is eating deep. And then coming to the processed foods you asked that time, you know, you asked about processed food. Processed foods, the ultra or highly processed foods, you know, they use them, we have them in the markets, right? And they add chemicals to them. They add preservatives to them. The preservatives they add to them to prolong their shelf life is what is our problem, our bone of contention, right? The preservatives. Nobody is there to monitor. Nobody is there to check the quantity, whether they are sticking to the grass level. Nobody is there to check the stipulated level they should have to be. Nobody checks it, right? So you find out that they add it, more especially you have the preservatives they add to them are the ones that have been from history, you know, from research. They can predispose one to this cancer. But we encourage people to go for something natural. Go for natural foods.
All right. Do you also recommend supplements? So tell us about supplements and how.
At certain point in time, because we are talking about cancer management, right? Yes. At certain point in time, there are you find out that they take certain supplements. They can take supplement, but at the same time, there are some they cannot take, like folic acid.
Cancer patients are not to take folic acid.
They are not to take folic acid. Right? But they can take folate. The other time I was teaching,
what's the difference between folate and folic acid?
Folate is in food. Folic acid is in synthetic form. You understand? So this one is in synthetic form, and it can help in proliferation of the cancer cells. Unless there is a research that comes on board to tell us that it's no longer proliferating it, right? Okay, but the folate one is in food. You see them in, you have it in okra, you have it in vegetables. So you can't say stop eating okra, stop eating, but it's in natural form. The bioavailability is high. The body has a way of converting them and making proper use of it. Unlike when you use the synthetic ones.
Okay. All right, let's talk about, because a while ago, you mentioned something while the special report was ruling, something about turmeric.
Okay.
Let's talk about our natural spices and, you know, and vegetables. Let's, with turmeric as a, you know, case in point. Tell me about turmeric.
Okay. I'll use turmeric, and then turmeric is a herb. At the same time, is a spice. So it's one of the spices that have been isolated. We find out that it has a ability to curtail the cancer cells. It can induce the apoptosis, that's the death of the cancer cells. You know, turmeric.
But is turmeric that selective?
Yeah, it's an anti-inflammatory.
Because the idea we have of cancer is that it's eluding medical treatment because most of the drugs are not able to select the cancer cells. As such, it kills both cancer cells and the normal body cells.
Yeah, more especially when the patient is undergoing chemo. Chemo targets both the normal cells and, of course.
Okay, so, but I apologize. I know that you want to run. We need to call for what we call a vox pop, where we find out what the people know so far. You say you're a teacher. You get to find out what your students know before you know how to go about teaching them. So let's get to the streets and then find out what people know about dietary and lifestyle changes towards cancer prevention and management. Listen to this.
Cancer is very dangerous, because most of the ones I've heard about, it has taken the lives of so many people if care is not taken. I've heard about the bone marrow cancer, cancer of the breast, and different other cancers. Actually, it leads to an increasement in that part where it is. Yes, smoking and taking alcohol too much, that is excessive smoking. I think drawing of tattoos and using chemicals in your body, including this eating okpa that has nylon. Due to the heat, chemicals from the nylon will go into the okpa, and when you take it in, it keeps on growing like that because the chemicals will make your cells weak and dead. I think staying a healthy lifestyle, having a healthy lifestyle, such as staying away from alcohol and smoking, eating good food, that's balanced diet, and then fruits, enough fruits, and then also exercising. I think with this, you're going to live a healthy life.
To avoid cancer, people should try and avoid eating foods that has been refrigerated for long, and eat healthy food like vegetables, and also avoid eating food which has gone through lots of preservation processes like canned meat and so on. Civilization has brought us this pain because if you look through the ages, you will notice that the lifespan of humans have been reducing due to our intakes. Nowadays we take canned meat, we take food that has been refrigerated for a long period of time, and it has really affected us in our aging. Now, according to science, you can see that a human can live over 40 to 45 years. But those days, you can note that people are living over 100, 150, and even most of the times 200 years. But now, it has reduced drastically. So, to my understanding, civilization has really affected us.
Cancer is one of the commonest diseases, deadly diseases, which we have in our country right now. Yes, which kills people like randomly. Yes, obviously, civilization is the reason why we undergo different diseases, most especially cancer. Because due to civilization, due to this our modern world, they bring out a lot of stuffs that, like, they put a lot of stuff in can, and can is also a major cause of cancer. Even now that they bring out all this vaping, boys call it vapor, they vape, something like vaping. It causes cancer in the lungs. To prevent this cancer we talk about, there is something called public enlightenment. Our government should bring out an association or organization that will talk more on this, and the way at which they package our food, our edibles, should be reduced. Yes, should be reduced, because those things in which they use in packaging our edibles also causes cancer to the body.
Welcome back. Well, before we went to view what the people had to say on the streets, we are talking about turmeric, and dietitian Cholonwa Chukwu is still here in the studio. So tell us about turmeric. You could listen. You heard the young man talk about lifespan. Before now, we had longer lifespans, but these days with instant this, fast that, the lifespan has actually come down. But we noticed that in those days, our forefathers were a lot into vegetables. They were a lot into herbs and things like that. So we were talking about turmeric before we went over to listen to the Vox Pop. So tell us about turmeric.
Okay, so turmeric, like we were saying before, turmeric is a spice. At the same time, is a herb. So turmeric has the ability, because of the active ingredient it contains. It has curcuminoid compound. The curcuminoid compound is the active ingredient, the most potent ingredient that turmeric has. So, but then the body doesn't just utilize it. It needs something that will help the body. Assuming, for example, let me say, assuming 100 grams of turmeric powder, assuming it has 70 or 60% of 60 or 70% of curcuminoid compounds in it, when you take it, the body will not extract, won't be able to extract up to that 60% content. You understand? Because the bioavailability is low. Okay. But you need something that will help. What bioavailability That's is? Being available, the ability removed from the body easily, yeah? Ability for the body to extract that active ingredient and utilize it is very low. It's very low. So you need to add something. Okay. So that's why turmeric, we always tell people, you don't just take turmeric, maybe you are treating cancer or managing cancer, you are just taking turmeric. It doesn't just work. That curcuminol compound requires something that will help it to be extracted. Something like a black pepper. Black pepper has pepperine in it, so black pepper will help to do what? To extract that. So how do you combine the two? You combine it, you work in ratios. You can work in ratios. You combine, add to your tolerance, but working in ratio is good. So what you do, you combine the two. More of turmeric anyway. In cooking, and then, you're talking about cooking. In cooking, well, if yeah, you cook it, you use it in cooking, but most times what I do, I recommend for patients, or apart from cancer patient, any other patient or any other person, you mustn't be a patient anyway, any other person that is taking it, you can take it in warm water. Add it in warm water. As tea. You can use it to take tea. But can you add black pepper? Yes. It's the two. You mix the two. You mix the turmeric and the black pepper. And wherever you don't want to add black pepper to it, for still the curcuminol compound to be extracted, you can add little oil to it. What kind of oil? You can add vegetable oil to it. Add olive oil. Add the one that is heart friendly, not the ones you mentioned earlier. Add a heart friendly oil to it. Add a little to it, and then take the body will be able to do what? To extract it. Most of the minerals and the vitamins it contains, they are fat soluble vitamins. So they need fats for the body to utilize them. In the absence of fat, the body may not really utilize them well. So in that 60%, the body might just take like 20%. So you've lost up to 40. You understand? So that is what. Then looking at that is not the only herb. I was going to ask you what other herbs can help. So that's not the only one. You also have ginger. Ginger or 6. Is there a particular way that it should be used to get optimal results? Yeah. Okay. Because you know that ginger can be very repulsive when you eat it in a certain way. So you can take it in powder form. Okay. You can take it in powder form. We've actually done research on that. The difference is not much, just the moisture content. Okay. Some people say, is it not processed? It is not processed. Even if it is processed, the nutrients are there. It is concentrated. You understand? It is not like the ones that are processed and then with added preservatives. The one the dietitians advocate, the one we produce, like I produce, the one we produce, You do not do what? You don't add any preservative. We don't advocate adding preservatives in what we produce. But what we do, we tell you the shelf life. You can use it for a period of 6 months or a period of 1 year, anything outside that. But once you add preservatives, we find out that you see it in the shelf there lasting for 4 or 5 years. It's still there. Then you now ask yourself question, that the active ingredient, are they really active? You understand? Are they really active? But like if we can go back to nature, in the olden days, our forefathers, they were into nature. They were taking the vegetables, they were taking the fruits, more of vegetables, more of fruits. They exercise a lot. Somebody might have a farm that is, I don't know even the kilometer. But now you find out that because of the sedentary lifestyle, effects of civilization and secularization, you find out that you sit down and you're pressing your phone. You may be pressing your phone. You don't know that you've already consumed 4 hours while pressing your phone. You are sedentary. You are not, it's not even so. You are not active. Your phone becomes your companion. You become antisocial. But you are socializing with your phone. So you find out that what the activity pattern is reduced. Because we are trying to look at those things that revolves around cancer. Because you know that obesity is one of the major leading factors.
Let's talk about obesity a little bit and then alcohol. Okay,
fine. So obesity is one of the major, obesity, overweight is the major risk factors. In as much as we have other risk factors, age, sex, exposure to environmental exposures, your diet. Obesity talks about, your intake and then the outputs. You try to look at your body mass index, your height, relationship between your height and your weight, the fat accumulation. When you take your height, you find out that our health-seeking behavior is very poor. People don't bother going to check. Let me even check my BMI. Most people don't even know what is BMI,
how can someone
right?
check what? Of course, they don't even know what it means. So how would they now? So how would you suggest they go and check? Where or how, can they do it by themselves?
No, you can do it. You can do it.
Could you walk us through it?
Okay, what you do, if you have the measuring scale, at least the Bertrand scale.
Okay.
Well, if you have the Bertrand scale, you can mount it and check. The reading is there. You can read it. Then if you have a calibrated, you can use non-stretcher or this non-stretchable tape, right? You can use it. You calibrate it, just place it on the wall. You can check your height. It's in kg per meter square. That's your weight in kg. Then the height in what? In meters. It may be in cm. You convert
the conversion.
Yeah. So what you do, you multiply your weight over your what? Your height in meters squared. So once you multiply, you do what? You get your BMI. Let's see that between 20 to 25, you are within your normals. But if you are from 25 up, you are overweight. Then from 30 up,
obesity. Do you have any success stories, maybe of a patient who was in a particular stage of cancer progression, but with diets and medication?
Oh, yes.
Please, can you tell us about
this? Yes. I once had a patient, the PSA then, the post-trade specific antigen. It was actually high. So the patient was on particular drugs, Avodat and some other drugs, So the patient was on that drug for like a month. Then after that, I said, okay, can we just try diet? Let's try diet and see how it works. Because one thing about diet, all the different types of cancers, they target the diet. You have diet that target different types of cancers. So, but what we are talking about the general things that you can do, to abstain or to manage, right? But when it comes to one-on-one, discussion or one-on-one counseling, and depending on the type of cancer, because that one now is tending towards post-trade, right?
Yeah.
So what we do, what we did then, I said, okay, it was actually from that patient that it was a patient that told me that he doesn't like taking watermelon. That if he tastes, it would be as if he's chewing buff. It does him somehow.
All right.
And I said, okay, since you don't like taking it, because as at that point in time, what came to my mind, in as much as we are trying to increase the protein intake, we increase the protein intake, restrict all sources of,
free radicals. The body produces free radicals that causes oxidative stress. Oxidative stress are the ones that causes problem in the body that can damage the cells. And once the cells are damaged, we start talking about different diseases, more especially this cancer coming up. Cancer has stages: initiation, promotion stage, then progression stage. It has different stages, right? But at the same time, now, I now said, okay, fine. I said, we can restrict all the pollutions being exposed to different carbon monoxide, CO2. You get carbon monoxide from I pass my neighbor Jen now.
It's something that you can't control. However, we'll get back to that on how you can control that. I don't see how you can control it, but we'll get back to that. We're going to show special tips, health tips, for you to learn a thing or two for, towards a very healthy well-being and lifestyle. Watch this. Thanks for still staying with us. Now, dietitian Choma Mwachuku, we're having a conversation and we said, I said there was no way you could control carbon monoxide. However, I need you to let us know how exactly, just one tip on how we can control our consumption of carbon monoxide. Then you wrap up this edition because we have come to the end of our show and time is not our friend right now. So tell us, how can you control carbon monoxide intake?
Okay, we are talking about getting it from emissions, like gensets. In your house, you can cover all the windows. There are some people, once the gen is on, even the door is on, the windows are on. Are open. Yeah, the door is open, the windows are open. So, but if you close all the windows, close the doors, we know that it might filter in, but in a reduced quantity. Unlike once you leave it on. I used to tell my neighbor then, you just leave everything on, everything open. And it's filtering, you see it as a normal air, it mixes with the air, you are inhaling it. You understand? But if you do that, you can. And at the same time, if you go to market, for those of them that have been exposed or maybe received one lecture or the other, you see they have pipe, they channel it. Well, for someone that doesn't have anything, you don't know anything about it, you just on it and it's circulating everywhere, and everybody is inhaling it. That's it. Can I just say something about the alcohol?
Please.
Okay, so
use it as your parting shot.
Okay,
quickly,
so
2 minutes.
Alcohol has been linked to breast cancer, colon cancer, and it is very important that we do what we cut down. If we can restrict, fine. We can restrict alcohol intake. Restrict it entirely if you're a cancer patient is very, very important, because alcohol displaces the B vitamins. You understand? It displaces it in the body. Once it is displaced, the B vitamins, they ensure that the nerves are functioning well. Some of them ensure that energy metabolism is going on well in the body. Some of them also ensures that the proteins, the production of red blood cells are ongoing. And then immune system too, some built immune system. So whereby you find out that what, anything that interferes, because once you take alcohol, it gives you the impression that you are okay. You are high. It solves the problem. False impression at that point in time. Exactly. So what happens is that you find out that you are frequenting the toilet or convenience. You are going there, you urinate, you come back. You think it's ordinary water that is leaving the body. No, it's not ordinary water. It's the nutrients that are just leaving the body. At the time, before you know it, you are down with one problem or the other. And at the same time, it's good we increase our fiber intake. Fiber helps a lot in controlling the colorectal cancer.
The truth of the matter is that you're coming back on this show for a part 2. I see that you're filled with so much to give, and we're going to give you that opportunity to let it all out. Thank you so much, dietitian Choma Machuku. Thank you for lighting up our studio and our program today. All right, that's the much you can take on Inside Health today. Thank you so much for staying with us. I'm still your host, Chigichi Agoram. See you same station, same time next week. Welcome to Signature TV's Gender Perspectives, where we explore the complex tapestry of gender roles and identities in our society. Join us as we delve into thought-provoking discussions and challenge traditional norms. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Oluoha, and I hope you have a great time. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Well, on the 6th of February, the United Nations celebrated the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation, also known as FGM. Today, we will examine the critical issue of female genital mutilation in our society. We will explore the harmful practices and discuss the devastating consequences for women and girls, and examine the ongoing efforts to eradicate this violation of human rights. But first, let's look at the background reports.
Female genital mutilation comprises all procedures that involve partial or total removal of the external female genitalia or other injury to the female genital organs for non-medical reasons. The practice has no health benefits for girls and women and can result in severe bleeding and problems urinating, and later cysts, menstrual difficulties, infections, as well as complications in childbirth and increased risk of newborn deaths. The practice of female genital mutilation is recognized internationally as a violation of the human rights of girls and women. It reflects deep-rooted inequality between the sexes and constitutes an extreme form of discrimination against girls and women. It is nearly always carried out on minors and is a violation of the rights of children. The practice also violates a person's right to health, security, and physical integrity, the right to be free from torture and cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment, and the right to life, in instances when the procedure results in death. In several settings, there is evidence suggesting greater involvement of health workers in performing female genital mutilation due to the belief that the procedure is safer when medicalized. World Health Organization strongly urges health workers not to perform female genital mutilation and has developed a global strategy and specific materials to support the health sector and health workers themselves to end female genital mutilation medicalization. Female genital mutilation is classified into 4 major types. Type 1. This is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands, the external and visible part of the clitoris, which is a sensitive part of the female genitals, and or the prepuce/clitoral hood, the fold of skin surrounding the clitoral glands. Type 2. This is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands and the labia minora, the inner folds of the vulva, with or without removal of the labia majora, the outer folds of skin of the vulva. Type 3, also known as infibulation, this is the narrowing of the vaginal opening through the creation of a covering seal. The seal is formed by cutting and repositioning the labia minora, or labia majora, sometimes through stitching, with or without removal of the clitoral prepuce/clitoral hood and glands. Type 4, this includes all other harmful procedures to the female genitalia for non-medical purposes, example, pricking, piercing, incising, scraping and cauterizing the genital area. Immediate complications of female genital mutilation can include severe pain, excessive bleeding, hemorrhage, genital tissue swelling, fever, infections, urinary problems, wound healing problems, injury to surrounding genital tissue, shock, death. Long-term complications can include urinary problems such as painful urination, urinary tract infections, vaginal problems such as discharge, itching, bacterial vaginosis, and other infections. Menstrual problems, which include painful menstruations, difficulty in passing menstrual blood, etc. Scar tissue and keloid, sexual problems like pain during intercourse, decreased satisfaction. Increased risk of childbirth complications, difficult delivery, excessive bleeding, cesarean section, need to resuscitate the baby, and newborn deaths. Need for later surgeries. Women with type 3 might require deinfibulation, which is the opening the infibulated scar to allow for sexual intercourse and childbirth. Psychological problems such as depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, low self-esteem. The reasons why FGM is performed vary from one region to another as well as over time and include a mix of sociocultural factors within families and communities. Where FGM is a social convention, the social pressure to conform to what others do and have been doing, as well as the need to be accepted socially and the fear of being rejected by the community, are strong motivations to perpetuate the practice. FGM is often considered a necessary part of raising a girl and a way to prepare her for adulthood and marriage. This can include controlling her sexuality to promote premarital virginity and marital fidelity. Some people believe that the practice has religious support, although no religious scripts prescribe the practice. Religious leaders take varying positions with regard to FGM, with some contributing to its abandonment. Female genital mutilation is mostly carried out on young girls between infancy and adolescence, and occasionally on adult women. Female genital mutilation is practiced in 31 countries in the western, eastern, and northeastern regions of Africa, and some countries in the Middle East and Asia. More than 230 million girls and women alive today have been subjected to the practice, with female genital mutilation is therefore of global concern. Female genital mutilation is a harmful practice that violates the human rights of girls and women. While progress has been made in recent years to address this issue, much more work remains to be done to eliminate it completely. This requires a broad approach that includes education, awareness raising, legal reforms.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Spread the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it through by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Awareness and understanding of female genital mutilation vary significantly. Some individuals have little to no knowledge of the practice and its devastating consequences. While this lack of awareness can hinder efforts to eliminate female genital mutilation, as it leads to apathy or even unintentional support of the practice. On the other hand, some individuals have a good understanding of female genital mutilation, its health risks, and its violation of human rights. And this empowers them to advocate for the rights of girls and women and to work towards ending this practice. Let's hear what the people have to say about it.
I've heard about female genital mutilation, that is FGM. I have heard that some communities, in the bid to circumcise their female daughters, go a long way to mutilate the female genitals. And to some extent, it makes the female genital become insensitive. It's a very, very ugly thing to do. But many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently, and a young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions, on radios, to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice. Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay. For me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a the fact that there is no lecture based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. It needs to tutor people based on dangers or harm of female genders. Through advertisements, first of all, to having lectures like organizing classes for this kind of incidents. 3. Public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like you can open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, you can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been oriented or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them. Like, it infects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. And I don't think people are well informed about it, actually. Because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. Government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation for us. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children. And just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot nowadays. Like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific organization, association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society, and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
Female genital mutilation is a harmful traditional practice with no health benefits, often performed on female children and teenagers. Female genital mutilation can have severe physical and psychological consequences for women and girls, including increased risk of infection, infertility, and complications during childbirth. Well, today with me in the studio to throw more light on this issue is Victoria Chukwu. She is a lecturer in the Department of Anatomy, Godfrey Okoye University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, as you know, February 6th is the United Nations International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. And this is something that, you know, a lot of people don't know about it. Some people know, but they don't really understand what it is about. Okay. So, tell us what female genital mutilation is all about.
Okay, thank you very much. So female genital mutilation, just like you said, a lot of persons are unaware of what it is or fully what the consequences of female genital mutilation is. So it's basically any form of mutilation on the female genital area that is non-medical. It's not for medical purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could involve piercing or cutting off maybe the clitoris, yes, or the labia, any part of it at all, without, not for medical purpose or reasons, right? So any form of it at all, it's female genital mutilation. So there are different types, of course, yes, of female genital mutilations. There are about 4 classifications.
Okay.
Okay, so you can have the first type where you have the clitoris being cut off.
Yeah.
Okay, and you can also have the other part, or the clitoris being cut off alongside with the labia majora. Okay, that's the lip, inner lip of the female genitals. Okay, then the second part is where you have both the labia majora, labia minora cut off alongside the stitching of some part of the vagina,
okay,
to narrow it,
yes,
kind of.
Yes.
Okay, and then you have the third part, you have the fourth part as well. Now, what they do is just to ensure that this is done to prevent, the reason, not for medical reason, just to prevent sexual promiscuity. They feel this is done to maybe keep a girl in check.
Yes.
It's a way of grooming her for marriage. It's a way of grooming her for adulthood, or even to keep her to be, maybe, let's use the term, not a person of immoral acts, yes, in her husband's house.
Yes.
But that is really, really wrong, because it doesn't add up at all.
It doesn't add up, yes, honestly. And I'm actually coming to that, because I'm sure this is one of the myths and misconceptions, yes, about, yes, female genital mutilation.
Sure.
But aside the promiscuity thing, are there other social and cultural reasons behind this act?
Yes, a lot of social and cultural reasons. Something like feeling along. Some society believe or feel that mutilation is a form of an initiation of a family. It's kind of a ritual or a rite where a family or an individual or a girl has to belong or is allowed to now maybe associate with every other person in the society. Some cultures believe it's normal. They take it as a normal thing.
Yeah.
So individuals who are not mutilated might just be cut off or isolated from the entire community.
Yes.
So it's a social issue and also a cultural thing. So it might be accepted by different cultures across the globe. For example, we have about up to 230 females, right,
Yes.
that have undergone between the ages of infant to 15 that have undergone female genital mutilation. And that's because of the different norms across culture, where they
Yes.
believe this is normal, but it's actually not a normal thing, because a girl is a violation of human rights. A
It
girl has
is,
the
it
right
is.
to enjoy sex and pleasure
Mhm.
and have pleasure in all of that, because that was what God made.
it
But
for.
because of the social belief that it's a form of the female circumcision. You
Yes.
discover that they feel, okay, since the male counterparts are circumcised,
Circumcised.
this is the female version of
Yes.
it, but that's
It's
totally wrong.
It's so wrong. And talking about human rights violation, I believe for the United Nations to really bring out a day to talk to, you know, create this awareness of zero tolerance for female genital mutilation, I believe it's something that is very serious. So let's look at how this is a form of gender-based violence and abuse of human rights for
Okay.
girls and women.
Okay, so just like I mentioned earlier, some culture believe this is right, and it's a way of taming the girl child to keep her from being promiscuous and then submissive.
Yes.
Now you're doing this because you want to have her tamed, so she doesn't explore sexually. But there are other means you can do that without having to violate her rights.
Yeah.
If you're reducing, or you're doing this to reduce her pleasure sexually, to tame her in quotes, that's you violating her rights as a human, because this was created by God for reasons, right? So doing anything against her pleasure, just like it said, the right of one person stops when that of another starts. So anything that has to do with reducing, taming the girl child, and bringing her back or behind the background, behind the scene, you're meant to act in this way, and that is it. And it's not like this affects the society in other ways, right? Because you still have people who have been mutilated who are promiscuous.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it does not in any way prove that a girl who has been circumcised, let me use that word, is going to keep herself maybe in her home, or she's going to remain a virgin before she gets married. So it's really human rights violation completely. So the World Health Organization is actually fighting to see that there's zero tolerance, to human rights. I mean, to
female
genital mutilation. And they're looking at ensuring that this is stopped as at 2030.
Yeah.
But well, without awareness, it's going to be a very difficult thing.
Yes. You are an anatomist,
Yeah.
and I believe that you may have encountered someone or some women who have undergone female genital mutilation. Can you share an experience with us?
Okay, so this is on a personal level or basis, not medically, like practicing.
All
I'm
right.
actually a lecturer, right?
Okay.
So I have this friend of mine who, that is a rule, she's from the eastern part of Nigeria, and it's kind of a norm or a rule in their family that every female must be circumcised. I mean, a friend. Okay, so she also went female genital mutilation, where her clitoris precisely was cut off.
Wow.
Now she's married, and at some point she called me and was like, sex has been a difficult thing for her, right? It's a very painful thing, because apart from being cut, I think there was more to it. A kind of stitching of her vaginal opening, just to narrow it. So it's not just about her cutting of the clitoris, and the aim was to keep them from you know, being promiscuous and all of that. Yes, she married as a virgin, but the pain is worse than what it was done for. So it's not been a pleasurable thing for her in her home, and you see her running away from
any
her.
sexual
Yes,
activity.
yes.
That is so sad.
It's actually a
It's
very sad
so
story
sad.
because a lot of persons might not say anything about it, but so many women who have undergone one or two of these things, any of them or any of the types, might keep away from their husbands because of the pain. The man does not necessarily understand. Then the shame.
Exactly.
Some persons are ashamed, like, okay, my body doesn't look like every other woman and all of that. So the psychological effects, I'm not like every other girl. Maybe there's something that's happened that brought about this and all of that. And then for some other persons, the after effects, you know, the pain they have to undergo, the pain, the severe pain. So post-traumatic stress disorder is also something that is an after effect of this whole
and
practices.
this lady is going through all of this as a result of. One would think that in Nigeria, female genital mutilation is mostly in the north.
What?
In the north.
No.
But you're saying that this is an eastern, so southeast. Wow.
Actually, for the north, the north has the least percentage of female genital mutilation.
Really?
Yes, the north has, and then the west, if you're to go by ethnicity, yes, statistics, ethnicity, we have the west having the highest, and then followed by the east, and then the north is the least, about 1.9% or so. Now you discover that within the eastern region, I don't know if it's okay to go that deep, Imo has the highest percentage, but I don't know how true as well. Just like you have things like promiscuity is more there. So what's the correlation? I don't know.
Exactly.
I really do not know, but it's not the thing of the north. It's here in the
That
east.
means this is a big misconception that people need to actually be aware of, because when you hear things like female genital mutilation, they'll be like, it's the northerners, and you know.
Not at all.
And hearing this now is a big revelation.
Not at
it's
all.
A big revelation.
It's not a northern thing. Just like I said, they have the least of it.
Yes.
Of course, the northerners, when you come to the female thing, they respect their female. Of course, I know the let's not go in there.
Okay, so talking of myths and misconceptions, you've mentioned the idea of women being mutilated to prevent promiscuity, and then there's also this belief that those that are not mutilated are the promiscuous ones, you know, that run around and all of that. Well, you just said now that this lady that you met, or you know rather, she runs away from sex, and there are also people who are mutilated that are also promiscuous.
A lot.
So I'm trying to marry the two, but it's not, it's not correlated. So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so
and other myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation.
So there are a lot of myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation. So first of all, they believe this is a way of taming a girl child to make sure she's not promiscuous. But like we already mentioned, it doesn't stop anybody who wants to be promiscuous from being promiscuous. It's all about training, environments, what you add to your child as a parent and all of that, the religion and all of that. Okay, so there's no correlation between mutilation and not being promiscuous at all. At all. So some other misconception is the fact that when you're mutilated, you're going to serve your husband better. You'll be kind of submissive, right? And then remain in your home, because the thing is to tame you. Now that's a very big misconception, right? And there are a lot of other myths that includes, permit me, I'm a lecturer.
Yes, of course, you can.
So I can actually go through one or two things that I wrote down. Okay, so one of the myths, again, that we could look at is the fact that, sorry about this, permit me. Okay, one of it is the fact that it doesn't happen around me. It's, like you said, down in the north. That's a myth. It's here. It's in Enugu. Thank God for the East. When you talk about, when you're looking at the statistics, Enugu has kind of the lowest.
Okay.
When you start from Imo, you go down to Enugu and all, I mean to Ebonyi.
Yes.
Fine. So Enugu has, it's pretty low on that, but it's around us. It's happening around us. Okay. So some other persons believe it's performed for medical reasons.
Exactly.
Like we said, it is any form of tampering with the genitals for non-medical reasons. So it's not for a medical reason. It's not done because it will add any value to a female body medically or for health purposes and all of that. Rather, it brings complications a lot, which we can look at maybe when we are done with the myths. Okay, so another myth is the fact that it's going to decline even if I don't do anything about it. That's a big myth. People are ignorant about these things. They believe it's a social thing. We do it to belong. So you need to inform the society about this. So that's a myth. It will continue unless the awareness is increased. Okay, so it is performed. Another one is that it's performed in rural areas.
Yeah.
It happened even in urban cities and all of that. So it's not just the rural region. Okay, then the worst part of it is the fact that there's a standard medical way of doing it. There's nothing like that.
You know, I was coming to that. There has also been this revelation kind of, or people are starting to find out that medical personnel are now involved in female genital mutilation because according to them, it's kind of, it's safer, it's, you know, it's a hospital, so everything is done in a hospital, and some medical personnel are now involving themselves in this act. So.
Okay, well, the thing is, there's no medical safety in doing that. Now, the truth is, most medical personnel are involved currently for some reasons. There are pros and cons to it. Some persons, the reason is for the money involved.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they want to earn. So, okay, if this community where I'm found is, they practice it and I can earn from it, fine. The beautiful thing is it reduces the risk of infections, let's just say that.
Okay.
Because maybe, let's believe it will be done with sterile instruments. So that, to a large extent, can be eliminated. Okay, but the other way around, some medical personnel are taking over with the aim of trying to curb it. Okay, so if, for instance, it's restricted to the female, I mean the medical personnel to handle, and the cost is high, a lot of persons will opt out. So that's why I said it's a two-way coin, right? So the medical areas in the rural region and all of that, or the medical personnel might be involved for these two reasons. The entire place is not flooded with just the aim of making the money and all of that.
So it's also as a way to scare people away because of the exorbitant fees that they will have to pay compared to if it is done locally. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now let's look at the consequences or the side effects of female genital mutilation, the risks, the immediate and the long-term risks of female genital mutilation. You've mentioned one already. You said sexual satisfaction. Women who have their genitals are mutilated don't have sexual satisfaction. Aside that, what are other risks involved?
Okay, just like you mentioned, there are immediate risk and then you have the long-term risk. For the immediate risk, excessive bleeding is part of it. Exposure to infection, especially when it's done locally. You could see things like HIV being transmitted. The instruments that are being used for this, most families, some of the things you see is they gather their female children and then perform a ritual and then you circumcise all of them. So when you're done with this one, you shift, bring another person. So the risk of infection is high. Another thing is inflammations. You don't know the drugs that they are given and all of that to make sure that there are no inflammations, which could lead to a lot of other things. Okay, so you could have problems urinating, depending on the type of female genital mutilation that a child undergoes. Some stitch to the point of closing the source where you urinate from, right? And that's a big problem, because that means you have to retain urine. When you urinate, you retain it in your body, okay? Or you have a very tiny hole for even menstruating.
Exactly, yes.
There are a lot of complications. Childbirth is another risk. You have women that will have to also birth through the vagina, having issues, right? So it's complicated. The newborn might even die. It increases the risk because the stress and all of that. So the benefit, there's no benefit.
There is none.
There's no benefit at all. It's causes more harm than the benefits people feel they derive from it.
Okay. And for those who are gone female genital mutilations, are there options to, well, I don't know if there's any option to reverse the removal of the clitoris, because that's gone.
It's gone.
But for those who had their vaginal openings, you know, staged, or like you said, even their urethra staged, are there options to like reverse it? Maybe in cases of childbirth, maybe if they want to go to the hospital to give birth, is there a possibility of the doctor, you know, opening it back or something like that?
Well, the world is evolving medically. If it were before, I'll say the options are limited. But currently, there are a lot of options, right? So it's very possible intentionally to go back to the hospital and your gynecologist guide you through giving birth and all of that. And if there is need for reopening or widening of the vagina, right, for the purpose of giving birth, or whatsoever reason you feel you want to go back to the normal state and all of that, it can be done.
Okay.
But the thing is, the original is not the same as the fixed one, right? So yes, it's not the same. When you have to do that to fix, like prevention is better than cure, right?
Exactly.
So having to undergo medical therapy or surgery to bring it back to normal would definitely not be the same as if nothing was done at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how, within the healthcare setting, is there a way to identify people who have been who have undergone FGM?
Well, physically looking, you might not be able to tell. Everybody is clothed and all of that, moving, just like HIV, you know, they show for face.
Exactly, yes.
So it's difficult. So people are going through a lot, except for those who are exposed, maybe gynecologists and all of that, they're exposed to medical attention that deals with gyno. Fine, you could identify, of course, looking at the vulva area and all of that, you'll be able to tell whether or not there's been a tampering of any of the parts, right? And then maybe the person have to discuss with you, meeting a psychologist and all of that, and you're put through psychologically how to, because the psychological effect is also another area. So maybe you exposing whatever happened to your psychologist or the gynecologist dictating that when there is need for medical examination. Aside that, it's just difficult to look at somebody and you're able to tell, no, this person went through this. No, it's very, it's not. Yeah.
And it's quite alarming that a lot of people really don't even know that there is even something called female genital mutilation. It's really funny because recently I went about asking people, oh, what do you know about female? And some people are like, I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. Some say, oh, I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it entails. And these are young people, people who live in urban societies, people who are in school or people who are educated, and they have never heard. How much more, less educated people? It's a problem. So what can you say about that?
Okay, the thing is, just like AIDS no dey show for face, people are not aware of so many things happening around them, right? So currently, because of the fight against female genital mutilation, most persons who indulge in it do it probably privately. It's not something elaborated so much, except for a place in Africa like Somalia and Guinea where it is still
yes, quite high.
Yes, fine. But in Nigeria, most persons will tell you they know nothing about it because it's not celebrated. It's not something that is so heard of. There are no much awareness on that, and the persons who are maybe mutilated would not come out to say, oh, I went through this and all of that, like some other persons that take it up just to ensure that younger girls are helped or prevented from being exposed to that. So it's possible people to talk or say things like, I've never heard that before, because the awareness is really...
So what can we do to create this awareness so that people will know? Because this lack of awareness is indirectly still promoting this act of female genital mutilation. And the more people get to know this, at least, and know the dangers of this act, the more, you know, this thing will reduce.
Okay.
So what ways can we create this publicity and awareness on female genital mutilation?
Okay, first of all, to create awareness, you start from, don't just, for a society where it's prevalent, don't just pick a family and then teach them about it. Make it a societal thing, in a way that the persons who refuse to indulge in it are not ostracized, right? So you start with the awareness in the community where it is practiced, okay? Then you also get a lot of more medical personnel or TV programs that will teach, even in the urban area, things about it and help to inform others, make people know, okay, there's something like this. Should you know anyone that have gone through or is about to go through this, do this, inform these other persons and all of that. The government should come in. The religious sector should come in, because one of the problem or the myth is, one of the myths is the fact that some persons believe it's religious, but there is no place in the scripture or in the Quran where it's recorded.
Yes.
For the male circumcision, yes, we have a record of that, but for the female genital mutilation, let's not call it circumcision,
No,
it's not mentioned.
Yeah.
So there's no backup religiously supporting this, right?
Yeah.
So if there are religious leaders that maybe support this, is because of the custom from where they are coming from, not because it's a religious thing. Okay, so the awareness from religious leaders, governments, the TV, every hand should be on deck to promote and teach about this. And if possible, create a safe zone for the persons who have undergone this, so that they can also speak out.
Exactly.
They need to talk, so that we know.
Because I also want to ask, how can we support women who have undergone female genital mutilation and at least help them to you know, heal in some way from this traumatic experience, because it's a very sensitive issue. So some of them might want to shy away from it, and some of them might not take it well. So like, just how can we help them? Those when we find out, when we know that these people have undergone this, what ways can we help them?
Just like we have a great awareness for HIV. At some point, it was nobody heard of it. Most persons died of it without.
Exactly.
Yes, and then we made it a global thing in Nigeria. From when I was in primary school, corpers came to school, taught about it, and then give out handouts where we have foundations that took care of people that had HIV, right? We could also have foundations that could make it a safe zone for people who have undergone female genital mutilation to go there, and they have all-round care, psychological, they are taken care of, emotionally they are taken care of, physically, health-wise, right? And they are given the voice when they are healed to speak up and also help other girls or ladies to heal. Okay, so that's one of the things that can be done, the awareness, and then a safe zone for them. So when they speak, that social and social stigmatization would not be a problem to them.
This conversation is quite enlightening, and I hope our viewers are learning from this. We all need to join hands together with the UN to promote this zero tolerance for female genital mutilation. Thank you so much, Victoria Chukwu, for joining us. I enjoyed this conversation with you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Gender Perspective continues. Well, it's eye-opening hearing people's opinions about female genital mutilation and its implications. Although the practice has been around for several years, ending female genital mutilation within this generation is still possible if we accelerate our progress and create more awareness and sensitization programs. Let's come together to end this terrible act and promote a healthy life for our women and girls. Well, thank you for staying with me on the program. Remember, we are live 24/7 on YouTube, and make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms, X, Facebook, and Instagram, and every other social media platform. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. See you same time next week. Welcome to Signature TV's Gender Perspectives, where we explore the complex tapestry of gender roles and identities in our society. Join us as we delve into thought-provoking discussions and challenge traditional norms. My name is Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha, and I hope you have a great time. We'll be back shortly. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. Well, on the 6th of February, the United Nations celebrated the International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation, also known as FGM. Today, we will examine the critical issue of female genital mutilation in our society. We will explore the harmful practices and discuss the devastating consequences for women and girls, and examine the ongoing efforts to eradicate this violation of human rights. But first, let's look at the background report.
Female genital mutilation comprises all procedures that involve partial or total removal of the external female genitalia or other injury to the female genital organs for non-medical reasons. The practice has no health benefits for girls and women and can result in severe bleeding and problems urinating, and later cysts, menstrual difficulties, infections, as well as complications in childbirth and increased risk of newborn deaths. The practice of female genital mutilation is recognized internationally as a violation of the human rights of girls and women. It reflects deep-rooted inequality between the sexes and constitutes an extreme form of discrimination against girls and women. It is nearly always carried out on minors and is a violation of the rights of children. The practice also violates a person's right to health, security, and physical integrity, the right to be free from torture and cruel, inhuman or degrading treatment, and the right to life, in instances when the procedure results in death. In several settings, there is evidence suggesting greater involvement of health workers in performing female genital mutilation due to the belief that the procedure is safer when medicalized. World Health Organization strongly urges health workers not to perform female genital mutilation and has developed a global strategy and specific materials to support the health sector and health workers themselves to end female genital mutilation medicalization. Female genital mutilation is classified into 4 major types. Type 1. This is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands, the external and visible part of the clitoris, which is a sensitive part of the female genitals, and or the prepuce/clitoral hood, the fold of skin surrounding the clitoral glands. Type 2. This is the partial or total removal of the clitoral glands and the labia minora, the inner folds of the vulva, with or without removal of the labia majora, the outer folds of skin of the vulva. Type 3, also known as infibulation, this is the narrowing of the vaginal opening through the creation of a covering seal. The seal is formed by cutting and repositioning the labia minora, or labia majora, sometimes through stitching, with or without removal of the clitoral prepuce/clitoral hood and glands. Type 4, this includes all other harmful procedures to the female genitalia for non-medical purposes, example, pricking, piercing, incising, scraping and cauterizing the genital area. Immediate complications of female genital mutilation can include severe pain, excessive bleeding, hemorrhage, genital tissue swelling, fever, infections, urinary problems, wound healing problems, injury to surrounding genital tissue, shock, death. Long-term complications can include urinary problems such as painful urination, urinary tract infections, vaginal problems such as discharge, itching, bacterial vaginosis, and other infections. Menstrual problems, which include painful menstruations, difficulty in passing menstrual blood, etc. Scar tissue and keloid, sexual problems like pain during intercourse, decreased satisfaction. Increased risk of childbirth complications, difficult delivery, excessive bleeding, cesarean section, need to resuscitate the baby, and newborn deaths. Need for later surgeries. Women with type 3 might require deinfibulation, which is the opening the infibulated scar to allow for sexual intercourse and childbirth. Psychological problems such as depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, low self-esteem. The reasons why FGM is performed vary from one region to another as well as over time and include a mix of sociocultural factors within families and communities. Where FGM is a social convention, the social pressure to conform to what others do and have been doing, as well as the need to be accepted socially and the fear of being rejected by the community, are strong motivations to perpetuate the practice. FGM is often considered a necessary part of raising a girl and a way to prepare her for adulthood and marriage. This can include controlling her sexuality to promote premarital virginity and marital fidelity. Some people believe that the practice has religious support, although no religious scripts prescribe the practice. Religious leaders take varying positions with regard to FGM, with some contributing to its abandonment. Female genital mutilation is mostly carried out on young girls between infancy and adolescence, and occasionally on adult women. Female genital mutilation is practiced in 31 countries in the western, eastern, and northeastern regions of Africa, and some countries in the Middle East and Asia. More than 230 million girls and women alive today have been subjected to the practice, with female genital mutilation is therefore of global concern. Female genital mutilation is a harmful practice that violates the human rights of girls and women. While progress has been made in recent years to address this issue, much more work remains to be done to eliminate it completely. This requires a broad approach that includes education, awareness raising, legal reforms.
We are local.
we are right now with the wife of the man that was
Despite the
killed.
main market is in chaos, people are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Awareness and understanding of female genital mutilation vary significantly. Some individuals have little to no knowledge of the practice and its devastating consequences. While this lack of awareness can hinder efforts to eliminate female genital mutilation, as it leads to apathy or even unintentional support of the practice. On the other hand, some individuals have a good understanding of female genital mutilation, its health risks, and its violation of human rights. And this empowers them to advocate for the rights of girls and women and to work towards ending this practice. Let's hear what the people have to say about it.
I've heard about female genital mutilation, that is FGM. I have heard that some communities, in the bid to circumcise their female daughters, go a long way to mutilate the female genitals. And to some extent, it makes the female genital become insensitive. It's a very, very ugly thing to do, but many cultures in Nigeria are practicing it. In fact, for me, I can't see it around my community, but I hear some people say that that is the way it is done elsewhere around Nigeria, and I don't think it's a good practice to follow. Why I think it's not a good practice, I read a clip about that recently, and a young man who wrote that said it is very difficult to make somebody who has gone through FGM to have sexual satisfaction. That is, you can't make the person feel excited during sexual practice. So I think the best thing is for people to desist from that practice. I suggest a campaign about this so that people will come to know and to understand. Even in the Bible, when God was talking about circumcision, he never mentioned women. So some people just start doing that, and maybe I don't know how they feel about it, because it was only the males that God told Abraham to circumcise. So in the situation of circumcising a woman is not a good one. It's not a good one at all. So by the time a campaign is carried out, maybe schools, maybe secondary school campaign, maybe women market campaign, or advertisements on televisions or radios to make parents understand that that is a very bad habit. That is not something they should practice. Of course, I have a daughter. I can't do that on my daughter. I can't do it. No matter how people feel is okay. For me, I can't do it on my daughter. And I feel parents should not imbibe that kind of culture.
Well, from how it sounds, female genital mutilation deals with female circumcision. In a the fact that there is no lecture based on this kind of incidents doesn't mean that the government is doing very well. It needs to tutor people based on dangers or harm of female genders. Through advertisement of this kind of incidents. 3. Public sensitization. Like, in order to make people know about it, you have to go to places like people are really interested in, like stuff like that. Open an Instagram account and go live to talk about kind of cases and stuff. It's not only physical, you can also do it online.
Female genital circumcision can also be put as female circumcision, which is removing some organs of the female gender. It can be said to be the removal of the outer layer of the female organs or the female reproductive organ. To me, it's a bad thing. Well, for a man, they can remove the outer organ, it's alright, but for a woman, I take it to be wrong because sometimes in life it can also affect them in their interaction with other people. Calling people to order in sense of awareness or form of just awareness simply. For instance, going to different villages which has not been orientated or being taught of this female circumcision, we can tell them about it, tell them the disadvantage, tell them everything about it for them to be able to know that doing this can affect a woman both in reproducing and both in socializing with other people.
Female genital mutilation can be seen as the intentional act of taking partially or fully the external organs, especially sexual external organs, of a female from between 15 years and above. It has been scientifically proven that most girls who experience that undergo certain psychological effects and severe pains, and it causes infections to them, like it infects their urinary tract and it gives them difficulty during childbirth. It's mostly found among Africans, and I don't think it's actually something good because it has no medical impact on those girls. So it needs to be abolished. And I don't think people are well informed about it, actually. Because if they are well informed about it, they won't carry such acts. But ignorance is not an excuse in law, so you shouldn't take it like that. They need to be aware. Government should create some agencies who partake in going around cities and informing people about disadvantages of female genital mutilation.
I see female genital mutilation as a kind of situation whereby girls, like females, are being, circumcised, and it's a very bad and harmful situation. So I just wish to tell you guys that it needs to be stopped in our society. In some situations, some females, when they become adults, some of them are some are being downsized, some get diseases, like different diseases, and those diseases can lead to them not producing children. And just know that it causes a lot to females, like it causes a lot nowadays. Like, we're now in a modern society, but there are these societies, like there are these villages that I think we need to open their ear and talk to them. They need to hear this because they damage females in that society. So, like, we need to talk, like stretch our hands to them and like talk to them so they will listen to this. Because now we're in a modern world. The government should bring out a specific association of people who would go around to societies, each and every society, and talk to them about it. Yes, enlighten them more about it.
For what I've gathered, from the knowledge I have now, female genital mutilation has to do with female circumcision, because it's not written in the Bible. What is written in the Bible has to do with male circumcision. The Bible didn't say anything about female circumcision. As far as I'm concerned, reading the Bible, I have not come across any part of the Bible which states that a woman must be circumcised. The government can stop this by intervening, creating awareness on the effects of female circumcision.
Female genital mutilation is a harmful traditional practice with no health benefits, often performed on female children and teenagers. Female genital mutilation can have severe physical and psychological consequences for women and girls, including increased risk of infection, infertility, and complications during childbirth. Well, today with me in the studio to throw more light on this issue is Victoria Chukwu. She is a lecturer in the Department of Anatomy, Godfrey Okoye University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Much.
It's a pleasure having you here.
Thank you for having me.
So, as you know, February 6th is the United Nations International Day of Zero Tolerance for Female Genital Mutilation. And this is something that, you know, a lot of people don't know about it. Some people know, but they don't really understand what it is about. Okay. So, tell us what female genital mutilation is all about.
Okay, thank you very much. So female genital mutilation, just like you said, a lot of persons are unaware of what it is or fully what the consequences of female genital mutilation is. So it's basically any form of mutilation on the female genital area that is non-medical. It's not for medical purpose.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could involve piercing or cutting off maybe the clitoris, yes, or the labia, any part of it at all, without, not for medical purpose or reasons, right? So any form of it at all, it's female genital mutilation. So there are different types, of course, yes, of female genital mutilations. There are about 4 classifications.
Okay.
Okay, so you can have the first type where you have the clitoris being cut off. Yeah. Okay, and you can also have the other part, or the clitoris being cut off alongside with the labia majora. Okay, that's the lip, inner lip of the female genitals. Okay, then the second part is where you have both the labia majora, labia minora cut off alongside the stitching of some part of the vagina, okay, to narrow it, yes, kind of, yes, okay. And then you have the third part, you have the fourth part as well. Now, what they do is just to ensure that this is done to prevent, the reason, not for medical reason, just to prevent sexual promiscuity. They feel this is done to maybe keep a girl in check. Yes. It's a way of grooming her for marriage, it's a way of grooming her for adulthood, or even to keep her to be maybe, let's use the term, not a person of immoral acts, yes, in her husband's house. Yes. But okay, that is really, really wrong because it doesn't add up at all.
It doesn't add up, yes, honestly. And I'm actually coming to that because I'm sure this is one of the myths and misconceptions, yes, about, yes, female genital mutilation. Sure. But aside the promiscuity thing, are there other social and cultural reasons behind this act?
Yes, a lot of social and cultural reasons. Something like feeling along. Some society believe or feel that mutilation is a form of an initiation of a family. It's kind of a ritual or a rite where a family or an individual or a girl has to belong or is allowed to now maybe associate with every other person in the society. Some cultures believe it's normal. They take it as a normal thing. Yeah. So individuals who are not mutilated might just be cut off or isolated from the entire community. Yes. So it's a social issue and also a cultural thing. So it might be accepted by different cultures across the globe. For example, we have about up to 230 females, right, yes, that have undergone, between the ages of infants to 15, that have undergone female genital mutilation. And that's because of the different norms across culture, yes, where they believe this is normal, but it's actually not a normal thing, because a girl is a violation of human rights. A girl has the right to enjoy sex and pleasure, and have pleasure in all of that, because that was what God made. But because of the social belief that it's a form of the female circumcision, yes, we discovered that they feel, okay, since the male counterparts are circumcised, this is the female version, yes, of it, but that's totally wrong.
It's so wrong. And talking about human rights violation, I believe for the United Nations to really bring out a day to talk to, you know, create this awareness of zero tolerance for female genital mutilation. I believe it's something that is very serious. So let's look at how this is a form of gender-based violence and abuse of human rights for girls and women.
Okay, so just like I mentioned earlier, some culture believe this is right, and it's a way of taming the girl child to keep her from being promiscuous and then submissive.
Yes.
Now you're doing this because you want to have her tamed, so she doesn't explore sexually. But there are other means you can do that without having to violate her rights.
Yeah.
If you're reducing, or you're doing this to reduce her pleasure sexually, to tame her in quotes, that's you violating her rights as a human, because this was created by God for reasons, right? So doing anything against her pleasure, just like it said, the right of one person stops when that of another starts. So anything that has to do with reducing, taming the girl child, and bringing her back or behind the background, behind the scene, you're meant to act in this way, and that is it. And it's not like this affects the society in other ways, right? Because you still have people who have been mutilated who are promiscuous.
Exactly. Exactly.
So it does not in any way prove that a girl who has been circumcised, let me use that word, is going to keep herself maybe in her home, or she's going to remain a virgin before she gets married. So it's really human rights violation completely. So the World Health Organization is actually fighting to see that there's zero tolerance, to human rights, to
female
genital. And they're looking at ensuring that this is stopped as at 2030. But, well, without awareness, it's going to be a very difficult thing.
Yes. You are an anatomist. And I believe that you may have encountered someone or some women who have undergone female genital mutilation. Can you share an experience with us?
Okay, so this is on a personal level or basis, not medically, like practicing. I'm actually a lecturer, right? So I have this friend of mine who, that is a rule. She's from the eastern part of Nigeria, and it's kind of a norm or a rule in their family that every female must be circumcised. I mean, a friend. Okay, so she also went female genital mutilation, where her clitoris precisely was cut off.
Wow.
Now she's married, and at some point she called me and was like, sex has been a difficult thing for her, right? It's a very painful thing, because apart from being cut, I think there was more to it. A kind of stitching of her vaginal opening, just to narrow it. So it's not just about her cutting off the clitoris, and the aim was to keep them from, you know, being promiscuous and all of that. Yes, she married as a virgin, but the pain is worse than what it was done for. So it's not been a pleasurable thing for her in her home, and you see her running away from
any sexual activity.
Yes.
Ah, that is so sad.
It's actually a very sad story, because a lot of persons might not say anything about it, but so many women who have undergone one or two of these things, any of them, any of the types, might keep away from their husbands because of the pain. The man does not necessarily understand. Then the shame.
Exactly.
Some persons are ashamed, like, okay, my body doesn't look like every other woman and all of that. So the psychological effects, I'm not like every other girl. Maybe there's something that's happened that brought about this and all of that. And then for some other persons, the after effects, you know, the pain they have to undergo, the pain, the severe pain. So post-traumatic stress disorder is also something that is an after effect of this whole practices.
This lady is going through all of this as a result of. One would think that in Nigeria, female genital mutilation is mostly in the north.
What?
In the north.
No.
Well, you're saying that this is an eastern, so southeast. Wow.
Actually, for the north has the least percentage of female genital mutilation.
Really?
Yes, the north has, and then the west, if you're to go by ethnicity,
okay.
yes, statistics, ethnicity, we have the west having the highest, and then followed by the east, and then the north is the least, about 1.9% or so. Now you
Wow.
discover that within the eastern region, I don't know if it's okay to go that deep, Imo has the highest percentage, but I don't know how true as well. Just like you have things like promiscuity is more there. So what's the correlation? I don't know.
Exactly.
I really do not know, but it's not the thing of the north. It's here in the
That
east.
means this is a big misconception that people need to actually be aware of, because when you hear things like female genital mutilation, they'll be like, it's the northerners, and you know.
Not at all.
And hearing this now is a big revelation.
Not at
it's
all.
A big revelation.
It's not a northern thing. Just like I said, they have the least of it.
Yes.
Of course, the northerners, when you come to the female thing, they respect their female. Of course, I know the let's not go in there.
Okay, so talking of myths and misconceptions, you've mentioned the idea of women being mutilated to prevent promiscuity, and then there's also this belief that those that are not mutilated are the promiscuous ones, you know, that run around and all of that. Well, you know, you just said now that this lady that you met, or you know rather, she runs away from sex, and there are also people who are mutilated that are also promiscuous.
A lot.
So I'm trying to marry the two, but it's not, you know, it's not correlated. So what do you have to say about that?
Okay, so
and other myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation.
So there are a lot of myths and misconceptions about female genital mutilation. So first of all, they believe this is a way of taming a girl child to make sure she's not promiscuous. But like we already mentioned, it doesn't stop anybody who wants to be promiscuous from being promiscuous. It's all about training, environment, what you add to your child as a parent and all of that, the religion and all of that. Okay, so there's no correlation between mutilation and not being promiscuous at all. At all. So some other misconception is the fact that when you're mutilated, you're going to serve your husband better. You'll be kind of submissive, right? And then remain in your home, because the thing is to tame you. Now that's a very big misconception, right? And there are a lot of other myths that includes, permit me, I'm a lecturer.
Yes, of course, you can.
So I can actually go through one or two things that I wrote down. Okay, so one of the myths, again, that we could look at is the fact that, sorry about this, permit me. Okay. One of it is the fact that it doesn't happen around me. It's, like you said, down in the north. That's a myth. It's here. It's in ENUGU. Thank God for the east. When you talk about, when you're looking at the statistics, ENUGU has kind of the lowest. When you start from Imo, you go down to ENUGU and all, I mean to Ebonyi.
Yes.
Fine. So ENUGU has, it's pretty low on that, but it's around us. It's happening around us. Okay. So some other persons believe it's performed for medical reasons.
Exactly.
Like we said, it is any form of tampering with the genitals for non-medical reasons. So it's not for a medical reason. It's not done because it will add any value to a female body medically or for health purposes and all of that. Rather, it brings complications a lot, which we can look at maybe when we are done with the myths. Okay, so another myth is the fact that it's going to decline even if I don't do anything about it. That's a big myth. People are ignorant about these things. They believe it's a social thing. We do it to belong. So you need to inform the society about this. So that's a myth. It will continue unless the awareness is increased. Okay, so it is performed. Another one is that it's performed in rural areas.
Yeah.
It happened even in urban cities and all of that. So it's not just the rural region. Okay, then the worst part of it is the fact that there's a standard medical way of doing it. There's nothing like that.
You know, I was coming to that. There has also been this revelation kind of, or people are starting to find out that medical personnel are now involved in female genital mutilation, because according to them, it's kind of, it's safer, it's, you know, it's a hospital, so everything is done in a hospital, and some medical personnel are now involving themselves in this in this act. So,
Okay, well, the thing is, there's no medical safety in doing that. Now, the truth is, most medical personnel are involved currently for some reasons. There are pros and cons to it. Some persons, the reason is for the money involved.
Okay, yes.
Okay, so they want to earn. So, okay, if this community where I'm found is, they practice it and I can earn from it, fine. The beautiful thing is it reduces the risk of infections, let's just say that.
Okay.
Because maybe, let's believe it will be done with sterile instruments. So that, to a large extent, can be eliminated. Okay, but the other way around, some medical personnel are taking over with the aim of trying to curb it. Okay, so if, for instance, it's restricted to the the medical personnel to handle, and the cost is high, a lot of persons will opt out. So that's why I said it's a two-way coin, right? So the medical areas in the rural region and all of that, or the medical personnel might be involved for these two reasons. The entire place is not flooded with just the aim of making the money and all of that.
So it's also as a way to scare people away because of the exorbitant fees that they will have to pay compared to if it is done locally. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Now let's look at the consequences or the side effects of female genital mutilation, the risks, the immediate and the long-term risks of female genital mutilation. You've mentioned one already. You said sexual satisfaction. Women who have their genitals are mutilated don't have sexual satisfaction. Aside that, what are other risks involved?
Okay, just like you mentioned, there are immediate risk, and then you have the long-term risk. For the immediate risk, excessive bleeding is part of it. Exposure to infection, especially when it's done locally. You could see things like HIV being transmitted. The instruments that are being used for this, most families, some of the things you see is they gather their female children and then perform a ritual, and then you circumcise all of them. So when you're done with this one, you shift, bring another person. So the risk of infection is high. Another thing is inflammations. You don't know the drugs that they are given and all of that to make sure that there are no inflammations, which could lead to a lot of other things. Okay, so you could have problems urinating, depending on the type of female genital mutilation that a child undergoes. Some stitch to the point of closing the source where you urinate from, right? And that's a big problem, because that means you have to retain urine. When you urinate, you retain it in your body, okay? Or you have a very tiny hole for even menstruating.
Exactly, yes.
There are a lot of complications. Childbirth is another risk. You have women that will have to also birth through the vagina, having issues, right? So it's complicated. The newborn might even die. It increases the risk because the stress and all of that. So the benefit, there's no benefit.
There is none.
There's no benefit at all. It's causes more harm than the benefits people feel they derive from it.
Okay. And for those who have undergone female genital mutilations, are there options to, well, I don't know if there's any option to reverse the removal of the clitoris, because that's gone.
It's gone.
But for those who had their vaginal openings you know, staged, or like you said, even their urethra staged, are there options to like reverse it? Maybe in cases of childbirth, maybe if they want to go to the hospital to give birth, is there a possibility of the doctor, you know, opening it back or something like that?
Well, the world is evolving medically. If it were before, I'll say the options are limited, but currently there are a lot of options, right? So it's very possible intentionally to go back to the hospital and your gynecologist guide you through giving birth and all of that.
Yeah.
And if there is need for reopening or widening of the vagina, right, for the purpose of giving birth, or whatsoever reason you feel you want to go back to the normal state and all of that, it can be done.
Okay.
But the thing is, the original is not the same as the fixed ones, right? So yes, it's not the same as the when you have to do that to fix.
Okay.
Like prevention is better than cure, right?
Exactly.
So having to undergo medical therapy or surgery to bring it back to normal would definitely not be the same as if nothing was done at all.
Yeah.
Okay.
And how within the healthcare setting, is there a way to identify people who have been who have undergone FGM?
Well, physically looking, you might not be able to tell. Everybody is clothed and all of that, moving, just like HIV, you know, they show for face.
Exactly, yes.
So it's difficult. So people are going through a lot, except for those who are exposed, maybe gynecologists and all of that, they're exposed to medical attention that deals with gyno.
Yes.
Fine, you could identify, of course, looking at the vulva area and all of that, you'll be able to tell whether or not there's been a tampering of any of the parts, right? And then maybe the person have to discuss with you, meeting a psychologist and all of that, and you're put through psychologically how to, because the psychological effect is also another area.
Yes.
So maybe you exposing whatever happened to your psychologist or the gynecologist dictating that when there is need for medical examination. Aside that, it's just difficult to look at somebody and you're able to tell, no, this person went through this. No, it's very,
No, it's not.
Yeah.
And it's quite alarming that a lot of people really don't even know that there is even something called female genital mutilation. It's really funny because recently I, went about asking people, oh, what do you know about female? And some people are like, I've never heard of it. I don't know what it is. Some say, oh, I've heard of it, but I don't really know what it entails. And these are young people who live in urban societies, people who are in school or people who are educated, and they have never heard. How much more, less educated people? It's a problem. So what can you say about that?
Okay, the thing is, just like AIDS no dey show for face, people are not aware of so many things happening around them, right? So currently, because of the fight against female genital mutilation, most persons who indulge in it do it probably privately. It's not something elaborated so much, except for a place in Africa like Somalia and Guinea where it is still
quite high.
Yes, fine. But in Nigeria, most persons will tell you they know nothing about it because it's not celebrated. It's not something that is so heard of. There are no much awareness on that, and the persons who are maybe mutilated would not come out to say, oh, I went through this and all of that, like some other persons that take it up just to ensure that younger girls are helped or prevented from being exposed to that. So it's possible people talk or say things like, I've never heard that before, because the awareness is really...
So what can we do to create this awareness so that people will know? Because this lack of awareness is indirectly still promoting this act of female genital mutilation. And the more people get to know this, at least, and know the dangers of this act, the more, this thing will reduce.
Okay.
So what ways can we create this publicity and awareness on female genital mutilation?
Okay, first of all, to create awareness, you start from, don't just, for a society where it's prevalent, don't just pick a family and then teach them about it. Make it a societal thing. In a way that the persons who refuse to indulge in it are not ostracized, right? So you start with the awareness in the community where it is practiced. Okay, then you also get a lot of more medical personnel or TV programs that will teach, even in the urban area, things about it and help to inform others, make people know, okay, there's something like this. Should you know anyone that have gone through or is about to go through this, do this, inform these other persons and all of that. The government should come in. The religious sector should come in, because one of the myths is the fact that some persons believe it's religious, but there is no place in the scripture or in the Quran where it's recorded.
Yes.
For the male circumcision, yes, we have a record of that, but for the female genital mutilation, let's not call it circumcision,
no,
it's not mentioned.
Yeah.
So there's no backup religiously supporting this, right?
Yeah.
So if there are religious leaders that maybe support this, is because of the custom from where they are coming from, not because it's a religious thing. Okay, so the awareness from religious leaders, governments, the TV, every hand should be on deck to promote and teach about this. And if possible, create a safe zone for the persons who have undergone this, so that they can also speak out.
Exactly.
They need to talk, so that we know.
Because I also want to ask, how can we support women who have undergone female genital mutilation and need help them to heal in some way from this traumatic experience, because it's a very sensitive issue. So some of them might want to shy away from it, and some of them might not take it well. So like, just how can we help them? Those when we find out, when we know that these people have undergone this, what ways can we help them?
Just like we have a great awareness for HIV. At some point, it was nobody heard of it. Most persons died of it without.
Exactly.
Yes, and then we made it a global thing in Nigeria. From when I was in primary school, coppers came to school, taught about it, and then give out handouts where we have foundations that took care of people that had HIV, right? We could also have foundations that could make it a safe zone for people who have undergone female genital mutilation to go there, and they have all-round care, psychological, they are taken care of, emotionally they are taken care of, physically, health-wise, right? And they are given the voice when they are healed to speak up and also help other girls or ladies to heal. Okay, so that's one of the things that can be done, the awareness, and then a safe zone for them. So when they speak, that social and social stigmatization would not be a problem to them.
This conversation is quite enlightening, and I hope our viewers, are learning from this. We all need to join hands together with the UN to promote this zero tolerance for female genital mutilation. Thank you so much, Victoria Chukwu, for joining us. I enjoyed this conversation with you. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go on a short break, and when we come back, Gender Perspective continues. Well, it's eye-opening hearing people's opinions about female genital mutilation and its implications. Although the practice has been around for several years, ending female genital mutilation within this generation is still possible if we accelerate our progress and create more awareness and sensitization programs. Let's come together to end this terrible act and promote a healthy life for our women and girls. Well, thank you for staying with me on the program. Remember, we are live 24/7 on YouTube, and make sure to follow us on all our social media platforms, X, Facebook, and Instagram, and every other social media platform. Well, I am Uchenna Chimdi Olwoha. See you same time next week.
The country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That is what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umu Dolokaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was unaware of the cause of my sickness, despite trying traditional medicine, which did not provide any relief. My aunt, who lives in town, advised me to undergo a medical checkup at FMC Renikebi to determine the source of my discomfort. Unfortunately, the diagnosis revealed that I have cancer, a disease I knew very little about. Having relied solely on traditional medicine, which proved ineffective, the medical team informed us that if we were willing, we could proceed with treatment, which involved a series of injections, followed by surgery, and then completion of the remaining injections.
Cancer treatment is quite expensive. Given the significant financial burden, health experts say government intervention to support cancer patients is critical. The Kebbi government says it is dedicated to closing the gap in healthcare within the state by improving access to essential medical services, including cancer care.
State level, Kebbi State government has established a cancer unit in the Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Kalgo, and also it has established an indigent cancer fund. And based on the category or stage at which your cancer is, the funds is being distributed accordingly for patients either for surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy. The state government is giving funds accordingly for patients to avail those services. Yes, partnership is there with drug companies like Johnson & Johnson, Roche, which Roche is into breast cancer and Johnson & Johnson into prostate cancer. So they have subsidized those drugs that are meant for prostate cancer as well as drugs for breast cancer. So there is counter funding from state government together with these NGOs to subsidize the drugs for patients.
Health experts says medical advancement and improved early detection methods have been significantly increased survival rates, offering a lifeline to those battling the disease.
There has been improvement in cancer survival rates due to simple things like prevention. Within the cancer space, there has been plenty of noise being made, early diagnosis, coming to hospital early, and it has greatly improved the survival rates of our cancer patients, as well as in the chemotherapy. Some of the drugs were using cytotoxic. Initially, the cytotoxic being used usually destroyed both normal and abnormal cells, the cancer cells and the normal cells. But these days, the new drugs being made, they are referred to as hormonal or targeted therapies or immunotherapy. Specifically, they are made to treat the cancer cells without destroying the normal cells. So with that, it has reduced side effects and patients are willing to stay and finish their chemotherapy, thus improving survival rates.
The WHO stresses the need for increased sensitization and accessible treatment towards a future where cancer is no longer a widespread burden. From Brini Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin, reporting for Signature Television.
Hello, and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We are reaching you from our studios in ENUGU, the Coast City States. Of course, ENUGU is the capital of Southeast Nigeria. Last week, the Supreme Court of Nigeria made a landmark judgment in which it made certain pronouncements that would appear to have given autonomy to local government councils in Nigeria. The Supreme Court in that ruling directed or affirmed that all funds going to local governments should no longer go through the Joint Allocation Committee of the states, but should be paid directly to the council accounts of elected councils throughout Nigeria. That would mean if a state government is running a caretaker committee, such a state government, such local governments are unqualified to receive allocation from the federation account. The ruling also affirmed that governors do not have a right at all to dissolve elected councils. That would also imply there are caretaker committees, which about 22 states in Nigeria are running. The Supreme Court says it is illegal and they should no longer be operated as such. Nigerians have been reacting. Nigerians have been responding. And Nigerians have been making comments on this judgment. There are two divides. One are those obviously led by James Ibori, former governor of Delta State, who affirmed that that ruling violates certain sections of the Constitution. And of course, Michael Zekome, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, leads the other pack that said the Supreme Court had made a policy decision and that Nigeria should welcome it. It is the only way to restore the dignity of the local government system. On whichever divide you are, Nigerians are clamoring that the local government system should be allowed to breathe. It's like they're being choked by the governors. And so this evening, we are here to do what? To have a look. To have a look at the local government autonomy. How could it be constitutionally redirected? What can we do to ensure that that autonomy, as foreseen by the Supreme Court, is made legitimate? I've been joined in the studio by no less a person than Chief Okezie Nwanjoko, an Enugu-based attorney, a former local government chairman. Chief Nwanjoko, welcome to Common Conversations.
Good, thank you, Dr. Siranoke. Good evening, our global audience. My pleasure to be here this evening.
Okay, we'll just take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue this conversation.
Body positivity. It's talking about how people should be comfortable and confident in their body, regardless of their body shape and their body type. So one major view is social media. Like, let me give an example. Let's say I'm fat, I'm obese, that type of thing, and I'm not so confident in my body. When I see another person that is like me, posting and being confident in their own skin, it gives me like sense of acceptance and confidence that, oh my god, this person has the same body type as me and she's very confident. It makes me feel like appreciated. It makes me feel more of a human being, because mostly the fat people, they get body shamed. Like, they are not really confident in their body type because they experience it everywhere. People be like, you're too fat, or all these things, and it really diminishes their self-confidence.
I think one of the major reasons is maybe peers, the group of people you mingle with. You understand? So maybe, for example, you have friends that you believe they are looking good and all that, and you just start feeling inferiority complex and all that. So I think those are the reasons, major reason why a lot of people have problem with themselves. You just have to be confident, no matter how you look like. When you embrace yourself, embrace your personality, nobody can influence you. Just be confident and you are good to go.
My best knowledge, I think body positivity.
Good evening. Welcome to Global News on Signature TV. I'm Charles Pius. In the headlines, gas explosion raises property worth millions in Niger. Nasarawa tertiary institutions to begin indefinite strike Monday. Baltic states switch to European power grid, ending Russia's ties. And Madrid residents protest to demand better housing conditions. Details in a moment.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People.
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
It's American practice. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Assistant Superintendent of Police in Niger State, Shafiu Bawa, on Saturday afternoon reportedly committed suicide. Usman Bawa, the victim's father, a resident of the Rigasa area, reported the matter to the police command after the incident occurred in Kotangora local government area. Officer Bawa was found hanging from the ceiling when his father entered the room on Saturday afternoon and discovered his lifeless body. Shafiu's body was taken to the general hospital by police officers where he was confirmed dead. His remains were subsequently released to his family for burial in accordance with Islamic rites. The Niger State Police Command spokesperson Wasiu Abiodun could not respond when called to confirm the incident. Amid efforts to flush out ghost workers, the Nigerian government has given federal civil servants a February 17, 2025 deadline for identity verification. The notice was contained in a memo by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation on Saturday. Accordingly, civil servants are expected to verify their identities on the portal of the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System amidst planned stoppage of salaries and other sanctions for ghost workers. Part of the requirements for verification is a TIN alongside the IPS number and salary account number. This comes as President Bola Tinubu in 2024 directed that all civil servants drawing salaries from the federal government after relocating abroad be made to refund the money. Tinubu also prescribed punishments for culprits, supervisors and department heads aiding and abetting the fraud while they were in charge. Members of the Katsina Elders Forum have distanced themselves from the statements made by Group Secretary Mohammed Aliyu, in which he suggested that people of Katsina would not support President Bola Tinubu in the 2027 general elections. Speaking at the press conference on Saturday, Justice Sadiq Abdullahi Mahuta, a key member of the forum and Galadima Katsina, firmly rejected Mr. Aliyu's remarks, stating that they did not represent the forum's official stance. The controversy arose following the arrest of Professor Usman Yusuf, a former Executive Secretary of the National Health Insurance Scheme, NHIS, by the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission. Aliyu had linked Professor Yusuf's detention to political persecution, warning that it could affect Katsina's support for President Tinubu in 2027. Abdullahi Mahuta clarified that while the forum was not against calls for a fair trial of Professor Yusuf's release, it would not align itself with political threats or sentiments. A gas plant explosion engulfed a facility in Niger State on Saturday night, February 8, 2025, at about 11 p.m., destroying properties worth millions of naira. The incident occurred beside Kalasama filling station in Sabon Wuse along the Kaduna Expressway during a gas transloading operation from a trailer tanker to a surface tank. Both the trailer and the gas plant were completely burnt, along with a car belonging to Abubakar Yakubu, which was parked nearby. A fire also spread to Ngale Grains Processing Factory, where 550 bags of beans and 6 bags of soya beans were destroyed. Confirming the incident on Sunday, Abdullahi Baba Ara, Director General of the Niger State Emergency Management Agency, NSEMA, said no lives were lost. Emergency responders managed to contain the inferno, but the damage remains extensive. Academic and non-academic staff of higher education institutions in Nasarawa State under the Joint Unions of Nasarawa State Tertiary Institutions, JUNSTI, have announced plans to embark on an indefinite strike starting Monday, February 10th over the non-implementation of salary adjustments and promotions. In a statement signed by JUNSTI Chairman Samson Kale Gbandu, the Secretary, Paul Olotu, and the union cited the failure of the state government to implement the 30,000 naira minimum wage consequential adjustment, promotions, and the newly approved 70,500 naira minimum wage. The union accused the state government of ignoring their repeated demands and letters demanding or including an ultimatum issued on January 15, 2025. According to Kale, multiple attempts to engage the government in dialogue have failed, leaving them with no choice but to proceed with industrial action. The striking unions include ASUP, ASUCOST, COESU, SANIP, SUESI, and NASU, all of whom have vowed to remain on strike until their demands are met. Former Kano State Governor Rabi Musa Kwankwaso has met with the immediate past Interior Minister Rauf Aregbesola at his Lagos residence. The duo met on Saturday amid calls for a credible opposition to sack President Bola Tinubu and the ruling of Progressive Congress APC in the next general elections. Kwankwaso disclosed the meeting in a post on X, saying they held talks on national issues. Aregbesola, a two-term governor for Osun State, fell out with President Tinubu over the second-term governorship ambition of his successor, Muega Oyetola. On the other hand, Kwankwaso was the presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, NNPP, in the 2023 elections. Governor Dauda Lawal has informed the World Bank that his administration is gradually winning the war against banditry in Zamfara State. The governor was on an official visit to the World Bank office in Abuja on Friday. The statement added that the visit was expected to strengthen cooperation and partnership between the Zamfara State government and the World Bank. In his remarks, Lawal emphasized his administration's commitment to strengthening collaboration with the World Bank. The World Bank Country Director for Nigeria, Dr. Indiam Diop, commended Governor Lawal for positively advancing Zamfara State. A former resident electoral commissioner, REC, for Adamawa State, Hudu Ari, who was recently dismissed for alleged electoral offences, has expressed concerns about not being given a fair hearing before his removal. Speaking to journalists in Bauchi, Ari claimed that he wrote several letters to the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to explain his side of the story, but his letters were rejected. He further stated that the tribunal overseeing the case between Aisha Binani and Amadou Fintiri had refused to accept his evidence. Ari insisted that he had substantial evidence to support his position, but was never invited to present his case. He displayed documents he claimed were authentic result sheets along with letters he sent to INEC. Ari also alleged that some of the INEC staff were compromised, beaten, and threatened during the 2023 electoral process. He lamented that he had been tried by the media and emphasized that he had no regrets for his actions, adding that he would act the same way again as he believed he was on the side of truth. Up ahead, Nigerian government announces deadline for workers' verification. Nigeria's treasury bills attract 3.22 trillion naira from investors. Do stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. You're watching Global News on Signature TV. Ghost workers. The Nigerian government has given federal civil servants a February 17, 2025 deadline for identity verification. The notice was contained in a memo by the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation on Saturday. Accordingly, civil servants are expected to verify their identities on the portal of the Integrated Payroll and Personnel Information System amid the planned stoppage of salaries and the sanctions for ghost workers. Tinubu also prescribed punishments for corporate supervisors and departments who are involved in fraud-related matters. A yet-to-be-identified group of gunmen just dressed in black and numbering up to 7 have abducted President of the Ohanese Youth Council, Iboayaka in Imo State. Sheila Scotsons, President of the Igbo National Council, INC, disclosed this in a statement issued on Sunday. According to Godsend, Iboyaka was whisked away at Works Layout Owerri to an unknown destination by assailants who used a Sienna and Lexus SUV carry out the abduction at around 7 p.m. on Saturday. Godsend urged the Nigerian Police Force Imo State Command to take immediate action to rescue Iboyaka and bring the perpetrators to justice. The Imo Police Command was yet to react to the deployment or development as of the time of this report. Meanwhile, Abia State Governor Dr. Alex Oti has charged members of the enlarged State Executive Council to approach their assignments and governance with a sense of urgency. Governor Oti gave the charge today while briefing or declaring open a 2-day retreat organized by the state government for members of the enlarged State Executive Council held at the International Conference Center, Umuahia, with the theme Sustaining the Momentum, Accelerating Execution. The governor, who said the retreat, which was the first Executive Council retreat for 2025, was designed as a leadership exposition interactive session, an agenda-setting forum aimed at identifying operational bottlenecks and preferring solutions to ensure effective governance in the state. He reiterated his administration's commitment to raising governance standards far beyond those of past administrations and emphasized that every sector of the state's economic and social service ecosystem is crucial to the state's development. Speaking earlier, Secretary to the State Government, Professor Kenneth Kalu, and the administration of Dr. Alex Oti has guided momentum in several areas of infrastructural development, health, education, other sectors, adding that the retreat offers an opportunity for the participants to reflect and map out strategies to move towards achieving the goals. He stressed the need for staff auditing, identifying the competence gap, determining the size of workforce needed, and embarking on training and retraining to have an impact for reforms. A non-governmental organization, River State Peace Initiative, has called on political parties to the needs to embrace peace for the sake of development of the state and the nation. The convener, Mr. Obin Ebobidi, made the call during a town hall meeting organized by the group in collaboration with the Center for Peace and Security Studies in Port Harcourt on Friday. Ebobidi explained that the meeting, which was tagged "The Rivers We Want," was aimed at igniting a new chapter centered on peace, unity, and progress for the state.
This is citizens movement. It is a movement that is bringing together Rivers people from across all walks of life. And we are not going to be relenting. We are going to keep pushing. We are going to be very consistent on this. And the communique, like you rightly mentioned, will be shared across board to all parties, even those within the corporate system, the corporate sector, so that there could be a consensus, there will be a unity in our direction, in our movement towards the rivers that we want to see. One, where peace. One where there is unity. One where there is progress. One where there is prosperity. One that is open to investments. One in which we can once again begin to celebrate one another, begin to attend to one another in love, and not the rancors that we have seen in recent time. If you listen to some of the speakers, you see some of the issues that came up, because it's so polarized at the moment that there are almost restrictions, to even say activities that people attend. So this event is going to be changing a lot of things on the political landscape in Rivers State going forward.
No. Shortly after the event, Director, Center for Peace and Security Studies, University of Port Harcourt, Professor Martin Ifanacho, urged the people not to grow fallow because of the level of violence and the emphasis on crude oil yield. Ifanacho said that the oil was less than 40% to what Rivers State had compared to tourism and industries.
It has come to the level where we say, can we live and let others live? Can our political elite live simply so that the poor can simply survive? We need peace. Peace is that situation where you are not afraid of physical harm. You are not afraid of emotional tremor. You find it's just like a home. A home is where you go to and you don't expect anybody to reject you. Rivers State is a home. Even mothers protect their armed robber sons. That's a home. So when you are coming back to Rivers State, fear that any harm should come to you. We need to educate our youth. As I said, you say there's money in kidnapping. There is money in armed robbery. There is money in this, there is money in that. All that put together cannot amount to what we can gain from creating a peaceful river state where development can take place.
All right, sir.
Let us talk about sustainable development. Sustainable development says take what your need is so that you don't compromise the opportunities of the future generation. We have already finished what we need, and we have already finished what the future generation needs. We have already enslaved them. Is that the future state that we want? Is that the future that we want? No. We need to come down from our high horses and discuss as a people to say this is the trajectory we want to move this earth so that we will be comfortable and future generations will be comfortable.
The keynote speaker, Chief ENUGU, Peering Advocacy and Advancement Center in Africa, called for what he tagged citizens budgeting that prioritizes the needs of the people. Nigeria's
is the thinking that yes, peace does not come by wishes. Peace is not a product of wishful thinking. It's a product of work. So what are we going to engage leaders with? What are those kind of conversations that needs to begin to happen in this local government? Okay, local government has a budget.
Nigeria's Treasury bills, T-bills auction have attracted a total subscription of 3.22 trillion naira. This comes as Debt Management Office in behalf of the Central Bank of Nigeria conducted the auction on February 5th, while allotments were done on February 6th. According to the result of the auction obtained on Saturday, the federal government offered 670 billion naira across the standard maturities of 91 days, 182-day and 364-day bills. The auction saw significant demand for long tenure securities, with a 364-day instrument accounting for 98% of the total bids compared to short-term securities. This reflects heightened investor appetite amid rising yields and tight monetary conditions. Meanwhile, stop rates for the 91-day and 182-day bills remained unchanged at 18% and 18.5% respectively for the 8th time in short-term tenors. The naira gained 45 naira against the dollar at the parallel market exchange market on a week-on-week basis. Analysis of the FX trade review at the black market from Monday, 3rd February 2025 to 7th showed that the naira appreciated by 14 naira to 1,565 per dollar from 1,610. This indicated that the Nigerian naira firmed up against the dollar and other foreign currencies at the FX black markets in the week under review. While the naira recorded gain against the dollar at the parallel market, it fell at the official market. Accordingly, at the official markets, the naira dropped by 21 naira against closed at 1,500 naira last Friday compared to the 1,478 naira exchange rates the upper weekend. The developments comes amid reforms by the Central Bank of Nigeria last week. In the week under review, the Apex Bank strengthened efforts towards effective implementation of its recently introduced FX codes. Still to come, Namibia's founding father, Sam Nujoma, who died at age 95. Pope Francis asked aides to read speech due to breathing difficulties. These and more after the break. To stay with us.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos. People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
we have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Welcome back. Ethiopia is in the final stages of negotiations with its creditors in an ongoing plan to restructure its debt. Its finance minister Ahmed Shashide says on Sunday, February 8th. The Horn of Africa country has been pursuing efforts to restructure its sovereign debts under a G20 initiative, but talks with creditors have been slow moving. Ethiopia has been struggling to clear its mountainous debt, and in 2023, the country defaulted on its $1 billion Eurobond. Ahmed told a joint press conference in the capital Addis Ababa with visiting IMF head Kristalina Georgieva that the process would be completed soon. Last June, Ethiopia's external debt stood at $28.9 billion, around half of which it owed to multilateral lenders like the IMF, World Bank, and African Development Bank. Last July, Ethiopia secured an agreement with the IMF for a new financing program worth $3.4 billion.
Debt restructuring, support from IMF, support from World Bank is going to continue. We are in the final stage of negotiation in terms of debt restructuring as a G20 common framework countries. So we are on final stage of negotiation. That is going to be complete soon. This will also leverage significant support, which is already been part of the overall package.
We are at the final stretch of debt restructuring, and I can say this, it is on the top of my priority list in engagement with the creditors of Ethiopia.
That you are with us on this board and historical forum.
Sam Najumo, the activist and guerrilla leader who became Namibia's first democratically elected president after it won its independence from apartheid South Africa, died aged 95 late on Saturday, February 8 night, according to the Namibian government. The Namibian presidency announced Najumo's death on its social media platforms on Sunday, February 9th. Najumo rose to head the thinly populated Southern African country on March 21, 1990, and was formally recognized as founding father of the Namibian nation through a 2005 Act of Parliament. The acclaim was balanced out by domestic and international criticism over his intolerance of critical media coverage, his railing against homosexuality, and over the 1998 constitutional amendment that let him run for a third term.
To implement the economic development programs through the African Union and NEPAD, so that Africans can achieve victory in the second phase of the struggle for economic independence.
Pope Francis, who has been suffering from bronchitis, delegated the reading of a speech at the Holy Mass for Jubilee of the Armed Forces, Police, and Security personnel on Sunday, February 9th, to an aid due to the breathing difficulties. After giving the speech of an aid during the homily, the Pope resumed reading for the shorter Angelus prayer, where he prayed for peace in numerous conflict zones across the world. Francis, who is 88, has been Pope since 2013 and has suffered from influenza and related health problems several times over the past 2 years. The Pope has also suffered 2 falls recently in his Vatican residence, bruising his chin in December and injuring his arm in January. Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania said on Sunday, February 9th, they had successfully synchronized their electricity systems to the European continental power grid 1 day after severing decades-old energy ties to Russia and Belarus. European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen hailed the move years in the planning as marking a new era of freedom for the region in a speech at a ceremony in Vilnius alongside the leaders of one of the 3 countries. Planned for many years, the complex switch away from the greed of their former Soviet imperial overlord is designed to integrate the 3 Baltic nations more closely with the European Union and to boost the region's energy security.
Moments ago, I received great news. The synchronization of the Baltic states' electricity system with the continental European system has been successfully completed. This is a historic moment, marking the end of a long journey for Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia.
Today, history is made. We connect the Baltic states to our continental European electricity grid. Electricity lines with Russia and Belarus are being dismantled. These chains of power lines linking you to hostile neighbors will be a thing of the past. This is freedom, freedom from threats, freedom from blackmails.
Ursula von der Leyen to deliver her.
Now Europe as a whole.
After disconnecting on Saturday, February 8th from the IPS and UPS network established by the Soviet Union in the 1950s and now run by Russia, the Baltic nations cut cross-border high-voltage transmission lines in eastern Latvia, some 100 meters from the Russian border, handing out pieces of chopped wire to enthusiastic bystanders as keepsakes. The Baltic Sea region is on high alert after power cable, telecom links and gas pipeline outages between the Baltics and the nearby countries of Sweden and Finland. All were believed to have been caused by ships dragging anchors along the seabed following Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Russia has denied any involvement. UK Deputy Prime Minister Angela Rayner denied claims she was aggressive in a meeting with survivors of London's Grenfell Tower fire in a BBC interview that aired Sunday, February 9th. Rayner's response comes following the announcement of plans to demolish Grenfell Tower, which was engulfed in flames more than 7 years ago in a disaster that killed 72 people. Grenfell Next of Kin, G&K, which represents relatives of nearly half of those who died, said Rayner announced the decision to families and survivors at a meeting on Wednesday evening, February 5th. Grenfell United, which represents those affected by fire, said the voices of survivors and bereaved families were not heard or considered by Rayner during a short 4-week consultation.
I certainly don't feel like I was aggressive, and if anyone felt that way, then I would be sincerely upset about that. I think what I tried to do is take a really difficult meeting and explain to people and make sure that those that were bereaved had that information and the survivors had that information before the decision was made public. I spoke to a number of the bereaved families. Now, the reason I wouldn't give exact figures, because some is how many people in one family, how many people are directly connected, like next of kin, for example. There's lots of different complexities to people who were affected. Now, I know that some people in that room felt that they hadn't been given the opportunity before then. I listened to what they said, and my conclusion was still that there was not a possibility really for that tower to remain as it is going into the future. And I tried to deliver that message as sensitively as I possibly could, knowing full well that it was going to be really upsetting for people to hear that, but I wanted them to hear it from me.
The fire ripped through the 23-story social housing block in one of London's wealthiest areas early on June 14, 2017. Britain's deadliest blaze in a residential building since World War II. The demolition of the tower, which is covered in protective wrap, will only start after the 8th anniversary of the tragedy in June this year, the group said. President Donald Trump has revoked security clearances for Anthony Blinken and former Secretary of State and Jake Sullivan and former National Security Advisor, White House official says on Saturday, February 8th. The move came a day after Trump said he had revoked a security clearance for his predecessor, Joe Biden, stopping his access to daily intelligence briefings. Trump also revoked security clearances for Biden's Deputy Attorney General Lisa Monaco, who helped coordinate the Department of Justice's response to the January 6, 2021 attacks on the U.S. Capitol, the officials say. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said U.S. President Donald Trump is the greatest friend Israel has ever had in an interview that aired Saturday, February 8 on Fox News channels Live, Liberty, and Levin. Netanyahu also emphasized the urgency of halting Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons and securing the release of the remaining hostages. Trump has forged close ties to Netanyahu, pledging to back Israel strongly in its war against Hamas in the Gaza Strip. Trump shocked the world earlier this week by saying they expected Gaza to be taken over by the United States.
I think he's not only making a tremendous change in the Israeli-American alliance, strengthening it beyond anything we've seen up to now, but also he's a great leader for America and for the world. And all of that comes together in this meeting between two great allies, America and Israel. Israel has no better friend than America, now under President Trump's leadership. And America has no greater friend than Israel. And it's a meeting of the minds and hearts. We still have an issue. The President and I discussed it. Iran's quest for nuclear weapons. They cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons. We both agree on that. And we also have to finish off what remains of Hamas while we try to get all our hostages out. We agree on all that. And that's a point of agreement that makes us both a lot more powerful. When there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, that...
Palestinians started moving on the road connecting the north and south of Gaza Strip on Sunday, February 9th, after the Israel military withdrew from an area of the Gaza known as Netzarim corridor that bisects the enclave. A footage had showed that what appeared to be Israeli military vehicles moving away from the coast and towards the Israel border. Piles of dirt accumulated on both sides of the roads as people walked and vehicles drove. Wide-scale destruction appeared in the background. Since the early months of the war, Israeli forces had occupied the roughly 4-mile-long corridor south of Gaza City that stretches from the Israeli border to the Mediterranean Sea. The corridor cuts off Gaza's northern communities, including its largest metropolitan area from the south. Thousands of Palestinians have streamed through the corridor in recent weeks, returning to their homes in the north from the southern Gaza, where they had sought shelter from the war. The soldiers manning a U.S.-supplied M77 howitzer at the front line in Ukraine's eastern Donetsk region said they have seen the enemy advances in the past week. On receiving a fire order over the radio, troops of 148 separate artillery brigade rushed to load the cannon with a 155mm round before adjusting the barrel and firing with a thunderous blast. The brigade is positioned in the direction of the village of Vremivka, one of the cluster of the small towns further south in the Donetsk region. The popular Ukrainian military blog Deep State, which records military positions on the basis of open source materials, showed Vremivka under Russian occupation since the end of January. Meanwhile, investigators from the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board, NTSB, examined the wreckage from the mid-air collision between a passenger jet and an Army helicopter and footage released on Saturday, February 8th. Video posted on NTSB's social media and dated as between January 6 and 7 showed investigators discussing and taking notes of different aircraft parts that were loaded on a flatbed and a large hangar, and an intact piece of fuselage, landing gear and plane wing were seen amongst smaller pieces of debris. Captions on their social media post said that the NTSB investigators continue examination of the recovered wreckage of the mid-air collision. 67 people were killed when the U.S. Army Black Hawk helicopter collided with the American Airlines Flight 5342 near Washington's Ronald Reagan National Airport. Security forces killed at least 31 rebels in the Indian central Chhattisgarh on Sunday, February 9th, in a massive operation, officials say. 2 soldiers were killed and another 2 were injured in the encounter, which started in the early morning hours of Sunday. Chhattisgarh and its neighboring states in the central and eastern India have been affected by a decades-long insurgency by Maoist rebels, although the areas they operate in have reduced significantly over the years. The rebels subscribe to a form of communism propagated by late Chinese leader Mao Zedong and have waged a guerrilla style of offensive against the government, leading to periodic clashes and casualties on both sides. The rebels say they are fighting to give poor Indian farmers and landless laborers more control over their land and a greater claim to its minerals currently exploited by major mining companies. North Korean leader Kim Jong-un criticized trilateral military cooperation among the United States, Japan and South Korea for raising tensions in the region and vowed countermeasures, including the further development of nuclear forces, the North State media reported on Sunday, February 9th. Kim's remarks came during a speech made during a visit to the Defense Ministry on Saturday, February 8th, to commemorate the founding day of its army. Kim said U.S. deployments of nuclear strategic assets, war exercises, and military cooperation with Japan and South Korea were inviting military imbalance in the region and raises a grave challenge to the security environment, state-run television KRT said. U.S. President Donald Trump, after a meeting on Friday, February 7th with Japanese Prime Minister Shigeru Shishiba, said he would have relations with North Korea as to express concern over its nuclear program. But during the visit, Kim reaffirmed the unshakable policy of further advancing the nuclear forces, the report said. North Korea celebrated the 77th anniversary of the establishment of the Korean People's Army KPA on Saturday, February 8th with musical and dance performances in Pyongyang, state media reported. Video provided by North Korea's official news agency KCNA, which Reuters cannot independently verify, showed various artistic performances on a stage at the April 25th House of Culture. North Korea in 2018 switched the Army anniversary from April 25th back to February 8th, the date when North Korea's regular army was founded by founder Kim Song in 1948. The reclusive state's current leader, Kim Jong-un, reportedly vowed to further advance his country's nuclear capabilities during his Saturday's visits to the Defense Ministry, marking the anniversary. Meanwhile, Rio on Saturday, February 8, hosted the third day of carnival rehearsals at the iconic Sambodrome venue in the run-up to the beginning of the annual festivities. The Sambodrome Maquis de Sapoucher saw rehearsals from 3 of the 12 most important samba schools that parade in the special group in the contest. Rehearsals began with the Unidos da Vila Isabel School and its Reina da Bateria, Queen of the Drums, the queen who leads the samba percussion ensemble, Sabrina Sato. The other 2 schools to parade at the iconic venue were Portela and Academicos do Grande Rio. According to local media, rehearsals are free for the public and schools use them to evaluate their performances through the Sambodrome's venue. The Rio Carnival will start on February 28th and run until March 8th. Thousands took to the streets of Madrid on Sunday, February 9th to demand the rights to dignified housing and to call for urgent solutions from authorities regarding what they describe as a housing emergency. Protesters are calling for immediate action to address rising rental prices, housing shortages, and the impact these issues have on working-class families. They are urging the local governments to take responsibility and act on policies that would alleviate the housing crisis and provide affordable housing for all. The demonstrations comes at a time when the average the price of housing in SPY. The 7th edition of the Invictus Games kicked off on Saturday, February 8th with a star-studded opening ceremony in Vancouver, Canada. The biennial competition, founded by Britain's Prince Harry, is an international multi-sport event for wounded, injured, and sick military personnel members, both active and retired. Competitors walked out in their contingents at the ceremony, which saw music arts from the likes of global superstars like Coldplay frontman Chris Martin and US singer Katy Perry. This year's competition, hosted in Vancouver and Whistler, a town north of the city, will see up to 550 competitors from up to 25 countries compete in 11 different sports, according to Invictus Games. The organizers also said the competition will feature 6 winter sports for the first time in Games history. Dylan Fletcher's Britain prevailed over Gail Scott's Canada in the thrilling final on Sydney Harbour to take the honours in the 3rd round of the Sail GP season on Sunday, February 9th, and extend the team's lead at the top of the series standings. Australia, with Tom Slingsby at the helm, had dominated the fleet races with 3 wins out of 7, but were penalised for encroaching on the Canadians in the pre-start of the 3-boat shootouts for the title and were unable to recover. Canada had a substantial lead, turning into the upwing 5th of the 7 legs of the final, while Britain overhauled them to edge ahead around Shark Island, and Fletcher held off his fellow British Olympic champion Morris to cross the line first. It was Britain's first events win since the Canadian round last season, when Morris was at the helm and extended their lead over Australia at the top of the series standings to 3 points. Defending series champion Spain had a disappointing 2 days racing in the variable winds on Sydney Harbour, but still moved into a shared of third place in the standings, with New Zealand 7 points behind Britain. Peter Burling's New Zealand boat, which won the season opening leg in Dubai, recovered from a poor day one, with second place behind Britain in Sunday's first race and a win in the second. It was not enough to get into the final, but will give the New Zealanders a boost in confidence ahead of the fourth stop in the series in Los Angeles on March 16th and 17th. Hundreds of Dallas Mavericks fans protested the recent trade of Luka Doncic ahead of their first home game without the Slovenian star. In his Mavs debut, Doncic's replacement Anthony Davis scored 26 points with 12 rebounds before leaving in the third quarter with an abdominal injury as his new side saw out a 116-105 victory over the Houston Rockets on Saturday, February 8th. It was Davis's first game with the Mavericks since he was acquired in a league-shaking trade that sent Doncic to the Los Angeles Lakers on February 1. Davis, who added 7 assists and 3 blocks, left the game near the end of the third quarter after clutching at his lower abdomen and did not return. Facundo Colidio netted twice to give River Plate a 2-0 win over Independent in the Apertura tournament of the Argentine Primera Division on Saturday, February 8th. River, who were previously held to a goalless draw by San Lorenzo, sit fourth in Group B on 8 points, while Independent missed out on top spot and remained second on the 9 points behind leaders Rosario Central. River Plate broke the deadlock 6 minutes into the second half. Gonzalo Montel's pinpoint pass into the box was met by Colidio's superb header, much to the delights of coach Marcelo Gallardo. In the sweltering conditions at the Mass Monumental Stadium, Colidio doubled the lead in the added time to seal the victory. American Baron Mejia narrowly outdueled Italy's Leonardo Fioravanti in the final heats to win the World Surf League Lexus Pipe Pro Saturday, February 8th on Hawaii's famed North Shore. Both Mamiya 9.80 and 8.17 and Fioravanti 9.10 and 8.87 finished the final heat with their best 2 runs, combining to score 17.97. 11-time WSL champ Kelly The 52-year-old latter is officially retired from the WSL-CT but competed this week as a wildcard entry. Mamiya's victory at the WLS first of 12 scheduled 2025 Championship Tour event moved him to the top spot in the standings. On the women's final heat, Australian Tyler Wright defeated American Kathleen Summers 7.70 to 3.94. The CT's second event, the Surf Abu Dhabi Pro, will take place February 14th to 16th at a new wave pool on Hadirat Island built by the Kelly Slater Wave Company. And that's the news this hour. I'm Charles Pius. Thanks for watching. See you later.
Body positivity is talking about how people should be comfortable and confident in their body, regardless of their body shape and their body type. So one major view is social media. Like, let me give an example. Let's say I'm fat, I'm obese, that type of thing, and I'm not so confident in my body. When I see another person that is like me, posting and being confident in their own skin, it gives me like sense of acceptance and confidence that, oh my god, this person has the same body type as me and she's very confident. It makes me feel like appreciated. It makes me feel more of a human being, because mostly the fat people, they get body shamed. Like, they are not really confident in their body type because they experience it everywhere. People be like, you're too fat, or all these things, and it really diminishes their self-confidence.
I think one of the major reasons is maybe peers, the group of people you mingle with. You understand? So maybe, for example, you have friends that you believe they are looking good and all that, and you just start feeling inferiority complex and all that. So I think those are the reasons, major reason why a lot of people have problem with themselves. You just have to be confident no matter how you look. Like, when you embrace yourself, embrace your personality, nobody can influence you. Just be confident and you are good to go.
My best knowledge, I think body positivity should be placed like in a way and manner whereby individual appreciates how he or she is being created by a god or his god. It starts from the society, friends, and sometimes family members, and as well parents who have their own maybe share in the family. I think some people nowadays have they are not proud of how they have been created, and some people envy other people with the way God created them. Okay, let me use women as an example. If you go to the gym now every day, you find out that majority of gym attendants are girls. Why are they going for gym? They want to build up some certain parts of their body, whereby for me it has no benefits. I don't know, but some people do. So you see, body positivity comes with a lot of challenges actually. Like when, okay, now for instance, I don't look my age, but I'm young. So some people feel like, no, I'm at I'm 28, I'm 29, I have small body and I don't like it. What's going on? They begin to blame themselves, and at a point they will get to the point that they will start blaming God for not giving them this particular thing, and they don't look at things like that. So if somebody should start conceiving that kind of thought and imagination in his head, before you know it, he will say it to one or two persons that will pick it up, say it outside, and before you know it, people start getting to him or her over it. For me, I have no choice than to thank God for the way I'm being created, and as well as other people who don't feel like they are meant to belong to a particular group. You have no choice. There's a reason and a purpose why God created you like that. So why put it on yourself that you are not well being created and you want to do something that will later end your life maybe?
Body positivity, first of all, is the act of having confidence in yourself, the way you look, the way your appearance, like anything about yourself, your body shape, your color, or anything. That's body positivity. Having confidence in yourself that this is the way you are created and accepting it for what it is. So sometimes, you know that there is a saying that some people will actually say, you are dark, you are fair. People that are fair are not fine. People that are dark are not fine. I don't know if you understand. So sometimes when you throw those words at people, it tends to affect them without you knowing. And something is applied to the body shape. Sometimes when you see a slim girl, just the way I'm slim, some people will start saying, you are slim, it doesn't fit you, you are this one, here, this one. Don't you see your fellow? It is not nice. That's where body positivity comes in. You need to be confident in yourself. This is the way you are created. This is the way that person is created. And sometimes it affects mainly our young girls. Sometimes they tend to do what they don't want to do. They go into doing things because they have seen maybe the celebrity lifestyle or any other thing that sometimes that's their hand, they're not even supposed to be there. But due to peer pressure, due to influence, due to so many things, they tend to go in that way that they're not supposed to go. Sometimes you see maybe what they call BBL, because they want to have a curvy body, leaving the one that was the way that God created them. Now they tend to do it, not knowing that it has so many side effects. So I think everyone should be confident in the way that they are created, be it color, body shape, and every other thing.
From what I understand, body positivity is just like what people see concerning themselves, how people see themselves when you look in the mirror, how you see yourself, how proud you are of yourself. Body positivity is very essential in everybody's day-to-day life. As a person, I feel you should not let someone's opinion define you. You should be the starting point of what you present, who you are in society. That you're a plus sized or you're too thin does not mean you should feel less of yourself. It's actually a good thing. I mean, what is a poison to another man can be a food for another man. So you see, body positivity is something that every human being should look into. Don't feel less of yourself. It's good to appreciate your outlook. Don't make people define you. Don't let people's perceptions of you be your reality. Judging from past experiences of people, they begin to feel less of themselves. And also interpersonal relationships. A friend who is a plus size, sorry that I keep bringing up this case of plus size, just that I've experienced real life scenarios. But when you see someone that is plus size and is in a social gathering of people that are, maybe looking a less better or more better, they begin to throw certain comments at the person that is plus size, and the person that is plus size begins to forget that at the end of the day we are all humans and we are created in the image of God. Everybody is one, whether you're fat, you're thin, you're tall, you're short, we're all the same thing.
About body positivity, I would say that our people are not so concerned about our body positivity. One, because of a level of poverty or the poverty in the society. So their interest is in how to feed themselves and then be healthy, without knowing that body positivity is part of healthiness. Then secondly, the people that are aware about body positivity are now so concerned about their curves, their physique. So they don't check other effects. They engage in exercises, and that exercises are concentrated on particular body parts, which is not a good idea. Good exercise is a good thing. It helps the body to be completely healthy. But concentrating on the shapes and the physique of the body is the problem here. So our body positivity should be made known to the people in the right direction. Like I mentioned earlier, poverty is one thing. This person is poor, that does not mean he cannot take care of himself or herself and then the body, his or her body. But he will be interested in looking for money, getting food to eat, and when he sees food, he doesn't care about the type of food he eats. So food is another factor. Then again, time of our consumption of food. We eat food at often. We don't check. There are certain foods that has some time for it. Like when you want to eat food at odd hours, like in the middle of the night, it's not proper because of digestion. So we need to be guided in the way we eat, taking our food, and then the type of food we eat that will suit our health. Social media has a lot to do. One, we copy the Western world, so many ways. And then in this course of copying the Western world, we don't follow their routine of body positivity. They do a lot of things to check their body, but we don't do. For instance, our people go far as engraving tattoos on our bodies, and most often we don't know the effect of tattoo to the body. Then because they want to look at like the white, especially the celebrities, a commoner on the street will wear tattoo and without asking questions. Then again, they have gone as far as opening their nose, their ears and wearing earrings. All these things brings a negative impact. Some positive anyway. Then the wearing of bangles and the rest of them, and the ankle and the rest of them. People have definition for all these things. But some people, without knowing the definition, because it is on the social media, they go about wearing it, not checking what it has, the positive impact on their body.
I don't think that people should not be happy the way they do, because we are not the one that make ourselves. We are not our maker. You know, there is already someone who made us in his own likeness and image. I know that everything God does is always perfect. You get? So I don't believe or see any reason why I should not be happy the way God created me. As I am now, and I'm very, very happy and confident. I like the way I look. And this is not supposed to be affecting me in any area. So whatever I do, I want to do, I do it proud, because I love the way I am. You get? So I believe the same way other people should see themselves bold enough and also have confidence in themselves to come and do whatever thing they want to do, not mind their look, because we are not the makeup. It's inferiority complex when you are not again contented with what you have. High growth tonic will cause it when you are not confident in yourself. So when you are not contented with what you have, greedy, it will trigger you to do many things. Some go out there to go and do surgery, some go and there because I'm dark in complexion and I feel like that girl or that lady is getting more favor because of maybe because she is fair. Then I'll go out there and go and change my look. No, every of our destiny, grace attached to it. So I don't see any reason why we should be envy or greedy or be looking at anybody. Oh, this person have this, I have not done that. No, allow your own grace to shine for you, because there is grace attached to that person. It's not because that person is fair. It's not because that person is tall. It's not because that person is fat or slim. It's not it. It is the person's grace working, God's giving grace. So your own, find it, nurture it, and allow it to work for you.
I feel like on body positivity, there's a lot of misinformation about it, because I care about my body. Like where I stay, I try to jog in the morning, so sometimes like if I can't jog in the morning, I'll jog at night or in the evening, just trying to be healthy. Some people be like, okay, body positivity, either in men or women, that like being obese, being overweight. I don't really want to say like it's good, because being obese, being overweight is like detrimental to your health. You can say like you look as I am, being obese, you're like 250 something plus pounds, 300 plus pounds. I feel like that's too much, because at that point you're stressing yourself, you're stressing your body. Because if you really care about your body and you're positive about your body, you will take care of your body to the point where like your daily easy activities are not like stressed, are not, stressed out. So I feel like body positivity in men and women should just be like you feeling good about yourself, taking care of yourself. And I don't know, most times you just listen to everything different opinions about it. At the end of the day, it's what you tell yourself and what is good for yourself that actually matters. So
hi friends, how are you doing? How are you and yours doing today? It's a beautiful day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice and be glad in it. Thank you for joining us. My name is Victor Chief Judge, and it is with great joy that I welcome you to Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. Please gather your friends and family together, because we are certainly going to have a great show today. First of all, we're going to sing a song just to give God all the glory for all that He has done. It's a very simple Igbo song. Imela, Imela, Okaka onye kere ụwa imela Jesus imela eze mmụọ. Join me now and sing imela, oh imela Okaka onye kere ụwa imela imela eze mmụọ. Another simple song we say, you've been faithful, Lord, hey, from the ages past. That is why your name, oh your name is forever praised. One more time, you've been faithful, Lord, you've been faithful, Lord, from the ages past. That is why your name, oh your name is forever praised. Dear Lord, we say thank you for all that you have done and the things you are doing right now and the things you will yet do. Thank you, Father. As our journey in life requires great caution, and this cannot be gotten if there is no sober reflection. When you reflect well, you will live well. Therefore, let us pay rapt attention in this segment as we reflect on God's word, which has the capacity to make us better. I'll be right back shortly to continue this show with you.
Brothers and sisters, today we celebrate the Sunday of the Word of God. Pope Francis invites us on this Sunday to reflect on what the Word of God means to us. Do you read your Bible? I know that sometimes Protestants accuse us Catholics that we don't read the Bible, but that's not true, because the Word of God is Jesus Christ, the one who came to save us. The Word of God is at the heart of everything that we do. The Word became flesh and dwelt among us. But do you read your Bible? Do you find time to pray the Bible? Do you find time to listen to the Word of God? It is the best book to read, the Bible. And then the readings today, the first reading, as well as the Gospel, shows us what the Word of God truly is. In the first reading, the people had returned from exile. And as they came into the city, Jerusalem, just by the gates of the city, they gathered, watching as the people did the ruins of their homeland, utterly devastated. But they prayed. They listened to the word of God, proclaimed to them by the prophet Ezra, the priest Ezra. The text says that after the people had listened to the word of God, they began to cry. What made them cry? Perhaps as they watched the ruins of their city, as they listened to the promises of God in the book of the law, the covenant, and as they remembered how they broke the commandments of God and how they suffered. In their suffering, their pain, their devastation, but also as they were comforted by the promises of God, who had brought them back from exile, and who promised them of a new day, of better days, of a new beginning. So it could be that they were crying tears of joy about the restoration that was about to begin, tears of sorrow about the failings of their ancestors and their own failings, even tears of anxiety about how they can rebuild. But the priest Ezra and their leader Nehemiah assures them God is always true to God's word. The promises of God will come to pass. The joy of the Lord should be your strength. So even though you have not seen the realization of the promises, they say to the people, begin to rejoice, to feel deep within your heart the certainty and the assurance and the courage and the hope that God will restore the city. God will restore your fortune. And these ruins that you see will be turned into flourishing cities, peaceful cities, and cities where God's people will flourish. And in the gospel, we see Jesus comes into the synagogue, and they handed him over the scroll. He read from the prophet Isaiah, chapter 61, verse 1 to 2. Now, Isaiah chapters 40 to 64 are, in some traditions, called the Jubilee texts, because in these passages, a session of which the Lord read today and we heard today, God speaks about liberation of the exiles, the same people that we heard about their condition in the first reading. God speaks of new days, of new beginning. God speaks to the people of restoration. God speaks to them of a brighter and better future. Those words Jesus spoke today when he read from the scroll of the prophet Isaiah. And then he inserted a passage from Isaiah 58, verse 6 and following, that talks about liberating God's people. So, this year is a year of Jubilee. And when we talk about the liberation of God's people, it goes back to the Jubilee tradition that we find in Leviticus. Leviticus chapter 25. And Jesus says that his mission is to proclaim good news to the poor, sight to the blind, liberty to those who are held in captivity, to announce the Jubilee year of the Lord. Jesus is our Jubilee. In him is the restoration of creation. Jesus is our new life. In him is the restoration of whatever is damaged, destroyed, and decaying. Jesus is our hope. In him lies fully the promises of God. And he says to his audience, brothers and sisters, these words are being fulfilled as you listen. We need to enter deeper into the Word of God, especially as we journey this year with St. Luke. St. Luke's Gospel, as we see in the introduction today, that is the first part of the Gospel, where the writer of St. Luke tells us why he wrote the gospel, how he wrote it, and the message of the gospel. It is so that you will believe. What is it that troubles your mind today? For the world today, indeed, we are like the people that heard the word in the first reading, as well as those who heard the word in the gospel. We look around us, the devastation in our world, the wars, people who are returning to their homes after the devastation of the war in Gaza, in Lebanon, or people today in Congo who are troubled in Goma as rebels from M25 surround them. Thousands of people fleeing their homes in Sudan, in South Sudan, in northern Nigeria, and in many parts of the world. What is the Jubilee to them? What is the message of liberation from Jesus to all of us? I think that this year of Jubilee invites us, brothers and sisters, especially on this Sunday devoted to the Word of God, invites each and every one of us to think of where our lives are in ruins, like the people in the first reading, and how we can allow Jesus to come in and do for us what he promises to do and what he always does for those who welcome the word and those who say yes to God, to restore us, to heal us, to liberate us, to bless us, to sanctify us, and to take us to that future which God alone knows. So let us celebrate this Jubilee with faith, with prayer, and with openness and trust in divine providence.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was...
Why the main market is in chaos. People are...
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken it vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes.
Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
All right, you're welcome back from that reflection, and I know you were blessed by that session. Please receive and do the needful with what you have heard. Thank you for joining us. If you're just joining us now, this is Gospel Lounge on Signature TV. We have something very important to discuss with my guest today. Is a very critical matter. All right, just by way of introduction, you see, the new year opened up beautifully with great energy and hopes for a blossom in life and experience. However, the unfortunate story is making the rounds now on social media about the gruesome murders and hordes of people raise very disturbing concern, and it doesn't seem to stop. Now, our conversation today will center around marriage, okay? Its purpose as proposed by God, the designer. We will also explore why or the reason behind these unfortunate events and how to curb them. To discuss this issue with me today in the studio, I have Barrister Nenna Nozie, a great woman with an outstanding portfolio, to mention but a few. A passionate advocate for women empowerment and development in all facets of life, seeing that they are given their rightful privileges as designed by God. Also, of course, I have Pastor Lemi Jonathan, an amazing author, editor, and relationship coach with great experience and visible results in relationship and family life. Friends, help me make welcome to Gospel Lounge this great man. Thank you for joining us today. I am so grateful to have you again. Thank you.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure being
All right. Is just like I said in the introduction, the year opened up very beautifully. Until lately, wahala everywhere. People killing themselves, and what's your assessment? Let me start with you, Pastor Lemi Jonathan. What's your assessment about all this? What is going on?
Well, for me, I think it's an act of transfer of aggression.
Okay.
A lot of people are aggrieved by the way society have become, the economic situation and all of that. And when somebody, you know, is bastardized or aggrieved or put under pressure and he cannot fight the source of the pressure, he transfers the aggression to a weaker vessel close by. And so many people are under the pressure of the economy. You can't survive, things are tough here and there. Then the anger builds up, you come back home, maybe your wife tells you something that is so beautiful, but the anger you came in with, you know, will not allow you to comprehend what she's saying. You transfer the aggression to her. And so all of these things we are seeing are actually transfer of aggression. People are actually going through pains and they can't fight the sources of the pains. So now they have to hit it back on the innocent and weaker vessels around them.
And I know a lot of people have said a lot of things, you know, having the videos that are so disturbing. People say this man has done that, the other woman has done that, and a lot of stories around that. And then the violence we see in marriage seems not to stop. What? I know, you know, a lot of people were shouting justice for the women, justice for them. So what's your take on that?
Honestly speaking, I think a lot of people have lost their values. I mean, our societal values. Some people have lost the humanity in them, because I don't think anybody has any reason to take anybody's life.
Yeah.
You know, because that same aggression you have, that same pain that you have, another person has it, but he has not taken another person's life.
Okay.
He has not resorted to even to you, because assuming you are angry and I am angry, and I unleash my own anger on you, you won't be alive to unleash to the next person. So I think people have really lost the essence of humanity. We used to be human. You know, there are some people that even to kill something as small as a chicken, they will find it very difficult. But these days, somebody carries fuel and pours on his wife and brings a light and lights it up. You have already decided to finish that person. So I think the reason is because a lot of people have lost it. I mean, they are no longer humans. They are just behaving like beasts. Because when you hear stories of, okay, look at what just happened recently in one of the states in Nigeria, where somebody killed 3 children and packed them inside the refrigerator.
That's a very disturbing.
So, I mean, how on earth will I justify that with how you feel? It just shows that you have lost your humanity, you have lost sense of living, you don't even regard anybody. Such a person, if he's in Igbo, they'll say, oh, Barejugi, and I mean, his eyes are full of blood, so he doesn't see his fellow human beings as a human being.
And now still talking about that, the next thing I want to ask, what could be responsible for this? You know, when Pastor Lemi was saying something, he said, you know, due to the pressure and the economic, a lot of things. But I want to really know, you know, in plain terms, what could be responsible for this wickedness that is expressed on a daily basis?
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Loss of values. I mean, we no longer value our human beings.
Why?
Because people are mad. People have lost it. I don't know. Because if I begin to say, oh, it's because you're angry, because I remember during the lockdown, during COVID-19, we recorded a lot of violence, especially domestic violence, because people now sat at home, you could now sit with your wife and discover that, oh, your wife talks too much, or your husband is not living up to the expectation. So people were, but I keep saying that even in my own thoughts, it is not enough for you to take. You can unleash your anger on somebody by beating the person, kicking the person, and maybe even walking out on somebody. But the moment you decide to take someone's life, it has gone beyond anger. It has become insanity. It has become madness. It has become loss of value for human beings. I mean, you no longer regard anybody. And so such a person does not deserve to remain in the society. You are no longer a human being because you have lost your sense. So, I mean, another thing we can liken this to is lack of fear of God.
Okay.
People do not fear God. People do not know God. In fact, we profess to know God. In Nigeria, we are regarded as one of the religious countries. But look at what is happening. Crime is on the increase. A lot of things. And these people, on Sundays, you still see them going to church. Those who go to mosque, on Fridays, they will go to mosque. So who are the perpetrators of this evil? Do they not go to somewhere? But they do not know this God they go to worship, and they do not even have regards for him, and they do not have regards for humanity. Because if you have regards, imagine the people who constructed the Nigerian constitution, for instance, and gave inalienable rights to human beings. And so these are your constitutional rights. These are rights that are given to you because you're a human being, and this should not be taken away from you by anybody. And one mad person wakes up one morning and decides that you annoyed me, the economy is hard, in fact you spoke too much to me, or you committed infidelity, because there will always be reasons your perpetrators will give for justifying whatever they did. And then you pour fuel. You know what is fuel? Then you bring light. I mean,
you
so
know,
it is
going deeper to this now. I want to come to you, Pastor Lemi. You know, when we look at our context, the African context now, we begin to see that these quarrels or these crises we have in our homes might be because maybe the man is not meeting up to his responsibilities, or maybe the man is expecting so much from the wife and all that. I want to ask, what are the responsibilities? Because I'm looking at this, that the institution of marriage has come under a siege.
Serial attack.
And how do we cover? That's why I'm asking this question. What would be the responsibility of the man and the woman in a marriage to make sure that these things we are seeing on a daily basis doesn't come up again?
Okay, before I go deep into this, now, while Mama was talking, I remember something that happened, or what was written in the book of Luke 6, verse 48. Talked about the foundation. A man that built his house on the rock, and then another one on the sand. Then the winds come. Now these winds, this pressure, and what we are seeing now, the economic situation, the pressure and all of that. Now, if you have a faulty foundation to start with, if your marriage or your family or your life had been built on a faulty foundation, now when pressures of life comes, you can't stand, you will start misbehaving. All the people who are doing this, a lot of persons jumped into marriage without understanding what marriage is all about. A lot of persons jumped into politics without understanding what it is. So when the pressure comes now, you can easily be blown off. So foundation is so important. When you have a strong foundation, godly foundation, moral foundation, family values, okay? No matter what happens, you know that I can't do this one. I tell myself, I can't slap my wife. I can't beat my wife. No matter what. I tell my son, look at me, have you ever seen me talk? I cannot do it. That is a moral value, no matter what she does. The highest thing I will do, I will walk away. Now, talking about this, in Genesis 2 verse 15, the Bible says, God told the man, the Lord God put the man in the garden and told him, dress it and keep it. It was the man God gave the responsibility of dressing the home and securing the home. Now, anybody you marry as a man, you ensure that she's going to help you to do these things. Now, if you marry someone that you cannot control, that becomes a problem. And you see, human beings as we are all different, even if you're twins. Now, for us to have the ability to manage our differences is a key to helping us resolve conflict. Conflict must arise, whereas as long as we have people of individual balances, individual differences, there must be conflict. When those conflicts are not properly managed, it turns to violence. Now, conflicts are not evil, so because you and I can't agree on everything, we have different opinions. Now, we need to agree. Somebody said if we disagree, we can talk about it. But if you disrespect me, we're not talking about it. Now you disagree over something. Maybe the man is not doing it as the woman expected. They can disagree. Now you resolve it because you already have a foundation. Resolve it and conflict is solved. No violence will escalate. But when you don't resolve it, you are selfish. You want things to be done your own way. There will be violence because the conflict will escalate. It is the duty of the man to keep the home. Then he gets married to a woman that will help him do that. That is what the Bible meant by saying help meet. Now, when these things are not properly understood, the woman will want to take over the responsibility of the man, or the man will expect the woman to be doing what he ought to be doing, and then there will be conflict in the home. So we need to understand these roles in marriages.
It's very, very wonderful that you are saying this thing now, and I'll need to come to you on this because you're already smiling. You don't know what I'm about to say. Today, we have a popular movement. Called the Purple Movement. It's all about empowering women and all that. And we've had over time, we say what a man can do, a woman can also do it. It tends to bring in a kind of strife and power tussle between the circle of marriage. That how do we balance this? Because it is a problem. It's a problem. The African man cannot take that stubbornness. I want to use the word stubbornness. You tell your wife, you sit down here, don't do this, and then she's doing the opposite. It can, the ego has been, yes. So what do you have to say about that?
All right, thank you. Let me start with the Christendom, as in from the Christian aspect, where I also belong to. During the time of creation, in the book of Genesis chapter 1, if you read from verse 26 down to 28, the Bible says that God created them male and female. And he said to them, multiply, have dominion, bear fruit. To me, my understanding of that particular place in the Bible is that God gave joint mandate to this man and the woman to go into this family and ensure that this family works.
Okay.
You understand? So when you now come to role assignments, like what we have in the society, where some roles are already, there are stereotyped roles assigned to men, to women and assigned to men. I see that as a social construct.
Okay.
How do I mean? For instance, apart from a woman getting pregnant and giving birth, I don't think there's any other special role assigned by God to a woman. And I don't think there's another one assigned to a man other than, okay, you get the woman pregnant. From that book of Genesis, both of them were given the mandate to have dominion. And what is dominion? That is leadership.
Okay.
So when you come to a family where you are still assigning roles, you should be the leader, I should be the head, you should be the tail. Because, many a times you see men even saying, you should be submissive to me. They also forget that this same Bible says, submit you one to another. So everybody has the responsibility of submission. Do you understand? Even though the Bible says, love your husband, love your wife, you also have to love your husband. So there's no gender assigned roles to any gender. when it comes to home. It is when we begin to divide it and say, you don't know you are the man of this house, you should be bringing money. And the man is not bringing money, but the woman, you are in a better position to bring money. Conflict will come. Okay. But if you see it as a joint role in a family, that the only thing a man cannot do here is to give birth, and the only thing you can do to yourself as a woman is to impregnate yourself, then both of us can work together to have, because God was not mistaken when he waited for both of them. So he said to them, have dominion, multiply, bear fruit. So it was a joint task. So if a family must work together in love and unity, they must work together. Whoever can do anything should do it. If the man is in a better position to cook. All these societal norms of assigning roles to women, because you know some women may not be good at cooking or doing domestic chores. It could be the man. I have a brother who is very perfect in keeping domestic chores. The wife is not like that. You come to a home. I've also had a friend of mine. She's the one that owns the generator. The husband knows how to cook. I don't know if you understand. So if you begin to bring the societal expectations or the cultural expectation or religious expectation of a woman should be under this one, you know, those norms and gender stereotypes. I mean, when you bring them to family, you begin to have a dysfunctional family. Conflicts will arise, and you begin to hear what a man can do. We are all equal before God. In fact, if you go back to the book of Galatians or so, he said, we are now the same. We are equal before God. There's no more male or female, no Jew or Greek. So do we now read Bible and turn it upside down? Go to the beginning of the books, which is Genesis. He said to them all, to both of them, have dominion. Okay. So when a man, and in fact, it was even a curse. It was a curse. If you go to the book of Genesis 3, when man sinned against God, God cursed the woman and said, the man shall have rule over you, and your desire shall be for him. So it is not in the intention of God from the beginning for man to have rule over a man. But of course we won't preach it this way. We want to preach it to suit us. Man is a selfish being. Once you're enjoying abuse, you are the abuser, you're enjoying it, it will not look like abuse to you. But so when they say women are angling for empowerment, and they've been empowered from creation by God to have dominion. I don't know if you understand. God empowered them to have dominion. And even when the man was doing things alone, God looked at it and said, it's not good for this man to be alone. So he can't be alone in the marriage. Thinking and being the one ordering people around, sit down, don't go there. I've seen some women, they'll dress up to attend our meetings, and you see men saying, don't go there. You are not going out. Don't befriend. You know, you begin to command your wife because you have assumed that dominion alone. It is not good for you to be alone. Both of you should have that dominion. Should have that submission.
At this point, I want to really make a case. You know, this is a very serious matter.
It is.
It's a very serious matter, and the society is going agog over this.
Yeah.
And the intentions of God in designing this institution somehow is being defeated. I don't want to say totally defeated, somehow, because a lot of misconceptions have come in, a lot of interpretations have come in these things. I know we have our different cultures and everything, but the word of God is supra culture, all right? It oversees every other culture. Well, however it is now, I want to ask you, Pastor, what are our people doing, especially the religious leaders? What are they doing in teaching the truths concerning God's idea of marriage?
Okay, from my understanding of God's idea of marriage, God actually wanted to create leadership examples, you know, for marriage. And God is not, God is all wise, God is all powerful. And if you look at the Bible very, very clearly, God gave the mandate of leadership of the family to the man. Anytime God was calling a family, he calls the man. He said, I know that Abraham will command his children. He didn't call Sarah. The fact is this: when we now begin to place gender, and we now say, oh, the man must be the head, these things have been stated clearly. The reason why God gave a man, Adam, a wife, is to be a helper to him, not because she's lesser in value. But the woman being a helper should also take leadership from the husband. Like now, we are all Nigerians and we are all under the constitution, yet we have a president. And the constitution itself, gives the president powers. And he's also under the constitution. He is actually answerable to the constitution.
Yeah.
So we are, as human beings now, under God's order, based on the Bible. At the same time, the same order, just like in the church now. We can't say, oh, we are all Christians, so I can just wake up and go and stand on the altar. There's a pastor in charge.
Yeah.
He tells you go. Now, God uses all of these things now to create the same leadership principle for the home. Now, like in Genesis 3 in verse 16, he told the woman, like Mama said, it's like a curse, but it must be obeyed. That's why even in Ephesians 5, you see that wives, be subject to your husband in all things. So when we have problems at home is when the woman or the man tries to remind the wife that your submission is based on a curse from God. It becomes a problem. Or when the woman now feels like, why should I submit? After all, we can do everything. I have dominion, you have dominion, and all of that. The church is a very balanced institution, and when we don't teach this basic truth now, we get it wrong. Now, leadership, the way God is, Jesus Christ was on earth. While he was on earth, he kept referring to God the Father. What he asked me to do, I will do. That is how he expects marriage to be. A man who, like now, when God asked Abraham, I called Abraham and asked him to go. Abraham carries his family. And God said, I know that he would command his family. A time came when the wife did ask Abraham to, go to the maid. And Abraham did not consult God. He did. When trouble came, God told him, listen to your wife. Then I was saying, God, ask Abraham to listen to his wife. He would have said, woman, keep quiet. Anything Abraham says stands. But God said, listen to your wife. Why? Because two of you are on this journey together. And two of you must create this thing. Now, there are times where the man listens to his wife because you did not marry a substandard person. You marry somebody that is sound, that will help you. The reason why marriage was brought in, so that the woman can help the man become a better version of himself. But the man is the leader. And so the church teaches that the man is the head. That is why the woman is not a second-class citizen, but she is a support system to the man. If a man succeeds, then the wife is actually a pillar of success for him. And now, that does not mean that the woman loses her value, loses her personality and her instinct because she is married. She also have her way, her part to play, because when we stand before God, we are standing before God individually, not as a couple. But then right here on earth, marriage is made in such a way that the man is the head, the woman is a support system to him. As a matter of fact, God created a woman for the benefit of the man. And I've given a very clear illustration. I buy a car, for what reason? So the car will help me take me from here to there and give me all the comfort to carry my load and all of that. For me to enjoy that car, I must take care of the car. I must fuel the car. I must give the car. If the car is making noise, I will listen and fix the car. Once you don't fix the car breaks down, you're in trouble. If you have a wife, the wife is so important to your life that if you don't fix her at any point in time, you have a problem. Even if you bought it for yourself, you went to marry her from her village and all of that. She becomes part of you. Both of you become one. But then the man still remains there.
Wow, friends, this has been a very wonderful conversation, and it's so deep. I am learning a lot. I hope you are learning so much. Before I let them go, I'm going to be asking them a very serious question, because we need to put an end to these unfortunate events. Barrister, in case of violence, what do you do?
Okay, thank you.
Just a few minutes, because our time is up.
Oh my goodness, I wish we had time, because I had wanted to say something.
No, this will be an ongoing conversation.
Yes, please let's it, because we need to get it right from the home, and we need all the stakeholders, the religious leaders, traditional rulers, bring out the truth in all of this, so that the people who have the right teachings, and then even the issue of violence you're asking of will go out of the marriage. So when you are violated as a human being, whether as a man or woman, we have in ENUGU State here, we have some places you can come to. We have the Ministry of Gender Affairs. The gender there is for both male and female. We have a lot of civil society organizations working to ensure that we have a free society free from violence. So the law is there to protect you. We have a law in ENUGU State and in Nigeria that protects against violence. Like in Nigeria, we have what we call VAP law, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Law. That law covers every aspect of violence. So you are protected protected. You could come to a lawyer, you could come to us. I personally run an NGO where we take care of people who are abused and violated. So I mean, you are not alone. Just speak out. Don't die in silence. We are trying to kill the culture of silence, where people are being abused and they keep quiet, hiding under the guise of religion or tradition. You are not supposed to speak out, or you are not advised to separate from a place of abuse. Anybody who continues to remain in the place of abuse can die one day. We've had stories. So when you are violated, don't keep quiet. Come out of there. You have support system out here.
Wow, wow, wow. Friends, it has been a very wonderful conversation with these great personalities. I would like to call you to action right now. Marriage relationship is God's idea and must be done according to his principles. Life is too precious and you have no right whatsoever to destroy or maim it. As precious as God has made it, keep it safe and beautiful. When you find yourself in an abusive relationship, please consider safety first. Stay out and seek for help or support from discreet quarters. You have friends that are beautiful friends, godly elderly persons. All right, reach out to them. Even legal practitioners, just like our barrister have said here. Finally, we call upon the government and religious leaders, even our parents, to set godly examples and policies that will help maintain a sane society. I'd like to thank you so much for being on the show today, and we'll call you again, because this is going to be an ongoing conversation. Thank you very much for coming. From all of us here at Signature TV, we wish you well. Thank you so much. And my wonderful audience, thank you so much for being there. As always, you're all amazing. Thank you. Please do follow us on all our social media platforms. Send us feedbacks and let's know how we can serve you better. Till I come your way next time, be loving and be lovely. My name is Victor Chief Judge. Bye for now.
Country is gradually sliding away from democratic approach. You see, when you look at what is playing out in the country, it's becoming clearer to us that the present government doesn't want any dissenting voice from anybody. They don't want the voice of opposition or anybody that will say anything that is different from what they have in mind. They also want to flog us without anybody crying. That's what they want to do. And once you are speaking against their actions, once you are speaking against their policies, you've become an enemy. You know, the initial time the police invited him, we were saying that there was a different intention from what they were painting. And you saw it, even when he got there, there was no clear interrogation there. They were moving from one baseless corner to another. You can't even say that this is exactly what they invited him for. Now, the DSS said it was petition written by NLC, which means it's an NLC thing. Or did the NLC person or persons accuse the president of being a terrorist or what? They haven't told us. Because if it's labor matter that has to do with labor union activities, why should DSS be involved? That is the first question. Then if it borders on the nation, and you are saying this petition was written, when was it written? And why must it be when he was attending TUC conference, international conference for that matter, that you should hold him? Was there any restriction on his movement? Did you give him order not to move out of the country? Because sometimes when they talk, they believe that we're all dafts and they're the only people that know everything, principally because they were given the powers to lead. That we are given the power to lead doesn't mean that your followers do not have sense. That is what some people do not understand. And it doesn't also mean that you think faster than the people you lead. It's only that somebody must be in front. So the way they reason, the way they go about things in the country doesn't suggest that they actually understand the nitty-gritties of democracy.
Cancer remains one of the leading causes of death worldwide, with over 18 million new cases diagnosed every year. In Nigeria alone, approximately 100,000 new cases are recorded annually. Factors such as late diagnosis and inappropriate treatment are listed as leading causes of cancer death, especially in low and middle-income countries. 38-year-old Umu Dolokaina, who is receiving treatment for breast cancer, shares her story. According to her, she dismissed unusual pains, opted for herbal remedies instead of seeking professional help. She now urges women, particularly those in rural communities, to prioritize their health by seeking immediate medical attention if they experience any symptoms.
I have been experiencing pain in my armpit. When I first fell ill, I was unaware of the cause of my sickness. Despite trying traditional medicine, which did not provide any relief, my aunt, who lives in town, advised me to undergo a medical checkup at FMC Renikebi to determine the source of my discomfort. Unfortunately, the diagnosis revealed that I have cancer, a disease I knew very little about. Having relied solely on traditional medicine, which proved ineffective, the medical team informed us that if we were willing, we could proceed with treatment, which involved a series of injections, followed by surgery, and then completion of the remaining injections.
Cancer treatment is quite expensive. Given the significant financial burden, health experts say government intervention to support cancer patients is critical. The Kebbi government says it is dedicated to closing the gap in healthcare within the state by improving access to essential medical services, including cancer care.
State level, Kebbi State government has established a cancer unit in the Kebbi State Teaching Hospital, Kalgo, and also it has established an indigent cancer fund. And based on the category or stage at which your cancer is, the funds is being distributed accordingly for patients, either for surgery or chemotherapy or radiotherapy. The state government is giving funds accordingly for patients to avail those services. Yes, partnership is there with drug companies like Johnson & Johnson, Roche, which Roche is into breast cancer and Johnson & Johnson into prostate cancer. So they have subsidized those drugs that are meant for prostate cancer as well as drug for breast cancer. So there is counter funding from state government together with these NGOs to subsidize the drugs for patients.
Health experts says medical advancement and improved early detection methods have been significantly increased survival rates, offering a lifeline to those battling the disease.
There has been improvement in cancer survival rates due to simple things like prevention. Within the cancer space, there has been plenty of noise being made, early diagnosis, coming to hospital early, and it has greatly improved the survival rates of our cancer patients, as well as in the chemotherapy. Some of the drugs were using cytotoxic. Initially, the cytotoxic being used usually destroy both normal and abnormal cells, the cancer cells and the normal cells. But these days, the new drugs being made, they are referred to as hormonal or targeted therapies or immunotherapy. Specifically, they are made to treat the cancer cells without destroying the normal cells. So with that, it has reduced side effects and patients are willing to stay and finish their chemotherapy, thus improving survival rates.
The WHO stresses the need for increased sensitization and accessible treatment towards a future where cancer is no longer a widespread burden. From Brini Kebbi, Excellence Benjamin, reporting for Signature Television.
Hello, and welcome to Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television. We are reaching you from our studios in ENUGU, the Coast City States. Of course, ENUGU is the capital of Southeast Nigeria. Last week, the Supreme Court of Nigeria made a landmark judgment in which it made certain pronouncements that would appear to have given autonomy to local government councils in Nigeria. The Supreme Court in that ruling directed or affirmed that all funds going to local governments should no longer go through the Joint Allocation Committee of the states, but should be paid directly to the council accounts of elected councils throughout Nigeria. That would mean if a state government is running a caretaker committee, such a state government, such local governments are unqualified to receive allocation from the federation account. The ruling also affirmed that governors do not have a right at all to dissolve elected councils. That would also imply there are caretaker committees, which about 22 states in Nigeria are running. The Supreme Court says it is illegal and they should no longer be operated as such. Nigerians have been reacting. Nigerians have been responding. And Nigerians have been making comments on this judgment. There are two divides. One are those obviously led by James Ibori, former governor of Delta State, who affirmed that that ruling violates certain sections of the Constitution. And of course, Michael Zekome, Senate Advocate of Nigeria, leads the other pack that said the Supreme Court had made a policy decision and that Nigeria should welcome it. It is the only way to restore the dignity of the local government system. On whichever divide you are, Nigerians are clamoring that the local government system should be allowed to breathe. It's like they're being choked by the governors. And so this evening, we are here to do what? To have a look. To have a look at the local government autonomy. How could it be constitutionally redirected? What can we do to ensure that that autonomy, as foreseen by the Supreme Court, is made legitimate? I've been joined in the studio by no less a person than Chief Okezie Nwanjoko, an Enugu-based attorney, a former local government chairman. Chief Nwanjoko, welcome to Common Conversations.
Good, thank you, Dr. Siranoke. Good evening, our global audience. My pleasure to be here this evening.
Okay, we'll just take a short break. When we come back, we'll continue this conversation. Welcome back. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television, and we're still broadcasting from our studios in ENUGU. Chief Wanjoko, I said you're a lawyer, and a former local government chairman, and I'm sure you've read at least part of that judgment. What are your thoughts?
Thank you once again, Dr. Cyril. As a matter of fact, that judgment that was delivered last week by a panel of 7 Supreme Court justices, led by Justice Agim, that judgment has been applauded by vast majority of Nigerians. Some also, like you said, have some misgivings about that judgment. But whichever side one belongs of the argument, the popular view, opinion in the public space is that local government, everything should be done legally to ensure that local government enjoys autonomy as a supposedly third-tier system of government. I was privileged to appear in a radio discussion sometime last week, which you also anchored. And my views were made clear, which I'm going to restate here this evening. I said what the decision of the Supreme Court on that judgment is an act of judicial activism by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court tried to lean towards the yearning of the public. The Supreme Court is the final court, it's the last court. Being the last court, anything they say, whether it is wrong or right, is final. And becomes final until it is reversed by the Supreme Court, maybe in another opportunity, but not in the same matter. Arising from that, they've taken that decision to liberate the local government from the stronghold of the state government. But I did say, and I'm repeating it here, that that decision, most majority of Nigerians applauded it. It depends on the side you belong. But looking at it legally, the Supreme Court, like I said, their decision is an act of judicial activism, because if looking at the Constitution as it is, people have been blaming the governors that they are suffocating the local government, they are doing this, they are doing that. But if you look at the 1999 Constitution as amended, that is where the problem of local government is all encompassed.
Before you come, let's start with the one I know.
Okay.
And that is Section 7.1, which clearly guaranteed that there should be a democratically elected councils.
Yes.
Let's start from there.
Yes.
To what extent have the governors breached this part of the Constitution?
God bless you. You know, in legal drafting, meaning are given to certain words. If you look at that Section 7 you've just mentioned, you will see from beginning to the end, you will not see any word shall. And the law, once you say shall, it means compulsion. It's a must, you must do that. You just say guaranteed. Guaranteed. It's that there. If that thing has said, there shall be elected local government officials in not local government, I tell you, no governor under any guise will not obey that.
When you say something is guaranteed,
yes.
So what does it mean?
It's assured. It's assured. But for it to get that deep assurance in law, the word convert it must start with shall, and it is not there. And that's the loophole where most of the state government governors are leaping on to do what they're doing. So you cannot completely accuse them of violating the Constitution, because explicitly the drafters did not make it so that there must be elected. There must be, like, if you continue with this conversation, you will see why people are contesting what the Supreme Court did. Section 162, sub 5, sub 6, sub 7, sub 8. You will see shall, which empowers the state government. All the revenues made for local government in every state of federation must be given to the state under which those local governments, are domiciled. For instance, using our own state in ENUGU, that section 1625 says all the funds meant for local government in the federation should be credited to the states, various states, for the benefit of the local government. That was say, and say share, which means must, the money must go there. And that's why what the Supreme Court did, people are, some legal minds are questioning it, even some non-legal minds, because once the convention will say share, it means it must be done, and for that to be altered, it must pass through legislative process, which is the job of the National Assembly. Now, but on the other angle, the job of the Supreme Court, of the judiciary, is to interpret the laws made by the legislature. So, if by any means, in the eyes of any of the higher courts, and from the court of records, the Supreme Court, if in looking at, because it's a constitutional matter, if looking at the issues bordering, and they finds out that there is some mischief on the part of the legal drafters, they are at liberty to give meaning to the true meaning which is intended, about that situation. And that's exactly what they did. Can I drink water? The Supreme Court in this instance looked at the intendment of the framers of that constitution. And the intendment was not that if the money comes to, the state government, they appropriate it and do it. They thought that we are dealing with men of conscience.
Okay, let me just come. Let me just come. What I think I want to address your mind to is that if the Constitution says, and rightly so, if it says, and rightly so, that democratically elected councils
should run the government,
are guaranteed, and a governor, a Democrat, a man who has sworn to the oath to defend the Constitution, to protect the Constitution, is looking for a loophole, an avenue, a cheap way to truncate democracy at that level. As a former local government chairman that was elected, as an attorney, would you not think that such governors are certainly undemocratic?
Thank you, Doc, once again. Honestly, I'm not in this studio to rationalize what some governors are doing by not respecting the letters and spirit of the Constitution, whether it is a share or not. Common sense.
It's a mistake that should, at least,
sense, yes.
In the democracy,
I'm not here to
they should be elected.
That what they did is or was right. They are ordinarily supposed to follow to the letter what the Constitution, even if the Constitution, there are some,
ambiguity.
I mean, they should be able to do what should be seen as just and equitable in the eyes of a human. So it is not proper for them to ignore or to be looking
to look for one loophole.
Is not proper.
To circumvent.
It's not proper.
Do you know what that meant? It means that the people at the ward level do not have a say who governs them. People at local government do not have a say who governs them. People are imposed on them willy-nilly, and so you don't appoint councillors, you don't appoint supervisors, so you just appoint
chairman.
Some people, just a few, who perhaps have never told the people this is what we are going to do if we get elected. So in that vein, they have nothing to work for.
It's wrong.
And the people have nothing to look up to.
It's wrong.
Okay.
It's wrong.
Having said that, and also as a lawyer, now I'm sure our viewers will want to know the particular areas of the Constitution that will need some kind of an amendment. Like you rightly said, the National Assembly should do something very quickly and very urgently to give teeth, or if there's a lacuna somewhere, to at least to balance what the Supreme Court has done by looking at those sections. One, that could be the section on this section 6, the one on joint account, and 162 and the rest. So what would you advise the National Assembly to do, and how urgently should they do that?
As a matter of fact, what the Supreme Court had done already is to guarantee financial freedom to the local government. And whether people say they did it coming from the back door or front door, that is to that extent, by the way, but that is the new law in place.
Okay.
The local government have gotten financial freedom, financial autonomy right now. But the next question is, have they gotten political autonomy? The answer here, with the present constitution in place, they have not gotten political autonomy. Because insofar as the election to local government officials are left in the hands of the state government, as contained in the same constitution, which allows for each state to have state electoral commission, and many states in the federation don't have them in place. So insofar that one is still there, something there to be done. And to close the gap of agitations of some legal minds who are questioning the audacity of Supreme Court to come from behind to amend the Constitution, the National Assembly can also, leverage from what Supreme Court has done and give it a further legal teeth by ensuring that necessary amendments are made in the Constitution to, as regards to Section 162 that deals with revenue that comes into these different tiers of government, especially as pertains the local government, because all the revenue from the FAC by this constitution are supposed to be domiciled in the account of state government, from where the state legislatures will further decide on how and prescribe on how this money should go to different local governments. For instance, let me use my own local government. If my local government gets 2 naira from FAC and is sent to the state government account and further sent to the joint account, because first of all, 2 accounts are mentioned there, state account, then joint account. If these monies are domiciled there, the position still insists that the House of Assembly of each state will prescribe how this money will further be distributed. So the National Assembly needs to take it up immediately and see what they can do to effect necessary amendments. Then to give them full autonomy, the political aspect needs to be addressed. I just read yesterday that there's a bill before the National Assembly.
They say it passed the first reading.
Passed first reading. Before now, during our last district, some of us were saying, let INEC handle it. But I think in their own wisdom, 774 local governments throughout the Federation to be given to INEC as an additional responsibility when INEC is finding it difficult to manage 30 state election and the state assembly's election and the state assembly election, you are giving them another big responsibility. So I think in their own wisdom, I think what they are trying to do is good, to create a local government, a federal created local government electoral body that will now take care of local government elections. If this is done and passes legislative eyes and get approved and get ascended by the president, who is ready to local government administration. So if any president is elected, the people will hold him accountable. If he fails to perform, the people know what to do. Again, there is need for the Constitution to properly address the status of the local government, the Constitution. If you go to the Constitution, you see we have a federal government, we have a state government, all of them structurally defined. The local government just said, local government section 7, elected officials. Everything is subordinated to the state. They need to disentangle it and make them free, and let the Constitution specify the structure of the local government system, and their status should be defined in the Constitution, so that all this trouble will come to rest.
If I get you correctly, that would mean that you're advocating that the Constitution should actually make local governments at least a federative unit. Because as it is now, it is not.
It is not. That's what I'm saying.
It's tied to the upper strengths, to the whims and caprices of the state government.
That is true.
A school of thought believes, and they hold strongly, that all funds before now collected, domiciled, managed by state governors should be so refunded. In fact, SERAP That organization is insisting. Do you foresee a possibility of that? And if no, why? And if yes, why?
Okay. If they pursue such action, that would amount to academic exercise.
Academic
exercise in law. Because at the time they utilize those funds, the Constitution empowered them to do that. But by the new law in place, as put forward by judgment of Supreme Court a few days ago, any governor that does it again is in total breach and will be held accountable. And when you are making a law, you do not, the law does not take retrospective effect. You know, what has happened now, you go back to the past to bring it forward. No, it doesn't happen that way. So sit up, if they are pursuing that, they'll just make some noise in the public, get applauded, but they will not get any legal remedy at the appropriate cost. It's going to be an academic exercise, and you end at that. They will just end up making noise about it.
While we might say some governors may have run caretaker committees for 6 months, 3 months, 4 months, as the case may be, one man pointed that to me and said, could I ask my guest to interpret that for 7.5 years in Anambra State, under the watch of a man that many Nigerians believe is one of the most democratically minded person in Nigeria, and that's my brother, my friend, Peter Obi. He quotes the law, he knows the law, he speaks democracy, he exudes democracy, but he decided to cling on this aspect of the Constitution, and for 7.5 years, as governor of Anambra State, ran that state with caretaker committees. If you're asked to make a mild judgment on his status, what would you say?
Well, we all know the circumstances surrounding Obi's emergence as governor. Then he passed through the eye of the needle. His election, which, according to minds of reasonable public, he won the election. The victory was subverted, and it took him a whole hog of legal battle to reclaim that mandate. That's one. If you also look at why he was governor, you will notice that he operated with a legislature that had majority of the members from opposition. So, as a man, a smart guy, he had to look for a way to navigate himself in the jungle.
By denying people quality representation.
No, sir. Doc, listen. He so far, look, we were not kept idle. I'm not holding forth for him. People were appointed to manage it because if his own, he must have calculated that if he organized the election, because the predominant party then was in opposition, his party may not win the election. That is one side of it. So the best bet, one thing is to win election and get power, and it to consolidate. So he had to consolidate before thinking of this. And also, like I said, the Constitution provided a leeway for him to do what he did. If the position of the local councils were properly defined by the 1999 Constitution as amended, that no governor is going to happen in time from now, we run a local government without elected officers, Obi would have done that. So we'll not hold it against him. And what is important that during that 7 years plus, he dispensed democratic dividends. He was applauded as one of the best governors in Nigeria. You can attest to that. MDG, United Nations applauded him in developmental indices during his time. So Obi was seen as one of the prudent managers of resources in Anambra. I can tell you, during his tenure, there was...
Can he be prudent in managing my own funds?
Sir?
Can he be prudent in managing my funds?
I can manage your funds.
You only manage your funds.
I can manage your funds. Unless
Could he be prudent?
Unless you give me authority to manage
Could
it.
he be prudent in not allowing the local governments to have a bit of democracy while you are enjoying one?
Yeah. That's what we are saying. I keep saying that there is need to rejig the Constitution to get the local government properly placed. Once this thing is done, this is
and something is very curious. Unless, if I'm wrong, you may correct me. This judgment was given last week. Obi has not said a word. And you know, he's one man that is vocal. We like him. He's what there's something happens in Nigeria. He will
react.
He will make an elaborate commentary on it. Maybe I'm wrong. I've not seen anyone. I'm sure if he had done, he would have trended.
He has not, and he has not. And for me, he cannot do it otherwise, because he was a victim of those who sat on local government. So what do you expect to say? Will he come to start crying? I mean, the best is to maintain study silence.
This is what they call political selective amnesia.
Study silence. At least everybody, we are in a learning process. People are now learning every day. It's not going to be like that again for what is going on now.
Now, for some states to access local government funding, as we without conceding, as it is happening, that money is going to local government may not go any further. Meaning that within the time that states are not conducting local government election, funds may not go to local governments. And if they do not go for 1 month, even for 2 months, do you see a political upheaval?
And there'll be crisis.
Or a dislocation?
There'll be crisis.
And if there be one, is there any way they can circumvent it and make sure that workers
are
at least paid?
Of course. That's why we have intergovernmental relations. One thing, the judgment has been given. Another thing is the implementation stage. And we are human beings. This can also be discussed. We have a forum of governors forum who can interface with the Office of the Attorney General, with the Office of the Presidency via Attorney General. The President can give Attorney General go ahead to discuss with the forum of governors, and they can discuss on the timeline, for every governor to go home and do the needful by ensuring that they organize the legislative election in their various states, while the process of National Assembly, because that one cannot happen immediately. If you undergo, maybe by next year we'll have a body outside the state government having local government affairs. But for this particular judgment, in order to avoid crisis, but the worst thing that will happen is that somebody who receives his salary every month, the civil servants, all of a sudden, by virtue of this judgment, the salary is not paid because the money is not wired down. There could be discussion at the intergovernmental level, which is provided also administratively. So the forum of governors forum can now, come together and interface with the presidency and sort that one out. So funds, even if that's meant for paying salaries, could be released to the various local government for them to pay the salary. While other things are, done. Otherwise, the decision ought to take once the enrollment order is released. Become fly.
Well, I think we may just have to temporarily leave the issue of local government autonomy for now, and look at other things that also may as well border on good governance, both at the state and at national level. Between Monday and Wednesday of this week that is ending, ENUGU State was agog, and ENUGU State played host. So, if my memory is wrong, 13 governors that came from every part of Nigeria, what they call the PDP Governors Forum. Yeah. They came to ENUGU State. And between Monday evening and Tuesday and Wednesday, there were kind of some road congestion because with sirens, every part of ENUGU State.
That's true.
And so there was movement. There was influx of men and women, governors, their supporters into ENUGU State for what they call the PDP Governors Forum. Hoteliers, some people who are doing some business in Enugu State, benefited from these
influx
of the political leaders.
That's true.
of 13 states into Enugu State. But others said, look, these governors left their states for 3 days. Some left on Monday, and they had their meeting Tuesday, and some decided to go back late Wednesday. And it's for 3 days. 13 states in Nigeria, the chief executives were absent from duty.
Yes. They aggregated in ENUGU. Yes. While they're saying, it's not that they spent 3 days out of their stations. Quite a chunk of money. Yeah. Were spended in coming here. And of course, the host state would also have done that. Many say that meeting was not worth the expenditure. And they were insensitive to the plight of Nigerians. Because one man summed it up. He said, even those who made movement, that movement could have, if you check, I said, but you don't know the amount of money expended.
Yeah.
He said on the conservative, we could build 2 hospitals. somewhere in this part of the country. Now, do you believe that movement was justified?
Thank you once again, Doc. Before I address that, let me say one final thing about looking into economy.
Okay.
I want to appreciate the current leadership at the presidency, led by Bola Ahmed Tinubu, because it takes a man to get something done. During Buhari's reign, he tried to use
executive order.
Yeah, it couldn't work. So I want to say in this station that Tinubu is a pure Democrat. Because if actually, at the end of the day, local government are freed from various state governments to be fully independent, people can now, that is the government at the grassroots. Not many have access to state government, not many. So that's why local government is in place. If you go to foreign jurisdictions, go to England, go to America, the mayor of London is in charge of transportation. That is a critical sector of London economy. And it is a local government that is, navigating it.
Even the mayor of New York.
The same thing in New York. So, and this is a government that is closest to the people. Like I said, not many have access. You and I will have access, but the majority of people at the communities don't have access to the state government, but they have the traditional have access to the local government. So I want to commend the leadership of current leadership at national level for taking this bold step, for initiating that suit at the Supreme Court, and commending the justices of the Supreme Court for being bold, audacious to take that historic decision. It could be based on public policy.
They concluded it in 2 months.
Public policy and not on law.
In 2 months, they concluded it.
Yes, we commend them. So let's begin. I encourage all the stakeholders, the governors, not to see it as being that people are trying to bring them down. No. They're already at the upper level. Nobody can bring them down. There should be collaboration ordinarily. If the framers, their intendment was properly, put in place, that would have been this thing. And people cannot begin to look at the amount of fund, being mentioned. And you know that with the removal of oil subsidy, first subsidy, chunk of funds are coming in to all these various sectors, various levels. So if, for instance, you are looking at a local government, every month they go home, supposedly 300, 400 million, you hold the local government chairman accountable for not doing what you're supposed to do. So all in all, I think all parties should be happy with this development. That having said, going back to what you said.
Yes, you just hold your thought a bit. Let's just go on a short break. When we come back, Chief Okeze will talk about the PDP governors forum meeting that happened in ENUGU and the subsequent communique that was actually issued at the end of that meeting. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back. You are still watching Uncommon Conversations on Signature Television, reaching you from ENUGU, the coast city state.
Focus we before we went on break, you were trying to make comments about the Southeast governors, no, the PDP governors meeting that happened in Enugu. So what are your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, let me come from the foundation you laid, that they left their various states
for almost 3 days.
For almost 3 days. I dare say that we should not forget that by the time they were elected, the Constitution foresaw this situation, and that's why there is a governor and a deputy governor.
You're not sure they handed to any deputy governor, but go ahead.
So supposedly, each of the governors that came to Enugu is expected to have handed the reins of government to his deputy. If he's working, whether they're working well or not, they've been elected.
They didn't travel outside the country.
At least they should hold forth for those period. Then that's one. Two, the world is also a global village. A governor can stay in Enugu during that meeting and still control affairs in his state via digital communication. So on that basis, they cannot be found wanting. Then on the importance of the meeting they held in Enugu, of course, every governor is elected through a political platform. No governor was elected as independent candidate via governor, as provided in our constitution, because there's no room for independent candidates. To that extent, because they are elected under political platforms, there is need for once in a while, that those governors coming from different political parties should meet and review, even call it the peer review mechanism. They can compare notes, what is happening in state A and state B, what is happening, and who are being looked as doing better than others. In the the media is now the watchdog, the 40th state. And you see every day my own governor receives award for what he's doing here in Enugu, has received several awards, in the recent time. And so it should be, if you are doing very well, you'll be noticed and you'll be applauded and commended. So I don't find anything wrong in that meeting, especially when now PDP, which hitherto used to be the ruling party in Nigeria, has all of a sudden found itself to the extent of having only 13 states as today out of 13 states. It had never happened. That shows that there's something wrong with our party. I'm a PDP man. So, and whether you like it or not, he who plays the piper dictates the tune. The party, yes, they say you contribute, I contribute to run the party, but in actual sense, these who are holding the reins of power at the state level, led by the party, are expected through any means to ensure that the life of the party is kept afloat. And to that extent, our party, the PDP, may not be floating if these people who were elected under this platform abandon the party. So it's good that they come together and discuss. And the party is having a problem at the moment. We're talking about 2027, it's almost around the corner. The first year is gone. Next year, more development by these governors. The third year, they start doing politics. So they need to put their house in order. You get the point. And one of the resolutions they also reached, trying to be their brother's keeper. What is happening in Rivers State?
I was really going to ask you that question.
Okay.
If you read the communique,
yes,
you will see it was vague. Yeah, the communique is almost as empty as it could be. It said they resolved to support
Fubara.
What does that mean?
They also added, you didn't want to point that one, they want to approach the matter from political perspective. They want to resolve it not to legal. They want to, and I'm happy you're a powerful ADR expert. That matter in their own wisdom could be settled out of court. And that's the angle they want to pursue it. And that, which means that the protagonists of this battle, the governor and his SY, this godfather, the Mr. Wike, you cannot resolve that thing without getting two of them involved. It's not possible.
The governors forum of the PDP.
Yes.
I think they are members of NEC, or members of what of their party.
They are NEC members.
This issue in River didn't start yesterday.
That's true.
There was a time they had a NEC meeting. When Wike was there and Fubara was there. How come it's taking them this long? Because this matter didn't start yesterday. They've been out of court. When their members of the House of Assembly defected. So it's been lingering. They didn't even call an emergency meeting. They waited until they came to ENUGU. Almost more than 6 months. Somebody whose house has been burning is still as powerful as rivers. And by a May declaration, I thought that what we would have been saying is, in the past 1 month, we've been able to go into rivers. And we'll have a tentative discussion. They're saying they're going to support. Wike is a member of the PDP. Does that not show discrimination?
Okay.
And the former governor.
Okay. Thank you, Doc. I also want to bring you to bear to know that the PDP, as we have today, whether we like it or not, is, at national level, is polarized along 2 lines. And that is those who believe in ex-Governor Wike and those who follows former presidential candidate party, Atiku Abubakar. And that's what we find in that national executive. So each group will be trying behind the scene to follow the rhythm of the music being dictated by their paymaster. And that is why it's difficult to resolve that matter. Don't also forget that this matter, Mr. President, even though it's not our party, intervened. And they got to a kind of resolution which we don't know what happened, who was that, who defaulted.
Of course, it broke down.
Who defaulted, it broke down irretrievably. So, and that's why they've gone back to court. And it does appear Mr. President has washed his hands off the case. Let the court decide. But if the PDP, as we had over the weekend, decide to come in, those governors come in to go into the matter and pursue it from political angle, there's nothing wrong in it. There's nothing wrong in trying. But I still tell you that the truth is bitter truth. This matter could only be resolved between Wike and Fubara. That's bitter truth. 2 of them know what is the problem. They need to, people should sing their pride. The man knew how he became governor. If this guy had not projected him, sorry for sounding this way, he would have become. Wike should also know the limitations.
Yes.
Where to draw the line. You cannot make me governor and want to subject me. So 2 of them need to meet. Sing their pride, meet. And this is out, inside one corner, and matter is resolved. Not bringing many parties to come into it.
Okay. That seems to be the words of an elder. Part of the communique also enjoined the president, as they said. What is even an appeal? They said the meeting also enjoined the president not to show any political preference or interference in the upcoming elections in Edo and Ondo states. Is it possible to have Mr. President and 2 states are up for grabs? One is an APC state and one is a PDP state. And you will not make any kind of, you will not even support your party. You go and stay neutral because you are president. Most of the governors who have conducted local government elections, where other parties participated, did they show any neutrality based on their knowledge? And so if they did not, those who produce wheat should learn how to eat wheat.
So my response to there, let me start from the last you said, the governors organized local government elections, allowing the winner, the party in place winning the whole. That's why
to clear everything.
That's why people say it's a charter, it's not election. It's election. Once you are the government, the party in power anoints you, governor clears you, you are already chairman. So that's why people are saying no. Take away the current of a government election away from the state government, have a separate body to do it, which they are trying to do now. So, but if the governors, you know, if they are reasonable enough, as we say in law, to once you've won an election, that's a way even to test the popularity of your party at the different local government levels. They should be able to encourage the independence of the electoral commissions to organize this election. I commend the former governor El-Rufai of Kaduna The only government in Nigeria that conducted the election, and some parties want some local governments. And this, my leader and my governor also did it when he was Governor Chime, conducted the election, and one opposition party won a local government, I think, in Udenu. So we expect,
and many councillors
we expect the current leaders to encourage freedom, of doing these things, and not because when you make it one party, it looks like it makes the thing a laughing stock, because of one or two motive or the other. So the ideal thing is to liberalize the polity at the local government level. Let the popular of the parties be tested. But because it is not being done, that's why they clamor everywhere for local government to be freed. Then, having said that, what they're asking, the request or the demand for the president to allow free, for me, that request is uncalled for. So we have a body separate from the president, which is called INEC, that run this election. We've also had an election that was off-season election, and that is Bayelsa State. And the president sat like that, and at Asoro, election was conducted, and they won again and came back. So this request, maybe they're not trying to re-emphasize. We've known this man as a Democrat. I don't see him coming out nakedly that his party must win. Some people might persuade him to do it, but I don't see President Tinubu doing that. He won't do that. So I dare say that the request by our party governors, I mean, is if I use the word, they should go and join their colleagues there and campaign. The campaign period is still there, and convince people to win the election. Not looking for is it award? It's not award. It's election.
Okay. By that, would you find anything odd if Mr. President traveled to Ondo to campaign for his candidate, or perhaps traveled to Edo to campaign for his candidate? Assuming you are a governorship candidate, and you now invite Mr. President that you have a campaign, and ask him to come to your domain, to say one or two things to your people. Yes. And he said, "This is my party man. Please vote for him." Would that amount to interference? At all.
It's a party. He was elected under a party platform, and the election being conducted along certain party lines. He's expected to, if he's invited by his party candidate, to come and campaign. If he has the time, he can go. If he doesn't, he can delegate somebody. Because the job at the president,
he's the leader of the party.
Say enormous for him to even have time to attend. But if he does have time, it does not mean that once he appears there, the candidate must win the election. No. The candidate vying for the election, Nigerians are wiser now. They will look at what you have presented, their manifesto, and also look at the performance of those who are leaving the stage. If, for adventure, the sitting governor of a particular state, where the election was conducted for that particular party, did not do well, do not expect the person to win election. He will not win, because people will judge him. It happened in my local election here, by-election. Let me not discuss it here. So if the outgoing governor of a party, any of those states did not do well, there is likely tendency that the candidate they are projecting will lose the election. That is the truth of the matter.
Maybe lastly on this matter, the PDP governors took a swipe on the APC-led government as concerns the economy. And they said they ran the economy better than the APC, that the APC had brought the Nigerian economy to the ground. One man particularly said, when we were discussing the thing yesterday, he said, well, if the ENUGU Onitsha road is anything to go by, that the PDP should actually cover their faces to shame. Because you need, now you can, he said you can go to Onitsha now.
It is.
Using the express. It may not be totally perfect. But he said in the time of PDP, you couldn't go through that. So very quickly, what do you have to say?
Well, you see, if we are sincere enough and not to be partisan, I make bold to say, if not for the mistake made by Mr. President at his inauguration, when he said subsidy, that brought the problem, the current hardship everybody's facing in Nigeria. Because the Nigerian economy is dictated by the oil, Nigerian oil. So by that singular executive pronouncement, as the new sheriff in town, change the narratives, have pushed everybody back to the driver's seat. So, and they've been struggling since then to navigate themselves out of it. But in fair to them, going by what we can see for development going on, Doc, we have to give Mr. Tinubu and his team kudos. That's my stand on that.
Okay, that's a very fast one. You know, the way this 1 hour will just disappear, you think it's just 10 minutes. A very fast last one. Yesterday, all this fight in Nigeria about minimum wage, all this rigmarole, all this endless strike, all this 1 million naira march, and all that would appear to have come to an end yesterday, just very suddenly. Mr. President said 70,000 naira. And Labour said, we're home and dry. Your comments?
Well, first of all, I want to thank the President for being sensitive to the plight of Nigerian workers. I also commend the NLC, TUC for their bargain chip, their bargain. If you look at the progression, you see before now, the minimum wage was 30,000 naira. From 30, they now get additional increase of 40,000 naira, making it 70. So it's more than 100% increase. And the good thing there, as I read this afternoon from one of the tabloids, is that it's no longer 5 years you come back to discuss. It cannot be discussed within 3 years tenure. You come back. And that, you know, made the workers to become more happier going home. And you also observe that before now, one particular state in the South was paying 70,000. And I'm happy Mr. President keyed into it. And that is those states. I have to mention it. I commend them. And maybe because it's going, the rest is this state. So what we're saying, at least it's a step going forward. And let me also tell the NLC and TUC, strike most often does not solve this problem. Because end up, you know, getting everything strangulated, getting people more frustrated. This can also be handled through other ADRMAs and get the country moving.
Okay, thank you, Chief Okezie Mwanjoko, for finding time to be with us here. And I would dare say that you've been able to discharge the questions that we posed on you.
Thank you very much, sir. My pleasure.
Hope that next time when we invite you, find time to come to be here.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
My pleasure.
And to our viewers, you've been watching Uncommon Conversations. And this is where we bring it to an end. Join us same time next week for yet more interesting editions of this program. Thank you for watching.
Hello. Thanks for joining us on the Signature Show. As usual, another big fish. Someone who has graced our homes. Sometimes we love her, sometimes we hate her. I remember a lot of older women would not even stand watching her. My pleasure to welcome to our show, Patience Ozopo, Mama G. Patience, you're welcome.
Thank you.
It's good to see you again. We come a long way.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good to see each other once in a while.
I remember those years in FRCN, Radio Nigeria. I still remember your wonderful voice. I still remember when you were in continuity and the wonderful things you did. But even then, a lot of us didn't know there was this other side of yours. So let's start from the beginning. When I spoke to one of your colleagues, Peter Doche, he said that when people say, oh, I became an actor or an actress from my mom's womb, that he was not very comfortable with it, because this is something, yes, you come with talent, but then you have role models and all that. So at what point did your mom or your dad or your auntie see that you had this special talent in you?
I didn't even know they saw anything in me until I ventured into the industry. And my younger brother was in the US, and my elder sister was always on my neck. You stop going there. People will give you bad names. Those who are acting, they don't have good names and things like that. I insisted that I was already enjoying myself, you know, just like I was enjoying myself on radio, and suddenly the retrenchment came, and it hit us very, very hard. It was like taking a child away from the mother's breast and things like that. But when this one came, it became a very wonderful substitute. And I started enjoying myself again. For my sister to now come and say, my eldest sister, say, you should stop. And my husband was very sick then, bedridden. I was the one running around, fending for the family, taking care of the children, and taking care of his medications and things like that. It was very much weight on me. So when she started reporting me to my younger brother now, who was in the US, and then that one said, sister, leave that girl alone. Is it today you discover that that's her she just discovered her talent? That's when I heard it for the first time, that it was a talent that had always been in me. Maybe from the things I did when I was in the primary school and secondary school, he now discovered that my sister has it. And now he's abroad. He saw people who had the same talent, the way they were behaving, and then felt, oh, we have such a person in our family. So when my elder sister came with the fact that I should stop, he said, no, I don't want her to stop.
So when you look back, I mean, primary school, secondary school, let me use myself for instance. I did a lot of drama in primary and secondary school. Mm-hmm. Did you do stuff like that?
Yes. I never wanted to be in debating society and all that. I hate debate. I hate like I hated arguments. I want to be straight at all times, tell you how I feel about things, and I move on. So debating society wasn't for me. But dancing and making people laugh, you know, was the thing for me. So I joined such groups. If the school is organizing traditional dances, like I did the Calabar dance when I was in secondary school too. I did stage dramas like Marriage of Anansewa, The Gods Are Not to Blame, you know. Small kids that they were bringing then. And we had a wonderful English teacher who would always want to present something to the school, and then she would use it for us who had interest in it. So that was where my interest was. And, you know, joining things like Girls Guide,
was not
anywhere to play, anywhere to
you like those too?
Yes! So that's how everybody around me knew that she is there to entertain people. And that's why these people that are planning this, when they went through my interviews and they said, counting from that time to now, they were even the people that alerted me and said, you know, you have been doing this for the past 45 years.
45 years.
I said, what?
That's a whole lot of time. 45 years.
Yeah.
But we'll get there soon.
Okay.
Broadcasting really was your first love.
Yes.
Broadcasting was your first love. Tell me, how did you get into broadcasting?
You know, I never thought about it. But one day I was a teacher, and I would always take children on things to perform one way or the other. And one day, one of my cousins, she was working with Radio Nigeria then, Florence Onya. She came to record I think it was school debates or things. Talk show for children. And she said, sister, you are in this. I said, you know, your cousin is always your sister in Igbo land. Sister. You came to this. I said, yeah. You are here? I said, yes. Okay. You are going to do something for me. I can't even remember the aspect of which she asked me to do for her. And I did it, and she was, wow, that was good. I said, did I do? I said, very well. I said, thank you. And then the next, she came to the school and took me and said, come and anchor my children's program in Radio Nigeria. It was a big thing for me, and I took permission from the school and I went. The next time I went, it was after school hours, and she took me and we recorded. She said, everybody liked it.
It was like you were a pro.
Yeah, and I didn't know what they were liking. I just got, so at the time, there was a problem in the office, and then they took me away from continuity and then sent me to produce, and they put me on Women and Children. I started producing Women and Children on Radio Nigeria. The manager came on and said, come here, you this girl. You know, I just love you with children. You made me feel like a child too. The way you blended with the children and everybody was so, he said he loved me, I should stay there. But me, I loved the continuity.
Oh, when you were already in Radio Nigeria,
yes,
they moved you from continuity to Women and Children programs.
To sort out some things. And every aspect of the listen that I went to, people were loving me. Until the retrenchment came, and I was retrenched.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was already in the industry at that time.
Yes, you had come.
I had come into Radio Nigeria. And a lot of us felt really bad that such a talent as you are, and as you were even then, was retrenched. Can I say that you are a good example of when one door closes, another door opens?
A bigger door.
So I know you left after the retrenchment, downcast, very disappointed.
I refused to leave the office. I was always coming, sitting down there for them to look at my face, because there was nothing else I could do. I just felt the world had come to an end for me. Every day I would come. Osutara, you know Osutara?
I remember Osutara.
And his friends, they pushed for me, because at the time, I didn't know what happened. They brought back some of us. Jevas Chukwemeze came back. Some other people came back. And I didn't know the reason they didn't want me to come back. So I couldn't leave. I was back. And the GM then said, bring this woman back. We had already trained her because I had gone for training. Bring this woman back. She did well in the training and then all that. I remember what one of us, blessed memory, said, well, we have other people who have come in with a bigger certificate that they have created Anambra State, and so they don't have anywhere to go to in Anambra, so they want to stay back, and the only place they can work now is Federal Corporation. So that's why they have employed those people, and they can't take me. I cried and cried as if the world had come to an end. Eventually, I left. I stopped coming, started looking for what to do. It was really hard. My children were there. And then my husband has started having problem in his office because of non-payment of salary. They were in there for 2 years. I had to struggle for these children to keep up with their school and things like that. So I started carrying the load on my head. I wouldn't know why I don't have high BP now, because
it was so much. It was so much on you.
Yes. So that's how I dabbled into acting. I didn't even know where I was going.
So what happened? Was it just like going into broadcasting?
No, it was not just like going to. Somehow I can say that, but assuredly, I went to, because I was actually having children and going to school. You know, those of us were the ones that come out from secondary school, and your parents say you are a girl, go and get married, and it was war. Eventually, I was subdued. I went into marriage and then started having children. So I didn't want to stop school. So I was already going to school, but it weighed down so much on me because the children were already growing. By the time I first went to Institute of Management and Technology, IMT, to do theater arts. By the time we finished orientation course, they said they were sorry to announce to us that their stage had been disqualified.
It wasn't accredited.
Yes, that they were going to stop theater arts.
Admitting students for theater arts.
They gave us options. You either do fine and applied arts or you do art education. I never wanted anything to do with education. So I went in for fine and applied arts, and I majored in graphic arts. But I still wanted to do something related to, I had to go back to ESUT to read mass communication. That was the closest thing. And the children were grown. They were in the university, I was in the university. And their father was bedridden. He was sick for more than 15 years. Bedridden, not getting up, not doing anything. So, and all of them, because I had them like that, 1 year difference between each of us. I had to. I don't want to remember such things.
No, please.
Okay, no problem. I was in the class, and my cousin in the class again called me and said, "Sister, we are going to break down. 4 children in the university, and you are also in the university." I hadn't paid my own fees for. After the first 2 years, I couldn't make up my school fees. My husband was sick. The children were in school. We were eating. We were going to the hospital. We were doing all that. And then it was only me. And unfortunately, school corporation was not paying them. They owed them for 2 years. You can imagine they were not paying them salary. Is it now pension that they will pay them? So I managed. And then one of the people in our reading group was working with Chief Debudaya.
A very well.
Chikopala. So she now told me, I forgot that you had worked with Radio Nigeria. I know you know all these things before. That she could actually connect me to Frank. I said, which was Frank? That with one of her friends. Yes. Hey. She now introduced me to Frank, who now introduced me to Chief Zebediah. So when they wanted to do an advert for Anambra State, because Anambra State, their children were just finishing elementary schools and they go into business. So they wanted to encourage them. So the thing was given to Chief Zebediah to manage. And then they gave me the role to play. And the man that played my husband in that advert, I said, wow, where have you been? These are the kind of people we want I said, which industry? He said, no, you come out. I said, I don't know where to come.
Yes.
Because there was the announcement that people should come to First Hotel. They were doing auditions. I said, I didn't like going to where you have crowd. I don't like to jump the queue, and I wouldn't want to stay too long on the road. I heard people were there, so many people were there, so I didn't go. Then they persuaded me, and I went to the Buddha. So that man now brought me to do. He was commissioned to shoot a 13 episode of a community film, and they called it Someone Cares. Because of what he saw me do in that advert, he gave me the lead character, and I was there. That's where I met David. David Hesse was there too.
David Hesse.
This man from ENUGU too. They were all there before I came, and they were happy when I came. Hey, this woman can do it. Do what I didn't know. They gave me a script, and then they said, "Wow, this is what you want." And then I shot the
13 episodes.
13 episodes. So people now who came for the production now said, "Come for audition." I didn't want to come because I was actually going to that institute and
taking care of the kids.
Yes.
And nursing your husband.
Yes. So I managed and went to shoot that. From there, people saw me and they said, "Come for audition." I went for audition. All the companies, they were coming from Lagos to shoot in ENUGU. That's where my success started. They left Lagos to go, because if you had told me to go to Lagos, I wouldn't know where to go to. So they came to ENUGU to shoot movies. ENUGU was streaming that time with movies, and then if 5 companies came and they did the audition, I would be in all the 5 movies. So I started running from money started coming in. You know, I didn't even know how to negotiate. And the little one that was coming was a wow.
Is this possible?
Yes. In fact, that advert I did for Chico Elpala, no negotiation. They just go and do. I did it, and then the day they were paying, they said I should come for payment. I went and they gave me 5,000. I said, "What? 5,000 naira?" I looked whether I was going to share with people or no.
It's for you.
Madam, just make yourself available anytime we have. I went home rejoicing because it was almost Christmas and there was no hope where we were going to get something for Christmas, and it turned out to be a very big blessing. So that was where everything started.
As they say, one thing led to another.
You see, the way the other one came was almost the way this other came. So no plan that I'm going for this, I'm going for that. And then every company that came to do audition, we said, "Where is that woman Patience also for?" Vicky Madukife was there now. You know, she was the one that actually said, well, there's something they can do, that there are people who have better certificate than me.
Okay, FRCN.
So,
and you met again in the movie set.
Yes, and that in fact, she became a mommy to me in the movie industry. Both of us were being auditioned and they will give me anything.
Okay. You know, one aspect of your life that a lot of young people have looked up to, taking care of the kids, going back to school, nursing your sick husband. How did you do it?
I don't know.
And what was driving you?
The drive was that my children, they were all intelligent. None of them wanted to stop school. And I wouldn't want to hear that my son or my daughter couldn't go to school because of money. Wow.
That was one.
Yes.
Was there something like an inner strength?
Yes.
Was it?
I remembered my mother. She was a very strong woman. She was a well-known trader. Anybody comes from ENUGU, from Go to ENUGU to buy foodstuff, and you have not gone to my mother's shop, then you have not gone to ENUGU. People will tell you, "Buy me salt," then go to Uzamaka's shop to buy it. You know, so she had led me into, the little time I stayed with her, she led me into trading, and I never stopped. And I did, when I was in secondary school too, I was lucky, not only with this, I was lucky that we had, we were doing home economics. And home economics was another aspect of my life that I enjoyed. Cooking I will want to cook and feed everybody, but I don't know how to eat. If I eat, that time they were measuring Gary with cigarette cup. I couldn't finish half cup of cigarette cup. But
so that came handy.
Yes.
In your period of stress.
Yes. So that time I will keep awake. I'll buy the flour. I'll mix the flour with every ingredient apart from liquid. And I go to bed around 12. And then by 3 a.m. I'm awake. Mix it into dough. I will do chin-chin. I will do buns, puff-puff. Then I started doing wedding cakes. You know how I started doing wedding cakes? Because I learned all that in school, in home economics. If I have relations or friends that we are wedding, I will tell them, don't pay me.
I'll bake the cake.
Buy the ingredients.
That was a smart marketing move.
I will bake it. The remaining little flour that, if you want 4 steps, I will give you 4 big steps. The remaining ingredients, I'll keep them. That's the profit I had. Nobody paid me for all that. And then I will set up the table, make it fine. People, wow, good. One thing is that anything I find myself doing, I do it to the best of my knowledge. I research, I watch others, and I learn from people a lot. I don't know it all. I don't feel I ever knew it all. I will keep watching, listen to people talk. I wasn't talking much then. I was kind of watching and listening.
Listening to others.
So
those were things you were doing to augment.
Yes.
Nobody
ever gave me like, take this 10,000 naira, go and start business. No.
No.
But if I was able to get like 2,000 naira, I will look for something I will do with it that will give me 2,500. Before you know it, I will have up to 5,000, and it encouraged me. And each time my husband needed his drugs, needed to be refilled, I will find money to do it.
A lot of young women, I work with you, were such a pretty, beautiful, you're still a beautiful woman. But I'm talking about when you were much younger. You were such a beautiful young woman that even as younger people, we admired you. We didn't have the guts to say so. A lot of young women, pretty women like you, would have, either failed, because you were passing through hard times, your husband was bedridden, and you were in need. So what calmed you down? What was...
From childhood, I grabbed the word of God. I grabbed the word of God so much so that the only thing you are telling me is, if I'm not doing all those things, then I'm in church. I was raised as an Anglican. So from Anglican church, I joined Scripture Union. So I never looked at the world. It was inculcated. I learned it from childhood that you should not sleep with a man that is not your husband and all that. So I lived with it. Even when I said at a time, let me even try and be like others, I couldn't. Because I wasn't so used to it.
Yeah.
I wasn't so used to it. Sometimes other people will tell you, you are killing yourself. Come now. Loosen up. Your husband is sick. We do this. I said, okay. They'll tell me when we are going out. When it's time to go out, something brings me back.
You just don't do it.
But I enjoyed myself in the church. As a member of the Scripture Union, I was in the choir. I was in church choir, Scripture Union choir. I was a Bible study teacher and all that. So it's really ate deep into me. So I didn't have the opportunity to be wild.
And then your husband died.
Yes. My husband died, and then a lot of people came and said they were going to marry me. But then my children were already grown. There was even a time I said I was going to get married because people were offering their hands in marriage. But, excuse me, with all these big boys, and I had 3 boys before the girls.
Were they jealous?
Yeah.
The young men were jealous?
Yeah. In fact, they called me and said, Mommy, please, we know you never had a wonderful marriage, but please, for our sake, we are grown. If you get married now, our friends will laugh at us.
They will be selfish.
There was a day we were shooting. We were shooting in Lagos. I was in the car going from one location to the other. My phone rang. It was one lady. She was what we call bloggers now. She was a blogger. She said, "Excuse me, is that Patience?" I said, "Yes." She said, "We heard that you wanted to remarry. This happened. This happened, and now you want to remarry." And your children said, "No." I said, "Yes, they don't want me to remarry." "No, they don't have the right." I said, "They do have the right. They are the family that I have. If they say they don't want it, I live with my family. That's what I know from childhood. So leave me alone."
How could you have made that sacrifice? It was a lot of sacrifice.
Young
woman.
I didn't see it as sacrifice. I just saw it as something I should do.
They don't want it, so why not?
Yeah, and my children were all over me because we went through the suffering together. When I'm on location, Daddy was taking their father to the hospital. All they need to do is to tell me how much for the drugs and money for taxi because the only car we had broke down and all that. So I made sure I provided that one, and once in a while I rush home because I was always on location. Like I told you, 5 companies came. They would put me, all of them would put me in their movie. So I was running from one location to the other from there, trying to meet up with demand. That's how I was able to even put up this house. Because we didn't have a house before my husband died.
Oh.
Yeah, we were living at a GRO extension. And then when they retrenched, even with the non-payment of the still retrenched them, they retired him, we just left. I told him, let's go to the village. That's where we came to. And we didn't have a wonderful house in the village then. We started building here, 1 year, 1 block, that kind of a thing. So at the time, it just came on me. My younger brother came and said, "Sister, I know you. You can't be happy in this old house. The only thing you can do now is to." So I said, "How will I do it? Where will the money come?" First of all, he bought me a car.
Your brother?
Yes, to console me. "I know you will like good things." But I said, "Don't worry. If I can." One day my children called me and said, "Mommy, don't worry, you have tried. Whatever you can't get now, we'll give you. You have spent so much time on us, we will give you." So I was looking up to it. My mind was, let me struggle and make sure that they are comfortable because what I can't get on my own, they will give me. But all this now, they say, "We can't even give you anything you have. You have everything by yourself. What will I buy?" Yeah. I said, "What will I give you now?" I said, "Anything. Even if it's handkerchief, as long as it comes from you, I'm okay." Ha.
It's been a journey.
Oh my God. A long journey.
Okay. Let's go to Nollywood, where you have become, forgive me, an oracle. You become such a figure that when the history of Nollywood is written, there must be a special place for you, no doubt.
I give God
Let's talk about Nollywood.
Yeah.
The Nollywood you met, the Nollywood that you were part of growing, are you proud of it today?
I am excited about Nollywood. Yeah. We started from nothing. These people, they didn't even have money to produce any movie. I know how many movies I did without receiving one dime. Yeah. So it was not every movie that you were able to get money from. Then we pay you, don't worry, we'll pay you, and then later you won't see them again, you won't even see, all you see is the movies already in the market. One day I got myself prepared. I went to Uppy Wake. I said, I'm going to die with 2 people today. Pay me all the money you're owing me. I needed money for so many things. This house was skeletal. One of them, each shop I came to, they say Oganodi. Each shop Oganodi. So one of them, Opie, called me and said, "Come, I know I'm owing you." And you came to collect money. I said, "Yes." I said, he said, "Sit down." I sat down. I said, "You may not be able to collect any money today because everybody has said that you have come to Uppy Waker and they have all run away." I just stayed back because I have conscience and I want to tell you that only better I don't have it. I will beg you to quietly go back. If we don't pay you that money, what the movies you did are making in the market is enough savings for you. I cried. I said, when you finish crying, just wipe your tears and go home. That's what I did. I went back home without a dime. And then, well, it was okay.
And things started happening gradually.
Gradually, people started coming. Awards started coming. The first time I heard Mrs. Ozo being given, I was like, what? I think I didn't even go for the award. Somebody brought to say, the award.
You won an award.
Then the award meant a lot then. It's not like now, everything is perfect. Before you even see your face on a poster, you would have killed yourself working. The first day they told me my face had appeared on a poster, I ran from the poolside of Presidential Hotel where we were staying, came to the lobby and I saw my face. I celebrated it without anything.
So you're excited about what's happening to Nollywood?
Yes, you know why? Because we started from nothing. And for me, the rate of progress is big. Then it was during the time of Jonathan that he pumped so much money into the industry. And believe you me, that man really helped film industry in Nigeria. He sent a lot of our cameramen abroad, some to Jos, that film school in Jos, yes. Some to South Africa, on different camera people, producers, everything. And then some of us also went abroad and brought like Steph Yokereke. They brought New York Academy and they trained a lot of people in production and filmmaking, different aspects. And then things started changing. And the people have started now investing in the industry and we're getting better equipment, better trained personnel and things. So you can imagine the rates at which we have grown has shocked the whole world. We were just there and they gave us the name Nollywood.
Yes.
You know, we didn't
competing with the other woods.
Yes, we didn't fight for it. We didn't even apply for it. We just said no. From rating, we have seen that you people have achieved this, and then we call you Nollywood. We celebrated it. And then we have not rested since then. People are working so hard now to get things done.
Let me ask. At the beginning.
But you check it. The kind of pictures we had then and now, is it the same thing?
Definitely not the same.
And not the same thing.
Definitely not the same.
You see? So you can agree with me that we have come a long way.
Yeah. I totally.
And we are still not resting.
I totally agree with you.
We are still not resting. It's just that the Southeast here, we are finding it difficult for people to really invest. You know, the Igbos, they don't invest in what they don't know. Especially when one or two people have been deceived by some scrupulous people and they don't believe in investing anymore, they run away. And when you want to talk about, say, don't go there, these people are bad people. There are some bad people amongst us that when
that
you
mess the whole thing up.
Yeah, when you give them money to shoot a movie for you, that's when they remember that they have their rent that they have not paid.
Or that their father has not been buried properly.
Yes. Or they needed to get a wife. So they mismanage the money and they end up not bringing at least the rushes for you.
Yeah, so a lot of people are scared.
Yes, so it's affecting us now. Before you can get people who want to really... Before, marketers were not coming on location. No. They just give people money to go and shoot a movie for them. All they need is bring the master.
But when we look at it, those that did what they were supposed to do have grown in the business.
Yes, they have.
Unlike those that were involved in this kind of...
yeah, some of them repented and then they came back better.
At the beginning, so many movies we were not paid for. I mean, they didn't pay you for them. When they paid, it was pittance, it was small. Are
I'm
you?
not
Are you?
no loyalty.
You're getting it. You're getting the big fees now.
Oh, I don't even. I can't even remember that. There was like it was like I was paid millions. Because the resultant effect is that those movies fetched me in the heart of people.
Yeah.
They were able to see me, appreciate me, love people love me so much. You can't even stop them from loving me. And because I don't.
And some hate you too.
Some
for the wicked
yeah,
acts.
yeah. You know what? Some who hated me. When they see me one-on-one, they can't help but love me. They will shout. I said when I see you, I'll give you punches, but now that I'm saying, I just feel like hugging you. Can I hug you? You know, so like
But are you really saying that some of those wicked things are not inborn?
I can't say for myself, but people are right. Even people who went to school with me, you that worked with me, you think I could have been able to do what I'm doing now? They said, Patience, if anybody told me you would do what you're doing in movie, I wouldn't believe it.
Because my mom sometimes will almost tear you off the TV set.
But when she sees me,
this woman.
When they see me physically, they fall in love with me.
How do you soak the appreciation of people? I mean, when you on the streets, you go to New York, you go to other countries, you go to African countries.
It's amazing. You know what? If I go into a supermarket now and buy things, I want to pay. The cashier will say, "No, don't worry." When I look back, no.
But somebody already paid.
I said, "It's so much." I said, "Don't worry." I guess I mean, people love me to a fault. All those things, they know. At least people who have been with me have opened their mouth on social medias and they have said, never knew she could do it. She's not like that. And our people are so they're enlightened now.
But that was a little problem at the beginning.
It was a little problem at the beginning, but I couldn't stop what I was doing because my aim and objective was to interpret every script more than anybody else could.
Let me ask you, how did your kids, when they were younger, how did they react to some of the roles you played?
They were going to education with me.
Oh, so they knew it was make-believe?
Yes, they were going to education. There was a day we were shooting in the market here in the village here. I was abusing people, fighting people in the market. When I threw one woman on the ground, we were fighting. By the time they said cut, I got up. I saw my friends and they were just like this looking at me.
Are you really the one doing this?
Oh my goodness. Naturally, I fight for people. Even in the industry, you bring food and you want to treat this because they are extras and if you don't give them, I said, no, I'm not eating except you give them food. I fight people's battle for them. So a lot of people know me with that. And maybe they would have talked to people on the street and I've met with people. And,
I've met a lot of young producers and young actresses who have shared stories of, oh, I want to be a producer. I have a film. I don't have money. And they say the person to go to is Mama G. How are you able to do that?
When I meet these young ones, I want to invest in their life because I learned from early days that investment in human beings is greater than investment that you're seeing. My mother spoke in my language. She said, Oyi, Maria Owa.
What does that mean?
Oyi is good things come back to life. It can be reincarnated. That if you do a good thing today,
you will gain from it much later.
So I would help them. Some of them will just give me peanuts. Mama, please, I just need you. I said, this might feel, I know, but I don't have it. Sometimes I just shoot it. I say, use it and pay others, and I'll go.
Let me talk about the values in Nollywood. Here you are, as we were talking to me, you said it's not the money. Why is it not the money? How do I reconcile that with today's young actresses and actors who hinge everything they do on Naira and Kobo?
I learned, I came into the industry and I studied the system. From what that man told me in the market, I now discover that there are other things we can do in this industry and make money. If I could shoot movies for them and they didn't pay me, and still I'm alive today, that means I can help others tomorrow and still not get paid and still make it. Because you don't know where the movie is taking you. Some movies just come out and they become bang in the market. And then the person will always come back and say, thank you. Mama, you didn't take money from me to shoot. And I said, the movie sold so much. I said, okay, what do you want to do? I want to shoot another one. Then they'll now pay me.
And pay you well.
And pay me well. And then sometimes too, there's a way you ask this question that I wanted to hammer it from the ground. Ask me this question again.
No, I was saying
that I didn't put much
money.
interest.
You didn't put money.
So I learned from there. I learned that in this industry, when the Spirit of God speaks to you, you will know. And when your mind is talking to you, you will know. I studied the industry, just like you will be on radio and you study the system on radio for you to be able to stay there. And I discovered that if you put money first in this industry, money is like butterfly. It will fly in and fly out. If you concentrate on this or that, the only thing you will have to get from what that Okwitex told you
in the market.
I paid so much attention to it, and I discovered that money is not everything. The first major role I got was because somebody did not go down well with them in negotiation, and then she left. They now called me. They had given me another. They now said they are swapping road. They didn't want to tell me that somebody dropped the road because of money. They said that's my early stage. They said they were dropping the role they gave me, that they want me to do this, and I quickly accepted.
And maybe you didn't even ask for
I didn't
money.
even ask why. They just paid me the same money they would have paid me the other one. And then I now summed up everything. I knew that. So if you get money first, money will fly in and fly out. Because that person came back the next day and said, okay, let me do it. They said, sorry, they are giving the road to somebody else. So from what that man now told me, and this one that experience I had on set, and I said, okay, now I have discovered the trick in this industry. The trick is that if I follow money, money will come and go. But if I follow fame, fame will stay with me permanently. And that's what helped.
So a question I asked one of your contemporaries in the industry, are you poor teachers? Is it that those of you, the older ones, are not good teachers? Is it that you're not good mentors? Because the industry, it is difficult to find people who are looking at doing this thing and not just money. That's why we see a lot of actresses and actors, we find out that they had to borrow cars, borrow houses.
How did you know they borrow cars? Who told you they borrow cars?
We read some of these things in the paper.
Yeah, I don't know because I never borrowed.
But what I'm saying is, you are not good teachers if you have not impacted, if you have not imparted this psychology that has kept you going in the younger ones.
I'm sorry to say this, but some of them, they come in with the ideas that they gathered from people who are not even in the industry. Like I heard that one woman said that when she was coming, people told her, if you know you are going to the film industry, don't allow anybody to intimidate you. When you just come, say good morning, that's if you have time. Otherwise, just go and stay on your own. When it's time for you to... And then we treated her that way. We are working like family. So some of them come with ideas from outside before they come in. Some of them, as soon as they register with Actors Guild of Nigeria, they have their work permits. They say they are now stars. They haven't even done anything.
And they'll have a PA.
And they carry, we learned to carry things because we learned that they don't pay these, they were not paying costumiers well, not now. They were not paying the makeup artists well, so they may buy cheap things and then they use on you and it will have effect on your body. So we started buying those things by ourselves and give them, use it. Now, these people have learned to come with their own things. They didn't know why we were buying things and bringing them. So they now come with their things with the hope that they are coming to beat down on everybody that is on set. So we were not doing it. We were coming to do things the right way so that the movie will say, our aim was for the movies to sell. Their aim is for their faces to be seen. Some of those people, you see that they don't pay them. I mean, it is even worse now. They don't pay them. They say, we are building your face in the market.
But why would
older ones like bring money and give you? They don't want to listen. Like I learned from beginning that the director is the final arbiter. Even if there's an argument, whatever the director says, you do. Even in grammar, anything, the one that you think is the right one, and the director says, I want it this way, do it for him and go.
These younger ones don't do that.
This one, I said they will tell you, no, I don't want that. They will even not allow the makeup artists to make them up. This movie, you don't need to make up. Okay, you are sleeping. You don't need to carry makeup. No. Even when I sleep in my house, I put lipstick, I put this. They don't want to listen. And I don't know the relationship they have with some of the directors and they just allow them. Let's shoot. She doesn't want, let's shoot. But I know some older directors that raised us, and they Amanechi, last lot to do Imaswe, Bodemerowa, Chika, Ono, a lot of them. They say, no, madam, please sit down, let the makeup artist make you up.
Because the makeup artists have been briefed on what they want to achieve.
It is the work of the makeup artist to make you up, to go with the story. Costume goes with the story, location goes with the story, props and set go with the story. So if you don't allow them to do their duties, who will give them credit? How will they get their own credit? But these young ones, they come in now. Some of them went to read theater arts. Some of them know all they need to do is to look beautiful on screen. They don't know, like. I don't know, like tying of wrapper here, like an Igbo woman I started it. When they give you, I said, don't worry, you have given costume. Let me go act the film. So
these young ones need to learn.
They don't want to learn. They don't want to learn. They don't want to listen. They only listen when they run into serious trouble on set. We can't shoot and you're not getting the lines. Some of them cram. You don't like us. We don't cram. You can just write a script now and give me, I'll run the whole line. There were directors that will not keep their pen down. You are shooting, directing another scene for you to do. So if you cram, you would have crammed yesterday, isn't it? But if you come and they write one now for you now, you can't say, I can't shoot it, give me time. Who has time that time? Because the longer they stay on location, the more money they spend. So everybody wants to shoot the damn thing and go. So the program is not that we are not teaching them. They don't want to learn. They don't even want to ask us questions. Even when you talk, they say you are picking on them.
This is not fair. That's what I hear all the time. This is not fair.
You're killing my character.
Okay. One thing that has become embarrassing for your industry is that money comes, fame comes, and somehow the practitioners mismanage whatever, and then they get ill, they call on Nigeria, and they start a GoFundMe and all. Is it not something that embarrasses some of you in the industry?
It's embarrassing, but you have to see it from our own point of view too. Excuse me. You see, actors and actresses in this Nigeria, Africa, we are suffering.
How do you mean?
Okay, no royalty. They pay you that peanut or they don't pay you, you go. If you don't get another job in the next 2-3 months, the thing you got from the other one is finished. You have your family to run. You have to look like an actor, because if you don't look attractive, nobody will come. You know, that kind of a thing. So if we are paid royalty, as long as any of your jobs are coming out on any screen,
something has to drop.
To be dropping for you. They just pay you that little money they pay you, and you go and nothing again.
Why?
That's why you see us running from one.
Why is the industry not engaging?
We are struggling.
We need to engage those that are supposed to make sure that this happens. The National Assembly, the people in government.
Over years, I told you it was a good luck that started building on these things to bring about. It was cut short. But right now, I can, if I get my phone now and show you, you will see that we now have committees that are looking into it. In fact, this present president that is finishing his tenure has done, I mean the Actors Guild of Nigeria president, Emeka Rollers, he has done so much, and we are working on, I'm even a member of the bylaw committee. We are trying to bring out modernities whereby these things can work. Why is government not listening to us to make us start having royalties and things like that? The musicians, they have been able to sort themselves out. Our own is still difficult because the producers, most of them, you know, sponsor movies from their pockets. So he who pays the piper and tells the tune. So government has not started looking into it, and then we discovered that they said we are not a union, but we are a guild. So we are trying to see how we can
transit into a union,
so that government will now start looking into us and investing in us. That was what that president started, which he didn't conclude before he left. So it's like we are starting afresh now to work on it. By the end of this month, we would have finished our job and submit, and then we come on a round table and then discuss with, you know, because the industry is made up of different guilds. We have the Actors Guild, we have the Producers Guild, we have the Cinematographers, we have the Directors Guild, we have the CDGN, and so many other guilds making Nollywood. So we are working on it. Especially since that boy died in the river.
That's
those five
Pope
people,
and others.
Yeah, it was not only Junior Pope that died. There were 4 or 5 of them that died. The thing became. We have started the committee before that thing happened. So we are now intensifying our effort to see that everybody that is an actor his life is looked into. But the reason these things happen like that is that there is no royalty, nothing. You don't get anything.
So when you are past your prime,
yes,
nothing happens anymore.
Nothing happens, and even when you are still in your prime and you don't get a job frequently, before you get another job, the one they gave you has finished. So that's why we always run into trouble. And then with the kind of work we are doing, it's difficult for you to combine 2 jobs, like do some businesses to go with it. And you know, these days, if you have a business and you're not there to look into it, people will run it down. I know how many things that they have run down for me. I had 3 outlets, food outlets, like a fast food outlet. They were all run down. So you see, that's why we have not been able to shout.
But those in the industry, knowing that this is how it is, can they be a little more organized in managing their resources?
Why wouldn't you say those people will make the content? So why wouldn't they do something for us? But I thank God that Iroko TV today has given some of us health insurance coverage for something. That's what they should be doing for us. You understand? So they only do things for you when they need you. When Iroko was starting, he brought some of us. We did shout out for them. They paid us and they started. But Later, is it not when they bring a movie and say, Mama, we need you in this movie that they pay me? So that is the problem we have. If we have royalties, some of us would be begging for money.
Anyway, it's good you talked about what is being done, to regulate.
Sorry, I'm going to thank also all those companies that have, like Glow. Glow has been wonderful to us. MTN Glow, especially Glow. Glow will always use artists, both musicians and actors and actresses. They'll just pack all of us and give us good money to come and be ambassadors for them. They will sign us on for like 2 years. Glow has done so much for this industry. I'm telling you the truth.
You want more people to copy their example.
Yes.
In all this, in all the trials, in all the struggles, in all the successes, what has been that guiding maxim, that guiding principle that has kept you?
It's the word of God. I'm so scared of it. I don't want to stray in any of them. If he says do this, I do. If I read the Bible and I see in the Bible that you don't need to do this as a child of God, I will run away from it. No matter how much it's going to fetch me.
When you look back, I mean, the kids, the success, someday, when we don't see you here again, what will you want to be remembered? What legacy do you want to leave behind?
I want to leave behind the fact that my children will never derail from the worship of the true God. I want them to continue in this our race, so that if by God's grace I make heaven, I'll see them one-on-one when I get there.
And in another 10 years, who are we going to see? The same one and only, Mama G.
G
for General. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. My old friend and colleague.
Yes. Thank you for watching. I've been Martin Obiora Ilo. If you stay with us, stay on this channel. We'll bring more exclusive interviews like this. Thank you.
Good morning, good morning, good morning, and welcome to your favorite weekend show, New Day on Signature TV. It's a beautiful day to be alive. It's the 8th day of February 2025. And fun fact today, in history, precisely in 1910, The largest youth group was incorporated in the United States by William Boyce, talking about the Boy Scout. So this should be enough motivation for you to go out and begin to chase your dreams. Begin to chase your dreams, incorporate that company, establish that business, enroll for that course. Whatever you do, keep moving. The sky is just a stepping stone. As usual, I'm your host, Chigichi Agorom, and we're going to go on a short break. When we come back, we will start off with our newspaper review and headlines. Please stay with us. Well, many thanks for still staying with us. Don't forget, this is still New Day on Signature Television, and we would love to hear from you. So go on over to our social media platforms on YouTube, on Facebook, at Signature Television Official. Again, at Signature TV Official. Go like, go comment, go share, and of course, subscribe. Welcome to our newspaper headlines. First up, Saturday Punch. And just above the masts, or beside the masts, my brother has never demanded a kobo for funding my election, coming from Adeleke. Tinubu orders database cleanup as federal government uncovers 6,000 Nigerians with NIN. Warri refinery undergoes maintenance 1 month after resuming operation. Government and businessmen back anti-IPOB vigilantes as Southeast violence escalates, with Rider States VIPs raise funds to equip vigilantes against rampaging gunmen. Lagos community where Christians, Muslims, and traditionalists worship side by side. Why I can't blame God for death of 11 family members, coming from ENUGU tanker fire victims' relative. On Ganusi, how funeral snide remark turned instant social media rave. And finally, on the Saturday Punch, Thames crowned Afrobeat new queen, and how police bullets shattered caterer's womb in Ogun. Next up, The Nation, and just above the mast, PDP crisis, fury over Board of Trustees backing for Ude Okoye, with writer that says, Southeast Legal Advisor slams resolution on authentic National Secretary. Our contractual relationship with First Bank of Nigeria by General Hydrocarbons, with writer describes deal as project finance relationships. Both can be found on pages 4 and 6 respectively of the Saturday Nation. And boldly written in front of The Nation, state creation hurdles agitators must scale by Deputy Speaker, says they have till March 5 to fill application gaps. Ex-Minister Turaki arraigned for adultery and others. ICPC arrests former naval chief, NSCDC commandant over alleged 3 billion naira fraud. How kidnappers killed lawmaker after collecting 100 million naira from his account. With rider 9 arrested, 2 pump-action guns recovered from them. And finally, on The Nation, benefits of contactless passport application by Minister. Over to the weekend blueprints. Above the mast, INEC to Nigerians support electoral reforms on page 10, with riders says alterations should include trial of electoral wrongdoers and reiterates call for electoral offences tribunal. Heightened terror attacks in northeast, northwest. Nigerians express fresh concerns, suggest solution. With riders, government must increase military numerical strength to boost war efforts coming from CSO. Nigeria can't win against terrorists without adequate technology coming from experts. Their sources of funding must be tracked, I beg your pardon, to dismantle them coming from Ishaku. Influx of foreign fighters responsible for renewed attacks coming from headquarters on pages 8 and 9 of the weekend blueprint. Nigerians in Europe can now renew passports online coming from Tunji Ojo. Dark web. Bizarre how Nigerian babies are sold online. The historical evolution of Zazao Emirates. And finally, on the blueprints, federal government didn't scrap JSS SSS classes, minister clarifies. And equity market sustains growth profile and gains 371 billion naira. Over to the weekend trusts. Farming is the stupidest thing to do for a retiree, coming from Alhaji Garba Gumel. Your budget lacks transparency, Obi tells Tinubu. A day at Lagos exotic meat market. All 3 news items can be found on page 8, 25, 29, respectively, of the Weekend Trust. Why VP is yet to occupy new house. And finally, on the Weekend Trust, our position on Lagos, Calabar, Sokoto, Badagry roads, Umahi on page 11, and bandits abduct 12 worshippers from Sokoto Mosque on page 25. The Guardian. Shoinka's Death and the King's Horseman lights up Sheffield theatres. And on politics, people are concerned with stomach infrastructure and act with emotions coming from Fahimi. And below the Guardian mast, El Rufai Amechi party chieftains with axe to grind against the APC. Nigeria unveils contactless passport renewal system across Europe. And finally, why Uni Abuja needs more than firing VC. All right, that's the much we can take on our newspaper headlines And over to our review this morning, and as usual, Chris Maduka is in the studio to do justice to that. Good morning, Chris Maduka. Welcome to the show. As usual, nice to have you here.
Good morning, Chigi. Good morning, everybody.
All right. So let's head on over to the main issue that caught your fancy.
Well, there are so many issues that caught my fancy, but you'll be surprised that I penciled down here APC axe grinding chieftains.
Yeah.
So it's a turn of APC to grind axes. Their chieftains are there to grind axes. And it brings to my mind what I used to say, that whatever a man soweth, he reapeth.
Absolutely.
And then the Nigerian political parties will have to know that the sooner the later. Because breaking of agreements and, conspiracy, what they call the, corporate conspiracy against individuals. Probably at the point you say we are party members, we have constitution, we are moving on, attacking other oppositions, trying to convert new members for our party, and we are talking about party. But when it comes to sitting down to share the dividends, probably to share positions, some conspiracy will put some people at the back. It's funny that Amechi and the Erufai, of all people, one of the chieftains of APC that were grinding axe. I remember history, we always remember the ATM. The automatic, what they call it, machine.
Teller machine.
Teller machine of the party. Now has axe to grind. It used to be, and that's also a point of reflection for every of these politicians. I keep saying it in Igbo. If you do not know that no matter what you do for your girlfriend's son, he will never call you Papa. If you never know that in Nigeria by now, then you have a lot of thinking to do. A lot of set of people have been deceived, marginalized, and they use them as tool against their own people. I remember during the days of, nobody will ever believe that you hear Amechi having axe to grind with APC or Erufai. These are tough people that have done so many things and even attracted bad names to themselves for this single party. Why are they grinding axe now? So whatever a man sow it, that's all I put it. Don't have any issue with them. I don't have any issue with APC. Neither do I have with the PDP nor Labour. I'm here to review the fact that chieftains of APC have asked to grind. And I wish them well. Let them grind it very well.
APC is not exempted from the internal
intra-party squabbles that have...
they're not exempted, obviously.
We have discussed over time. It was the PDP turn and it's still there. Now APC has entered the line. But then that's what you have. When you are talking about Nigerian politicians, talk about it with a pinch of salt. Because you might think they are grinding axe. The next morning they are sharing whiskey and Hennessy and sharing drinks, or grinding some other things that does not sound that deadly. So they are good luck.
All right. Could you speak to this, because it actually it got to me where Tinubu on Saturday Tinubu orders database clean up as federal government uncovers 6,000 Nigerians with NIN.
The same thing, or what I'm saying, that a group of people call themselves a country, gather themselves, and there's a complex country God has created in diversity. Put a lot of people together to become I don't know where they can couch beautiful words. You used to grow up, they tell you is strength in diversity, or whatever. But along the line,
unity in
diversity, the strength that makes us what we are is that diversity, human resources, natural human resources that God has blessed this country with. And we saw them then. I don't think I'm still seeing them now. When I was growing up, I saw it. There was so much zeal. And when we sing and stand to sing national anthem for this country, it was like, oh God. Some of us went to NYC camps, and when the beagle sounds very early in the morning, you sing national anthem at the anthem of NYC. Youths obey the clarion call. You stand with that, the hairs on your body will rise, and you are looking forward to a nation you are going to. You hit the street of Nigeria nation. You are disappointed. So many things of Nigeria will happen on you. You start thinking something is wrong. Why are we telling ourselves lies? Who gave the Nigerians how many thousands? And these are the ants. You clearly go. Fetch firewood infested with ants. Bring them home. When you see lizard, you start looking at your neighbor's house to whether he sent the lizard to you. Then that person something must be wrong with that person. He's either not thinking well or he's wicked, even unto himself. The porousness of Nigerian borders, and I want me to talk about it. When we have the NIS, the DSS, all the security apparatus that are working at the borders, allow these people in. Sunday they told us, even the terror, the banditry in Nigeria, were part of calculated attempts for some people to hit below the belt, to win a boxing fight. That's, it recalls, I can bring with nostalgia what Azikiwe said. He said, I can never hit below the belt to gain any advantage over my opponent. I will follow the rules, what it means. In a boxing fight, when you hit below the belt, it's deadly, you are disqualified. And imagine men mostly are doing the boxing. When you hit a man below the belt, you know what that means? You are a murderer. Many of our Nigerian politicians have been hitting below the belt. They forget yesterday, and today is here. What do we have? With that kind of people, I tell you, this banditry and terror that happen in Nigeria, Chigimi and you may have issues, but there's a extent to what I can do to you. When I remember we are Nigerians, we have a lot of ties that brought us together. That's a lot. But when people who do not have any attachment to you are involved to deal with you, relate that to the terror, where people are cutting people's head off. Nigerians, shooting and killing innocent children, women. They will enter a complete village and burn it, and they say it's banditry and that. And people are giving them money to do this. How much will you pay a Nigerian to do this? When a Nigerian is involved in it, he will have some reservations. But when strangers come in, and they open our borders, and these are people that come in, who are they? This is just the tip of the iceberg. You say Nigerians. What about Malians? What about other African countries that have surrounded us, that have looked here as a mining ground? There used to be a story of what some Nigerians will do in South Africa. And the South Africans raised alarm. Because they go there, they feel that they are just going there to make money and come back. So at all means, they can even kill and maim. That's something that's happening here. When you open the borders without data, in 2025, Nigeria is still battling with data. We don't even know the number of Nigerians we have here holding our passport, our NIM, all of the all-powerful NIM. Nigerians that are over 5,000, how much do you say?
6,000.
Are holding that. And when government just work it out in your mind that there are over 20 million. True. Over 20 million people in Nigeria that are not supposed to be here that are holding this thing. So if Trump is asking people who are illegal to go, I think deportation is loading. It's loading in so many African countries, and it's loading in so many countries because Udara, the Abalomo tree says, I am not the only tree that bears a child that they always press his mouth. If you PY people all in the US and you come here, you have illegal immigrants. It's high time they also go. You used to have when you say a beautiful Ghanaian brothers, or Ghana must go. Sometime now, when you have Nigerians that are over 6,000 that are not supposed to be here. Maybe what is loading is Niger must go. I don't know. I'm not speaking the mind of the NIS. They know. But if they don't want, let them open the mothers more. Well, you know, why are we deceiving ourselves? Open it wide. Why do you keep people there when we have 6,000 people that you cannot determine how they come in here? Open it more. Let Nigerians know. No matter however you prepare your mat, a goat lying on the ground is lying on its skin. Good luck, Nigeria.
All right.
Terror, technology, international community, conspiracy. That's the note I made for myself.
Okay.
You say we need technology to fight terror.
Yeah.
You find that when you have close talk with our Nigerian young men and women who are sacrificing their life every day protecting this nation, like the Nigerian Army and other security agencies, they will tell you that when they are in the forefront, the front line, they see this terror, the terrorists, and the sophistication of equipment they have. You now will ask yourself, these international communities are suspect. Who is supplying these people blood money all over in the name of capitalism? I think we should look back, probably go back to socialism, all those clearing and days when we were growing up. Russia was feeding Nigeria with, you know, socialism and all those kind of things. When it's good for one, it's good for all. They are talking about, but this capitalism that is leading us to blood money when people want to make money. Some international communities, why can't they allow Africa to breathe? They are wicked. They give you with one hand and take with the left hand, give you with the right, take with the left. Who is sponsoring terror in Nigeria? Who is giving the sophisticated equipment that Nigerian government cannot even buy? And they sit down in one place, they call the United Nations. United, my foot. It's a union of unequal, wicked people gathered together looking for hawks and vultures, looking for the rats to swallow. And we come back here, we're talking about it. Look at the terror, the extent of terror and banditry in Nigeria. Some viral videos that are unconfirmed going around. You can't pretend you didn't see them. Helicopters are coming into the bushes, dropping equipment and dollar for people to collect to fight Nigeria. And they say they don't know about it. They're all fake. If they are fake, there was video of one time during Buhari era that were, they say, there were millions of people crossing as if they are, you know, Israelites when they are leaving Egypt. That was that video, viral video. Nobody talk about it. Open the borders and bring these people in, probably to win election. Now the elections are over. There were issues one time in Anambra State. I was working in media house. There was war in Umuleri and Aguleri that almost cleared when the police and security agents started releasing what happened. That group of communities were fighting. What happened after that fight and it was quelled? The crime that started emanating from around that area of Anambra State because of unused weapon. And some of the thugs that people can go and hire to have sophisticated those politicians. You know, Nigerian politicians are heartless. Some of them have gathered these young people, gave them drugs, gave them arms, win power, abandoned them, and they face the communities with their weapons. Because when they are hungry, somebody has trained them to kill and maim, and they promise them heaven and earth, and win election, they abandon them, and give them the legendary bicycle man's greeting. Because when you follow, a bicycle man comes to your house, he's following to a point where you want to go, he will show you the backside when you want to climb it, and off. That's what the politicians do to this. So a lot of issues about how Nigerians are clearly created scenarios, created situations, created template structures of insecurity. And we are facing it. Fortunately, none of them is out of it. None. Even the highest at the highest level. You can see people in government. Look at the issue of Anambra State.
Yes.
What is happening?
On the news.
Everywhere. It's here in the news.
Yes.
How 100 million from one person's account. Young
Yes.
Nigerians that are not, some of them are not up to 17 years. When you see them, the viral video of when they caught them and see the rotten body of the honorable member of the house, Azoka. And they start hearing stories of even the nurse that runs a pharmaceutical company, a pharmacy shop in Asaba, how they got involved and all that kind of, and the head will begin to, your head will begin to tingle, and even your ear will tingle at hearing of wickedness that this situation Nigeria has created. Who do we blame? I told the story of ENUGU. Whatever is happening to us now, we cause up. Criminals rob the boss and ask the members of the boss to start singing a song. What is happening to Nigeria? We are the cause. Nobody should blame nobody or blame God for what's happening to us. We created consciously, directly or indirectly, either by wickedness to win, to gain advantage over situations, and it's now showing. Garbage in, garbage out. If they play, they show. What Nigeria has sold, they are reaping. I wish, only my prayer, let those innocent people, God, in your mercy, remove them from this. Let the head. That's what the Igbo proverb that said, let the head that went and stirred up
the wasp.
The wasp. Let him be let him get the stinging of the wasp. Because what you do not know should not know you. Let the people who caused it get higher value of it. What else? It's biblical, Chigi, because I know you are a Christian.
I try to be.
Yeah, you are. You have shown that. No, I put it to you. You are. The Bible said those who did not show mercy, they shouldn't
receive mercy. Let's speak to the state creation and the hurdles agitators must scale. 31 states.
I spoke about it yesterday. I don't want to go back to it. He said you are creating 31 new wahala, and you know what these people are. I see National Assembly knowing very well creating 31 states is not viable. They are just on there now to cause another hazardous problem for us. We begin to discuss 31 state creation when 36 plus 1 we have is not working out. Some of them are unviable. Some of them cannot pay 70,000 naira. And they clearly tell you that they can't pay minimum wage. Some of them depend hand to mouth from Abuja FAC allocation. And here we are. At this time, we have so many issues. We go back, National Assembly, with our money, or blood and sweat, sitting down talking about issues that will not work. When it comes to 31 states, some people's leg will be matched and they will cause more tension. Because even if you're going to create states, you may not create up to 31. So which of the regions of Nigeria will you not satisfy with their request for states? It will not come back to creating bad mind where people say they have done selective discharge of favor. That's marginalization, tribalism. These things will start playing out and then making the political situation more expensive and tension. Why? Why do we need 31 states at this time? Yesterday I told them, why are you looking for 31? I've always been that, using that negative psychology to come back, reverse psychology. We have 774 local governments in Nigeria. Why bothering yourself with the only 31 states? Make every local government a state. So that I go back to my state as a member of House of Assembly. If I go there to campaign in my local government, I might win. Or have some close affinity to government, even if it's I start working as clearing the street as a garbage collector.
Right.
Because that will mean development to the grassroots. Why leave it at? Because if you say 36 plus 1, 37, add it 31. It will be more than United States. United States is talking about 50 states. And they started early enough, structuring it, and they're building up. If you begin now, what are you going to do?
That's right. All right, that's much we can take for our newspaper review. Thank you so much, Chris. Always a passionate analyst. And I will tell you, watch out for this space as the news and developments, unfold. Don't go anywhere. New Day continues right after this time out. All right.
We are local.
We are right now with the wife of the man that was
Why the main market is in chaos? People
We are national.
Those in support of this motion as amended, say aye. Aye.
We have taken the vote by default.
We are international.
Israeli airstrikes. Donald Trump left us the worst unemployment.
Signature TV, news in your pocket.
Yeah, there is no way you totally eliminate alcohol in the society like Nigeria, you understand? So the alcohol of the thing, I don't really know, but there are things that, why would they even put, the Nigeria in question is not in a balance that somebody will just go to bed without alcohol. You get me right? You will not sleep well. You won't sleep well. Are you with me? Some of us these days if our eyes are not dirty, we cannot sleep. But based on the situation we are facing today, like me in person, if I should go to my bed without the content of small alcohol, I cannot sleep. You got me right? I don't really know if when Nigeria fix our situation, we will divert from alcohol and be eating our food.
Cancer is not minor disease that someone can take for granted. So having linked the alcohol, having linked to the cause of cancer and the rest of it, my advice to those taking alcohol would be that there should be a minimal intake of alcohol, not excessive. And for those that are addicted to it, there will be a kind of sensitization towards it, so that when someone is addicted to something, stopping it entirely will be very difficult. So when sensitization comes in, the sensitization will basically focus on minimizing it, the intake now. And it's also good to sensitize those that have not embarked on taking alcohol or that are not been addicted to taking alcohol. So all I can suggest is proper and thorough sensitization towards the effects or the consequences of alcohol, or taking alcohol, or too much of alcohol intake that regards or leading to the cancer problem. I think with that can minimize the rapid increase of cancer.
Normally alcohol is not that bad, but much of it is bad. So you have to, alcohol is good for the body in some certain circumstances, but don't take much of it. It's a risk though, but there are alcohol that is also nutrient, it's a nutrient to the body. For stress, sometimes you need it, though don't take much of it, that is all.
Honestly speaking, we have to see how we can
incorporate, or should I say, have like a lot of rehabilitation centers, and then also try to see how we can cancel all this ethanol, all this rubber drinks on the streets. Let's see how we can take them off the streets. It's affecting, and we should do it now. We shouldn't wait for any time. We should do it now.
It has caused a lot of harm than good. So some people will say that they are taking it because of the situation, they find themselves, and maybe the environment is not conducive enough. People due to loss of job and all that, and some other frustrated issues. But the truth is that alcohol has never been a remedy to any issue. Yeah, and also once you continue taking alcohol due to a problem, it increases it. It doesn't reduce it. So my response to it is that, in fact, it's better to mitigate the use of alcohol entirely. And once that happens, people will begin to find solution to their immediate problem other than running to a shop or a bar to get alcohol.
Many thanks for still staying with us, and welcome to Saturday Retrospect Rundown, when we bring you highlights on some of the very interesting discussions and conversations we had in the course of the week from Monday through to Friday. Well, first up, on Tuesday, we had an interesting discussion within the health sector, and we captioned it "The Abuse of Health Workers." And we had Dr. Ezora Chima. He is the president of the Association of Resident Doctors. He came into the studio and we had this conversation. Please take a listen.
Within the space of December and January, in Parkland, for instance, we've had over 5 attempts, although only one degenerated into physical abuse. Then there is also another case that was reported at National Orthopedic Hospital in ENUGU here, okay, and then across other tertiary hospitals in ENUGU here. So health workers, yes, there are different forms of abuse, okay. There are physical abuse, emotional abuse, psychological abuse, okay, but one that actually triggers the association most, okay, because we are resident doctors, and then we'll have an association called Association of Resident Doctors, and then we're under the umbrella of the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors. So the one that triggers the Nigerian Association of Resident Doctors.
And that was Dr. Ezora Chima on his take concerning the abuse of health workers within the Nigerian healthcare ecosystem. Very quickly to Wednesday, we talked about MPF, talking about the Nigerian police force as they begin third-party insurance. Barrister Uche Madwesi, a legal practitioner, had this to say. Please listen to him.
You have 2 options. Either you do third-party, which is mandatory, in line with Insurance Act 2003 and even third-party insurance ordinance of 1945. It has always been there. Or you do comprehensive, assuming you have money. Comprehensive means in case of anything, the insurance will take care of the whole thing 100%, assuming your vehicle kind of was damaged beyond repair. The insurance company can provide you a brand new vehicle and all the rest. But for the third party, like if I have a car and I hit your car, child's car, then what my insurance company will do is to go and take care of your car, whatever it entails to repair. But there is a limit up to 3 million because it has been increased. Now the premium used to be 5,000, is now 15,000. So that is it. So it has always been there. When the police said it, everybody was shouting, police, maybe they are now into alliance with insurance companies to help them up their business or whatever. We need not. It has always been there. The problem has been that the police left their job and they were now doing all these things on the road. Because I know time was, if you are driving a car and they are doing these vehicle checks after, they will know they will check whether you have a valid insurance cover. But most policemen on the road, if you give them how many of them check particulars? They don't. So if you give them particulars, some may not even be some may find it even difficult to identify a valid insurance cover, even the paper. You understand me? So I'm just using a literal to let you know that they left their jobs. Now they have kind of woken up. A lot of Nigerians will say, how? You know, what is that? It's not, it has always been there. It's lawful. It's their duty to do it. And that is what they are supposed to do. It is mandatory. Third-party insurance cover is mandatory.
Yeah, but again, one would wonder, they are not the one who issue the car documents, isn't it?
Yes.
They're not the one who issue it. Why are they concerned about it? If there should be an enforcement, shouldn't it be a FRSC or a VIO?
No, you see, the primary duty of the police is to ensure enforcement of law and keep law and order. It is mandatory. It is lawful, and it is the law that you must have a third-party insurance minimum for your vehicle. You know, so it is the duty of the police to enforce it, to ensure that you have that minimum insurance cover before you apply on any Nigerian road. So they are doing their duty. It's law. It's enshrined in the code.
What
so
I'm saying
we
is,
should not interpret it in any way.
Wouldn't it be somewhat too much overburdening the police, given that they're adding this thing to their line of duty? I don't know this particular part to be a part of their line of duty to check insurance of vehicles on the road. I don't know them. We have Federal Road Safety Corps. We have the vehicle inspection officers. Those are offices that we know that deal with directly vehicles on the road. Well, why don't you push this thing? Why is the police the one pushing for this? Why is not FRSC or the VIO pushing for this?
Well, Charles, sorry if I say this, don't just feel, I don't know your age. Because there was a time in this country, you have some policemen that normally have this white something on their car.
Yes.
You know, there's a white something there, and that is the traffic, that's the traffic section of the Nigerian police.
Okay.
You know, initially when Federal Road Safety was set up and other, you know, there was this war between the police. They are feeling that these people are trying to take their jobs and whatever. Now, it is not official yet, at least as far as I know, that the traffic department or whatever of the police has been scrapped.
Okay.
They are still there. But the problem, like you get everybody wants to belong to the other side where maybe you do one investigation or whatever, you get some money, and not to go and be standing on the road, you are checking license. There was a time it used to be there will be an announcement, police will say, this week they will be conducting checks on vehicles to ensure that their papers are correct. It used to happen. But now, problem we are having is that there's this overlap in terms of duties and responsibilities. It's now left for government to now say, police, you are now divested of this role. It is now the responsibility of Federal Road Safety or whatever. You know, but for now, we've not been told, it has not been made public, as far as I know, unless, you know, I stand to be corrected, that police is no longer supposed to perform that responsibility. It is still their duty. It is still their role. It's not.
And still on Wednesday, Raymond Ken Mbata spoke to U.S. deportation. Still on Wednesday, and this is what he had to say about that conversation.
Going back to the Roman times, the Empire of Rome had encompassed the known world as at then, and different nationalities of people that have been conquered under the Roman Empire found their way to Rome as the capital city. So it's not a strange affair. If you want to be a world power, you should accept the fact that those countries which are now your subordinates, their citizens will come for a better life at the capital city or at the capital country per se. So Rome, as it been then, had also had to welcome immigrants into Rome. And at a point in time, the Roman Empire had to even promise a Pax Romana, a Roman peace in the whole world. That means that the Roman police was now the police of the world. The Roman army was now like the protectors of the known world as at then. So they had to take on that liability and that responsibility because they were now in charge of administration of the world as at then in the whole provinces. And after the Roman peace expired, it's over time, Britain took over the Pax Britannica and assured peace around the British Empire, of which there was a time that even in Britain it was said that the sun never sets in the British Empire. So as huge and as large as that territory was, London became the focal point of all immigrants. And up till now, it still constitutes a makeup of those ethnic nationalities around the world, because at a point in time, the British government was administering different locales and different vicinities. So it's a thing that has to do with when you aspire for world power, you should have to take over the responsibilities of being a world power. And the Pax Britannica ended, and the Pax Americana succeeded that. And America now should accept the responsibilities of being the world police and also administering justice and social welfare around the world. And as such, definitely everybody's focal point will be in America. You cannot take one and leave the other. With those titles come their responsibilities. Definitely immigration in the United States. The last time such a mass deportation of people from the United States, undocumented illegal migrants, was in 1954. And since then, there has just been piecemeal ways of being able to address the issue of illegal immigration. And I think that presently under Donald Trump, it has turned into a TV show. And he is known for wanting to catch, he thinks everything is like, is like The Apprentice that he was hosting way back. And because it is causing hysteria, which it's not supposed to draw so much attention. I mean, countries around the world do this. I mean, I'm a product of immigration. My parents had me in India. India has never at any time made a mass deportation of people, but they bring some kind of policies that you know that it's not comfortable for you being here over time. They'll say, okay, we will not allow you to have Indian citizenship, but you can come here and have your education just as my parents did in the early 80s, and have your children, make a good life, but find your way back home when you can. And I think even under Obama, I think it became a bit lax. I'll say that it became a bit lax under Joe Biden, because the borders at that time, I mean, everybody was strolling in. But we should not say that should give the impetus for a national emergency up to the scale of what Donald Trump is doing. Is causing hysteria among the undocumented population. I mean, you have the agricultural sector being under the immigrant population. Most of the true-born American citizens wouldn't take some menial jobs.
Absolutely.
Yes, some services industry, cleaning,
even the construction too.
So I mean, who is going to do these jobs? Then don't even remove the fact that they also spend into the American economy. You get the point? And they are not liable to get housing and all that, but they still contribute to the economy of America. So I think that he would have been able to achieve this without the hula baloo that is coming with it, because he is just trying to create a sensation per se, because every country in the world does that. Germany did that. I mean, United Kingdom did theirs. Canada is presently even limiting the amount of foreign students coming, I mean, for education, because their welfare package is being stretched to the limit. I mean, their healthcare and their housing, they can't attend to it, but they did not cause this kind of furor.
And then on Thursday, our topic of discussion was on drug use and its abuse in social dimension. And Omunwa Ibezimako, Deputy Commander and the LEA ENUGU, was here with us to do justice to that topic. Please take a listen.
Everybody takes drugs, but there are some drugs that is harmful.
Okay.
Even when you take drugs like Panadol, paracetamol, Panadol Extra, if you take these drugs outside the normal dosage is drug abuse. If you take these drugs outside the way the doctors have asked you to take, is drug abuse. But for the purpose of why we are here, or why the federal government decided to establish NDLA, is there are some drugs that are prohibited by law, in that even if you have to, there are some certain conditions. Some are used for pharmaceutical purpose, but if you just go and procure them for the purpose of getting high and you are arrested, you go in for it. That is what the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency.
Okay, so what would you say are the social or cultural factors that influence the use of drugs to the point of drug abuse?
Well, these predisposing factors that are all around us is like sin.
Recording
When you
in
look to the
progress.
left, sin. You look to the right, is sin. When you look
Recording
backward,
stopped.
sin is surrounding us. But even as at that, the Bible have advised us not to dwell in sin. There are so many reasons why people, especially here in Nigeria, get involved in drugs. Peer group. Like they say, if you don't talk to your child, other people will do it for you. Again, depression. They need to get along. Unemployment. Some of our youths today, or our young men, they will graduate 5-6 years, no employment. Why some, even the minimum wage will not be enough to cater for their daily needs. And for them to get away from all those problems, they take drugs. There are so many reasons. Job dissatisfaction. So many reasons.
Job dissatisfaction?
Yes.
How does job dissatisfaction make somebody use drugs?
Beautiful. You know, these days, we don't do what we like. We do what is available. So sometimes, if you're supposed to work for 5 hours and you're working for 10 hours, you're not happy with your job. There are some drugs that when you take, it will give you the energy to work those extra hours, in spite of the fact that you don't want to, but because you have to make ends meet, and that is what is available. So job dissatisfaction can make, at the slightest time you go and take some of those illicit drugs to give you strength to do those jobs, especially those menial jobs.
So what are the dangers of these kinds of things? Because so many persons will say it's for the good for themselves because they are doing extra work, but not knowing that there are actually dangers behind whatever those actions are.
Yes. Practically speaking, you know, there's this proverb that says it's easy to give cup and water to the monkey, but it's difficult to retrieve it. A lot of our children, you know, some of them become social or occasional, can't say chalo, you know, to get high. But at a certain stage, that's the level of dependence now, they take it. And those of us that are conversant with trending and happenings, Whitney Houston, she died of drug overuse. The daughter, Bobby, died in her bathtub. Amy Weinstein, is it Wine? She died of drug overuse. These are celebrities that are supposed to be role models. Here, we have been witnessing a couple of suicides, depression, drugs. And when
it becomes too much. You see the person taking the unusual bow.
And finally, on Friday, Mr. Ifediora Amobi, an economist, spoke to federal government increases 2025 budget allocations. Do take a listen.
It wasn't really a shock per se, because these things happen. Government generates funds and generates revenue on a continuous basis, even after the budget has been signed in. And so it's not particularly a surprise. The only difference this time around is that it has been officially announced. What we have heard in the past is that even after the president assents the budget and the implementation starts, as revenue is generated from customs and VAT and the rest of them, it's usually warehoused somewhere and either implemented either as a supplementary budget. But in this case, what the president wants to do is to add it to the already existing budget, which is something new, and that's why it's a bit there's a bit of confusion around how it is going to be applied. But they have been specific in terms of two key areas where they want the funds to be, channeled to, which is solid mineral development and infrastructure. It's actually clearer. However, there are still some ways that it could have been, or at least some other suggested ways that it could have been applied, better. When the budget was just passed in December. The budget is still being
looked at. Yeah, they submitted to the House, so they're still deliberating it.
Yes, and so it's still in the process of being finally assented, which hasn't happened yet. So it is not particularly out of place for this adjustment to be done, so that when it's approved, once. However, when one looks at it critically, you can say, why, if these are windfalls that are coming in after the budget has been planned and after the budget process has gone on, why not channel it into areas that will impact the average Nigerian directly? Create jobs, areas where things can become a bit more affordable, where more monies can be put in people's pockets, as opposed to channeling them to, to certain sectors. I don't have a problem with infrastructure because that is critical. We need every penny we can muster to go into infrastructure. We need to get our roads, our power, our bridges, water supply, everything, housing. These are all, critical infrastructure that is required. For solid minerals, for me particularly, I'm a little bit skeptical about that. The reason I say that is because solid minerals is an area that is quite attractive, not only to local investors, but also foreign investors. And so if the solid minerals sector is packaged properly, investors will troop in and Nigeria can make a lot of money out of it. So you don't really have to put money into it unless, and although we haven't seen the details yet, unless part of this fund is going to go into the development of the solid mineral, in other words, packaging it for investment. Because, that is actually one area that one could have looked at. On the other hand, we have a huge deficit. Our foreign deficit today is probably about 35 or 30, 34.8 billion US dollars. If between December and now we have generated about 4.5 trillion naira, which is about $3 billion dollars. If we can generate $3 billion in 2 months, and we have a deficit of about $30 billion, then another school of thought could say, why don't we use part of this windfall to pay off, to at least, finance that deficit in the budget, or even take care of our debt. That way, there's less pressure on the economy for future revenues that will be generated. So it goes both ways. It has its good side, which is to know that, oh, at least, revenues are still being generated, and we can get up to, 3-4 trillion naira within a short period of time. And this is going to be ongoing. So this is not just a one-off.
Well, that's the much we can take for our Saturday. With respect, I'm sure you gleaned a thing or two from the conversations we had in the course of the week. Well, following the announcement of the compulsory third-party insurance policy for all Nigerian commuters, the Nigerian Police Force have actually gone out to begin to implement this policy in some states of the country. Well, and it's not without its own, backlash from some quarters. So this morning we're going to be discussing the third-party insurance policy in Nigeria and matters arising. Our guest is Mr. Chijioke Nwafo. He's an insurance and financial security expert. He joins us from via Zoom to say a thing or two based on his perspective on the subject matter. Good morning, Mr. Chijioke Nwafo.
Good morning to you.
Good
morning to you.
Yeah. All right, Mr. Chijioke, let's just get right into the subject matter. Now, in the course of the week, we have actually spoken somehow to this topic, but for the benefit of those who might be new to the conversation, could you, in very simple terms, define what third-party insurance policy means?
Well, for any commercial contract, there are 3 parties to a contract, okay? 2 parties to a contract. So this particular policy is called a third party because it has nothing to, the policy is designed to cover a third party, somebody that is not part of this particular contract entered into by the insured and the insurer. And that's why it is called a third party. Simply means that the beneficiary of the policy is actually a third party. And that's why the policy is called a third party insurance policy.
All right. I am aware that before now, third-party policy, it's not new. It's not a new phenomenon in the transportation, ecosystem. But what would you attribute, the rave for, third-party? Why has it suddenly become so, important, if for lack of a better word, why the rave for third-party insurance policy? Because it's not something that is new. So what do you think led to all this new wave or rave for it?
Well, I think since 1945, it has been made compulsory in Nigeria that before you can put your vehicle on the road, you must have a third party, at least a third-party insurance policy. But the IGP just made a reference to it because most of the time, maybe as a policeman, they've seen on the road that most road users do not have a genuine third-party insurance policy. Hence, he re-emphasized it. It was enacted in 1945 Act, reinforced in 2003, and he just made a pronouncement to remind Nigeria that this particular document is a compulsory document for all motorists to have while on the road. So it's not something new. It's not something new. Also, occasioned by the fact that you see most road accidents, at the end of it or nothing happens. Somebody will be involved in an accident, a vehicle will knock someone down, and after spending about 9-10 months in hospital, the person will go and do Thanksgiving. What happens? That's not how insurance is supposed to work. That third-party policy is supposed to take care of that person, the injured person. And all these are not happening because there is no, most of them are applying this without genuine insurance policy. And that's actually what the IGP, to the best of my knowledge, it's not something new really. So just try to re-emphasize on what has been in existence even before 1945.
All right. I want you to speak to something that you mentioned once or twice in the course of your explanation. You mentioned genuine insurance policy. Now, what do you mean by genuine insurance policy? Are they fake insurance policies? And then speak to how the police, is involved in this whole situation. Are they there to identify the genuine from the fake, or they are there to implement? So very quickly, what do you mean by genuine insurance policy, and what is the role of the police in all this?
Well, if you apply Nigeria Road recently, you see both the VIO, road safety, police, all those agencies that are in charge of the road, they'll go with their phone on hand, and when they see a registration, or you can even try it right there. Take your telephone, go to Google and just type NIID, Nigerian Insurance Industry Database. Once you type there, it will pop up something that will ask you to register your registration number. Once you put there and ask the system to confirm, the system confirm whether what you are having is a genuine one or whether it's an expired policy. So maybe out of their experience on the road, when they test most of these registration numbers along the road, and they've discovered that majority of them do not really have a genuine, an active insurance policy, and yet they are carrying some papers, at hand. Maybe that's why they came up with that idea to advise people to seek for genuine insurance policy while whenever they want to buy one.
All right, thank you very much. But could you speak to the role of the police right now? I know you're not a lawyer, but you have an experience with, insurance policies and implementation. Do you think the police force has, the police force have jurisdiction, over implementation of insurance policy? You mentioned it's contractual. It's between the insurance company and the client. What is the role of the police in all this? And why are they going out? You could see videos where commissioners of police go out to implement, this policy. What is their role really in this whole policy implementation?
I believe they have jurisdiction. Whenever there is a law in the country, it is for the police to make sure that people obey the law. So when the police are arrested for not obeying the law, I don't think they've done out of their powers. It's within their powers to make sure that laws are obeyed in the country. And because of that, Section 68 of 2003 Insurance Act, made it compulsory for every vehicle owner to have a motor insurance policy before they put their vehicle on the road, at least a third party. So it is for the police to find out those, because it is their job to make sure that people obey the law. So I think it's within their jurisdiction. It is.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, could you tell us the limitations, or rather the coverage of this insurance? Because yes, that's become some sort of a buzzword, third-party insurance, but people don't know the extent of the coverage. Now let's use a hypothetical scenario where there is a car crash, probably between two cars, and one probably has third-party insurance. How does it pan out? Will the insurance cover for the damages for both cars or for the person that has the insurance? Just in real terms, let's understand how this works in real life.
Okay, let's take it that the two vehicles, the two of them have third-party insurance, and one is at fault. The one at fault hit the other one and caused damage to the other vehicle, party's vehicle. With the third-party insurance certificate that the person has, that liability which he has incurred by hitting the other one, that policy that he has should take care of that repairs up to the tune of 3 million naira. If it's a bodily injury, it's unlimited, and that's why just the 15,000 naira will pay covers property damage up to the tune of 3 million. And bodily injury unlimited. Unlimited means that if it takes 10 million naira for the medical examination or the treatment of the person, the policy pays. That's what it means. And if there is death, definitely they will look for the life expectancy and all the value of the person and pay the members of the family. That is how powerful this policy is. In addition, before now, when you want to travel with your car to maybe any West African country, you must go and look for what they call a ECOWAS brown card. Now, if you have an emergency that you need to travel, you cannot take your vehicle beyond the borders of Nigeria without getting that ECOWAS brown card. So the industry agreed, like, let us incorporate that certificate, that ECOWAS Bangas certificate in our policy. Okay, so in that 15,000 naira, you have the ability to enjoy coverage all over the membership of West Africa ECOWAS, and also third-party property damage to the tune of 3 million, and the bodily injury or death, which is unlimited. That is what that particular 15,000 naira third-party policy covers.
All right. So what are some of the challenges that policyholders may go through in trying to claim, compensation? How easy and seamless is the process when someone wants to lay claim, of compensation? Could you take us through the protocol?
Well, anything that I normally tell people that whatever that is worth having is worth insuring, and whatever that is worth insuring is best insured through a registered insurance broker. We all know that Nigerians don't like reading. An average insurance policy is a bit voluminous and technical. Most of the time when people read it, it's not interesting. So you really need a professional whose job it is to go through that policy and make sure that the conditions there satisfies the client. And whenever there is a claim, you don't need to start pursuing any insurance company. If you have placed your business through a broker, all you need to do is to refer the claim to your broker, who now pursues your claim on your behalf at no cost. You're not paying for it. So it's just because of lack of awareness that people go to licensing office or by the roadside to go and purchase insurance. The same 15,000 naira you pay anywhere, what you are going to pay. If you walk into a broker's office and say, look, I need a third-party insurance policy, please let me have it, and pay your 15,000 naira, we'll collect all your data, open a file for you. So whenever you have a claim, all you need to do is just to call your insurer, the insurance broker, who now takes it off from there. But if you don't have a broker and you have a loss of this nature, you may not know what to do next. So I think I would like to advise Nigerians to always place their insurances through a registered insurance broker.
All right, let me take you a little bit away from your area of expertise. I also trust that you will do justice to this question. Now, a very well-known insurance company in Nigeria has come up with a particular package right after this policy, began, to become enforced in Nigeria. They came up with a package called Third Party Plus, and they went on to reel out the benefits. Now, what this looks like from a particular point is maybe it was some kind of a political or power play where Nigerians are being told, okay, you must go for a compulsory insurance policy just to create the market, for this well-known insurance company to sell their product. What's your take on this?
Well, every organization has their marketing strategy. You can actually, fine-tune your policies to enable you carve a niche for yourself in the market. But provided that minimum requirement is satisfied, it's okay by the regulator. I'm sure it will be okay by the regulator. By the third-party plus, okay, fine. Third-party policy does not cover the insured. I may decide to design my own policy, come and take third-party plus. Yes, you can repair a third-party vehicle up to 3 million. How about your own? Okay, we can repair your own up to 250,000 or 500,000 naira. That becomes a plus. They will calculate the additional premium for that extra cover they are giving you and add it to the 15,000, which you will pay. Okay, so it's just a way of, trying to meet the needs of people, because some people may not have the money to pay for the comprehensive, but when they hear about this, maybe top party plus, and it's okay, they can cash in on it and at least get some sort of when their own vehicle is damaged in the course of the accident.
Yes, Mr. Chijioke, you've explained what the package is all about, but my question really is, isn't it so convenient? Doesn't it look like it has become convenient for them to sell their package right after the heels of the announcement for third-party insurance? It seems as if it's convenient for them. So my question is, do you think the government is a political play to create a market for this particular product from this well-known insurance company? So that is my question really, and I want you to respond to
No,
that?
I'm old enough in the industry to know that that policy, that third-party plus, have been in existence for long time. It's not a new thing. Most insurance companies in Nigeria offer that third-party plus. You understand? So it's not a new thing. Maybe people are just getting to know of it after this announcement, but they have been in existence for a very long time. And moreover, third-party plus has nothing to do with the third-party cover itself, which the IGP is talking about. Whether you have the third-party plus or you have a ordinary third party, the law requires you to have the minimum cover, which is a third-party policy. So whether you are carrying the third-party plus or you are carrying the ordinary third party, it's the same thing. And to the best of my knowledge, third-party plus has been in the market for a very long time. This is not the first time. It's not new. It's not new. So if people cash in on immediately after the announcement to also sensitize people about it, I don't think they want to do it. The job may be a marketing strategy. It's not new. It's not new at all in the market.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, I feel that the issue of insurance is much like that of taxation, where you see Nigerians need a lot of sensitization and convincing to get on board. Now, as a financial security expert and of course an insurance expert, what sort of awareness is already, on the way or has been rolled out to ensure that people are well sensitized? Because from feedback from the people, some people are still saying, okay, give us some time, we need more sensitization. Do you think Nigerians really need sensitization, or you feel, yes, there should be time for people to be more aware before, punitive measures are meted out to commuters? What's your take on that?
When people talk about more time on this insurance third-party stuff, I just keep wondering. They act, the section 1 and 2 of Insurance Act 2000 that if you don't have it and you are caught driving without an insurance, is a 250,000 naira fine or 1 year imprisonment or both. So it is not. It's just that the current leadership of the National Insurance Commission, the regulator of the insurance industry, have taken it upon themselves to make sure that Nigerians become aware of it. That is a criminal offense for you to put your vehicle on the road without any insurance protection. And that's why they started by visiting the Commissioner of Police from where this particular statement was made. They have visited the road safety and other agencies of the government that had to do with road management, and they are getting results. They have also engaged themselves in the desensitization program for adverts, flyers, and all that in most states of the Federation. They have a standing committee on implementation of compulsory insurance in Nigeria, which is chaired by them and managed by them, and they are doing a very great job in trying to sensitize people. And Nigeria is a very large country. If you go to Lagos State, for example, you can't even put your vehicle on the road in Lagos now without proper mechanisms they have put in place, or have your put up a building without insurance now anymore. So they are taking it gradually. Lagos, Abuja, and other states, with time, they will cover the entire state of the Federation. But one thing what we should know is that insurance is not part of our culture. It's a borrowed culture. Okay, and in the West, you cannot point to a vehicle on the road without insurance. And I can tell you, the premium we pay in Nigeria here for motor insurance, one of the cheapest in the world. You can't go just Cameroon here. You can't cross across to Cameroon and get a third-party policy for as low as 15,000 naira. It doesn't work that way. But because of our size, population, insurance is based on law of large number. The premium is so low so that people can be encouraged. You cannot say you can afford a vehicle of maybe 200,000 naira. Let me see if there's any with such a value, and you cannot afford 15,000 naira to buy a third-party insurance policy. So I don't think it is something new. It's just that they are re-emphasizing on the need for people to have that particular policy, which has been made compulsory by law with penalties attached to it in some sections of the 2003 Act.
All right, Mr. Chijioke, we have been discussing, the policy as regards to individual commuters. Now, let's talk about companies like haulage companies and oil companies that will have to transport products, in large, heavy-duty vehicles. Does this policy also cover them, and does it play out differently for them? in view of the recent tanker explosions, in Niger State and of course in Enugu State. Please speak to us on that.
Yeah, it does. The 15,000 actually is for cars. As you graduate, maybe to a minibus, to a truck, to a trailer, the premium changes from 15,000 to up to 200,000 naira. So the liability attached to that particular policy did not exempt the petroleum vehicle or this. It says third-party liability. Third-party liability. So be it a tanker, be it a truck, be it a car, the liability remains the same. Once the liability is incurred, the policy should be able to stand for it. As a matter of fact, I don't see a third party as a very, with the type of rules we have in this country, and it's not even lucrative for insurance companies to write it. But because the law, it has been made compulsory by law, we must write it. You understand? So those tanker accidents and those trailer accidents on the road, the third party policy is designed to cover such liabilities whenever they occur.
All right, still on the tanker explosion and the mayhem, after its week. Now, I had this conversation with a guest earlier on, and I was asking the guest, I said, are there punitive measures that are going to be meted out to these companies after probably an inquiry into the cause of the explosion implicates certain people? Now, in this case, if after the inquiry comes up with the fact that there were no third-party insurance policies to cover the tankers, are there going to be punitive measures against those companies? In this case, case in view being the recent explosions in Nigeria.
Well, you see, like I said, Section 2 of the Act, spelled out the penalty for anybody that does not have it. As a matter of fact, in some crime, when you drive your vehicle without insurance certificate, okay, they may look at you as, they may charge you for attempted murder. You don't have a driver's license, you don't have the insurance, and you put your vehicle on the road. Some laws which will charge you for attempted murder. For the mere fact that if a driver is found guilty of reckless driving that took the life of people, the person can be prosecuted under the law and definitely pay the price. So that's just
all right. Let's go back to the compensation that I spoke to earlier. What exactly is the turnaround time for an insurer to receive compensation? How long does it take for the insurance company to respond